The text presented consists of poetic lines attributed to Count Alexander Ilyich Rostov, reflecting on the elusive nature of purpose. The speaker uses metaphorical language, likening purpose to a melody embodied by a mountain cat, something vivid yet transient that briefly inhabits one's life. The search for this purpose leads to questioning, but instead of a direct answer, the speaker responds with an understated, almost resigned gesture, peeling a pear with eyes averted, suggesting introspection or avoidance. Various potential hiding places for purpose, historical sites, personal possessions, artistic works, or meaningful locations are systematically dismissed, indicating that purpose is neither found in material objects nor in remnants of the past. Embedded within these reflections is a tone of wistfulness and acceptance, acknowledging the indefinable and shifting nature of meaning in life, as well as an underlying resilience in continuing the search despite uncertainty. Count Alexander Ilyich Rostov faces a stern tribunal convened by the communist authorities in post-revolutionary Russia. The hearing takes on an air of both formality and tension, with Rostov interrogated about his background, actions, and loyalties. The proceedings begin with demands for personal information, quickly underscoring the clash between the Count's aristocratic demeanor and the new regime's suspicion of individuals from privileged backgrounds. Rostov's responses, marked by dry wit and composed defiance, subtly mock the authority of his interrogators while revealing his refusal to be cowed by their tactics. The central point of contention is a poem, "Where Is It Now?" attributed to Rostov, which had been interpreted as subversive and possibly a call to action during a sensitive political era. The prosecutor presses Rostov for details about its creation, seeking to uncover political motives behind its publication. Rostov, however, offers evasive yet elegant answers, downplaying the poem's significance and his own role, insisting that the poem demanded to be written without conscious intent to incite political action. When questioned about his earlier self-exile and his return to Russia, Rostov answers with light irony, citing nostalgic longing for the Russian climate, further irritating his inquisitors. Throughout, the committee underscores its belief that Rostov, as a symbol of the old leisure class, represents a danger to revolutionary ideals, his charm and wit interpreted as evidence of aristocratic decadence. The exchange reveals underlying party frustration, Rostov's perceived lack of purpose and refusal to align with Soviet principles. Nevertheless, his connections and pre-revolutionary reputation earn him small mercy. Instead of execution, the committee decrees perpetual house arrest at Hotel Metropol, with the warning that stepping beyond its walls will mean death. The Count's fate is thus sealed not as a martyr, but as a prisoner of history, cut off from the world but left to live out his days in the confines of the hotel he calls home. In the early evening of June 21, 1922, Count Alexander Ilyich Rostov is escorted from the gates of the Kremlin, having been sentenced for the crime of being an aristocrat in the newly ascendant Soviet state. The air is cool, the city aglow in the richness of a Moscow summer. As always, even under these grave circumstances, the Count moves with poise and an almost ritualistic attentiveness to his surroundings. He greets merchants with jovial banter, strides past landmarks with a sense of remembered intimacy, and walks the city streets not as a prisoner, but as a man unwilling to cede dignity. Upon arriving at the elegant Hotel Metropol, which now serves as both his home and prison, the Count is still trailed reluctantly by 2 soldiers. The staff, usually unflappable, register surprise at his reappearance. His entrance, celebratory for the Count considering the gravity of his situation, is tinged with the surreal. The lobby's familiar faces respond with wide-eyed incredulity, as if he had attended a social function in some outrageous state. The Count's patrician confidence remains undented as he requests to take the stairs rather than the elevator to his rooms, maintaining control over the situation in these small gestures. But upon reaching the threshold of his grand third-floor suite, he is met not with the sanctuary of familiar rooms but a squad of guards and bellhops, along with the captain of the guard. The captain, maintaining bureaucratic decorum, informs the Count he is no longer entitled to these luxurious quarters. Instead, he is to be relocated to a far humbler space. An attic room once used for servants, now reconstituted as the place of his indefinite confinement. The journey upstairs is bleak, the condemned opulence replaced by the mean, monastic simplicity of the attic, barely furnished, thick with dust, and structured such that only by the window can the very tall Count stand comfortably upright. Observing all this, the Count realizes that the bulk of what he owns will remain behind, property now of the people, a chilling euphemism for confiscation by the state. Yet the Count greets this bureaucratic indignity with measured resignation. He directs the bellhop's young men, abashed at being party to the dispossession of a gentleman, to move a carefully curated handful of personal effects. He selects not only for comfort but symbolism: 2 high-back chairs, an oriental table belonging to his grandmother, a pair of elephant lamps, a cherished portrait of his sister, and his travelling trunk. Each item chosen is imbued with memory and connection to his vanished world, representing both familial bonds and the crumbling grandeur of his class. As these objects are removed, an inventory of what must be left behind unfolds. These are not mere trinkets to the Count. Each item is a vessel of memory, a conduit to times, places, and people irretrievably lost. This process recalls a much larger winnowing: the loss of his ancestral home, Idlehour, in the aftermath of the Bolshevik Revolution. He remembers returning from exile when the Tsar was executed, finding his grandmother composed and pragmatic amid upheaval. The memory of their genteel, heartbreakingly matter-of-fact farewell at Peterhof lingers in his mind, as does her steely lesson in dignity during hardship. This personal history morphs into a meditation on loss. The Count reflects on the universality of partings. Friends, family, occasions, all are inevitably left behind. Yet, he observes, farewells to possessions require a different education. We attach ourselves to things, invest them with memory's emotional residue, and imagine they can comfort us amid loss. Yet ultimately he concedes in resignation: a thing is just a thing. He slips his sister's delicate, egret-shaped scissors, a rare token of sentiment, into his pocket, turning from the rest with a deliberate, almost ceremonial, act of detachment. Resettled in the attic, the Count, ever resourceful, studies his surroundings. He recalls with a sort of boyish delight the compact ingenuity of sleeping berths on steamships and railway carriages, spaces that once promised adventure. Even in this involuntary exile, he draws on imaginative flexibility, recasting his cell as akin to Captain Nemo's quarters, imbued with a purposeful economy. A gentle comic note intrudes as he bangs his head on the sloped ceiling, underscoring the awkward physical realities of his new circumstances, but also his capacity for self-mockery. He arranges his chosen possessions around himself with the ritual of a traveller making camp. Family photograph, bottles of brandy, clock, and, with a nod to the past, his grandmother's opera glasses. An unexpected visitor, a pigeon, alights at his tiny dormer window. The Count greets it as he would a new neighbour, engaging in imagined dialogue, revealing both his animating charm and his detachment from the tumult below. The arrival of André the maître d'œuvre, Vasily the concierge, and Marina the seamstress, recently promoted, signals the deep familial ties the Count has formed with the hotel staff. Their reactions, a mix of bewilderment and hesitant joy, reveal that they too anticipated his permanent disappearance. His return, if diminished in circumstance, is still cause for understated celebration. The camaraderie among these individuals, all navigating adverse or unusual careers within Metropol's changing microcosm, provides the Count with both a sense of continuity and support in the face of adversity. With a hospitality that defines his character, the Count hosts an impromptu gathering, offering the finest of his dwindling spirits and the glasses from his cherished travelling trunk, each shaped for a specific libation, a testament to his cultural and personal refinement. Their toasts to the Metropol are not only to the institution, but to their own endurance within it, embodying the resilience of those who find fellowship in liminality. Behind the evening's conviviality lies the shadow of Russia's catastrophic last decades. War, revolution, famine, terror. All present understand that survival, material or spiritual, has required a constant negotiation of losses. Yet, in their mutual conviviality, they enact a small defiance, asserting dignity, continuity, and communal grace against the backdrop of political upheaval and personal dispossession. Later, alone in his reduced quarters, the Count contemplates the desk bequeathed by his godfather, Grand Duke Demidov, a resonant symbol of both lost status and enduring mentorship. It is an object heavy with personal history. Beneath its surface are the secret hollow legs in which gold has been traditioned away, a symbol of both prudent foresight and faint hope for the preservation of the past. The first night in his new quarters closes with the Count contemplating what it means to master one's circumstances, echoing the words of his godfather. The desk remains, its gold hidden, a relic of former wealth but also a tool for living with purpose. Thus, amid radical reduction, the Count's sense of duty, resourcefulness, wit, and hospitality are reaffirmed. Within the Metropol's walls, even confinement becomes a stage for dignity and human connection, a microcosm echoing the greater upheavals of Russia beyond its doors. Upon waking, Count Rostov embodies a man whose old routines are anchored to a vanished way of life, his daydreams colored by breadcrumbs of memory and anticipated pleasures. He drifts in that liminal space between sleep and waking, imagining an unfettered morning on Tverskaya Street, purchasing the day's paper, gazing longingly at Filipov's pastries, later lunching with fellow Moscow aristocrats at the Jockey Club, savoring the overlapping scents and spectacle of the city he once navigated so freely. In these imagined routines, every act carries both specificity and symbolism. Choosing a meal at Filipov's, sitting close to the fashionable young women as they animatedly recount the gossip of the previous night, and savoring the brief, vicarious connection to the rhythm of their young world. There is pleasure in the ritual, in the taste and texture of the pastry, in the brush with the everyday dramas of others, and in the leisurely pacing of a day built entirely of choice. This reverie, fragile and private, is sharply punctured by reality as he recalls the truth of his circumstances. There will be none of this today, nor likely ever again. Daydreaming about a different life, he concedes, serves only to breed madness when one's actual world is so unyielding. Resolutely, Rostov propels himself into the day, his feet firm to the uncarpeted floor of his cramped attic room in the Hotel Metropol. The contrast is profound. Grand imaginings versus the rustic reality of confinement. Even his possessions seem to mock him. A champagne flute and a brandy snifter stand on the desk, like quixotic echoes of his former, more expansive life, evoking pairs of literary comrades, each representative of both aspiration and resignation. Breakfast arrives, delivered by Yuri, an industrious boy. Rostov's rapport with staff is warm but measured. He gives instructions and requests the delivery of a note. The transaction is tinged with the peculiar intimacy of those whose lives are circumscribed together. A moment after Yuri leaves, the Metropol's legendary one-eyed cat emerges from the shadows, a silent observer and judge of the Count's new quarters. The cat's silent scrutiny prompts Rostov to reflect ruefully on the state of his room. The attic is crowded and disorderly, full of mismatched furniture, and the relics of a life forced into haphazard compression. Coming to terms with this disorder, Rostov realizes that his earlier insistence on bringing all his father's books into the attic was less driven by practicality than by a child's stubbornness, a brief flash of bravado against forces that have rendered him powerless. His father's collection, heavy with philosophical treatises and scientific text, none, to Rostov's taste, serve mostly as a reminder of what has been lost. Not only comfort and space, but personal autonomy and pleasure. He undertakes the practical work of paring down, clearing out unnecessary furniture and books from his living quarters, distilling his possessions to bare essentials. This act of winnowing is more than logistical, it is symbolic, signaling an acceptance of his new reality. He keeps only what is necessary, the furniture for sleeping and working, and one book, Montaigne's Essays, a tome long admired by his father, but never fully engaged by Rostov himself. Now, with time in abundance and distractions scarce, he finally takes it up, making a small ritual of reading in a tilted chair, a habit developed in the idyllic days of his youth at Idlehour with his beloved sister Helena. Reading from Montaigne, Rostov is drawn into a vortex of memory. The attic's constraints bend momentarily to the past. Sunny hours reading aloud in garden or orchard, Helena's serene presence as she embroidered, their easy conversation, the innocence of a world unfathomably distant. A portrait of Helena in the room further deepens the reverie, a gentle wisdom and unfulfilled promise haunting the present moment. This meditation on the past is interrupted by Konstantin Konstantinovich, a Greek lender and acquaintance. Their exchange is civil and subtle, a careful negotiation of pride, necessity, and mutual respect, tinged with the silent acknowledgement of the Count's changed circumstances. Konstantin, recognizing Rostov's discreet approach to raising funds, examines a gold coin minted for Catherine the Great, quickly assessing its worth. Their deal is concluded with the professional understanding of men aware of how fast fortunes can change. The conversation also reveals a reputation that precedes Rostov. Konstantin recognizes him not for his need, but for his artistry, especially as a poet. There's a moment of quiet candor, with Rostov denying that more poetry will come from him. Konstantin's reply encapsulates a gentle regret, acknowledging that the loss of such a voice is a diminishment for all. After the Greek's departure, attention shifts to the hotel's internal world, especially the Boyarsky, its celebrated restaurant tucked discreetly on the second floor. This section of the narrative offers a microcosm of the world Rostov now inhabits, a stage where the pageantry of high society is preserved even as the broader reality has irrevocably shifted under Bolshevik rule. Once, the Boyarsky was open to the city's elite, its reputation built on the talents of its chef, Emil Zhukovsky, and the deft hands of Andrei the maître d'. Now, policies bar most Muscovites from entering, and the restaurant has fallen eerily silent, the old energy replaced by a subdued awkwardness. Yet even in this diminished world, excellence persists in unexpected form. The chef, renowned in times of abundance, proves his genius under the new regime's shortages. Necessity has become the mother of culinary invention. Tonight's saltimbocca, assembled from unlikely substitutes, is a testament to skill under constraint. Rostov, connoisseur and critic, detects the replacement for sage in his meal, nettles, prompting a rare moment of competitiveness and respect between patron and culinary artists. The efficient, almost balletic, service of Andrei is recounted with admiration, as each of his gestures, pulling chairs, lighting cigarettes, recommending wine, is described as both functional and touched by artistry, a faint echo of the world that was. All these details reinforce the theme that refinement, dignity and small pleasures can survive, even thrive, in the margins of restriction if only by the ingenuity and pride of those determined to maintain them. After his meal, Rostov reflects on what it means to master his restricted life. He dismisses dramatic models of other famous captives, Count of Monte Cristo's Revenge, Cervantes' unwritten epics, Napoleon's imperial dreams as ill-suited to his temperament and circumstance. Instead, he casts himself as a kind of Robinson Crusoe, whose success on an island of exile depends not on grandiosity, but on attending meticulously to the practicalities of daily survival and comfort. This philosophy becomes his custom: study the lay of the land, gather resources, adapt, and find purpose within narrowed possibilities. To this end, Rostov's 3 notes, sent out in the morning, are not only for money, but also for devices that will make confinement bearable. The responses are tangible: the arrival of linens, soap, and, poetically, a meal-fuel pastry in a box matching the girl's apron from his fantasy. These gifts reinforce the idea that acts of will and adaptation, however minor they seem, are in themselves a kind of quiet agency, a way to assert oneself against the encroaching void. Throughout the day, the chapter meticulously contrasts Rostov's internal and external worlds. Privations are countered by small, deliberate acts of selection and memory. Relationships with staff and acquaintances are tenderly chronicled, revealing subtle class dynamics in the waning days of their relevance. The shifting hotel environment serves as a stage for both downward mobility and the preservation of grace under pressure. Ultimately, in every detail from the cat's survey of the room to the meticulous paring down of possessions to the complexities of a meal at Boyarsky, there is the persistent assertion of personhood. Rather than being mastered by circumstance, Rostov shapes his environment, maintaining dignity and a sense of self through discipline, taste, memory, and the smallest gestures of culture and refinement. There is an acceptance of limitation, but not surrender. The Count, stripped of title, wealth, and freedom, affirms himself through modest rituals, small alliances, the pleasure of a page well read, and the satisfaction born not of plenty, but of ingenuity in want. As the 12 bells ring through the Hotel Metropol, Count Alexander Rostov experiences anticipation and excitement unmatched even by the highest moments in opera or drama. Today, the midday chimes are not mere markers of time, but harbingers of an eagerly awaited routine. His appointment with Yaroslav the barber. The narrative unfolds in a measured, almost playful tone, drawing comparisons between this moment and legendary romantic or joyous stories, underscoring the Count's deep appreciation for the simple structure his confinement affords him. The morning begins with the Count's cultivated routine. He resolutely distracts himself from lingering thoughts or temptations of the outside world, prepares himself in careful fashion, and, with breakfast complete, intends to read Montaigne's essays as a means to occupy the hours until his appointment. The book itself is imposing, a dense volume, daunting and comprehensive. Its table of contents comprises essays on timeless human themes such as constancy, sadness, solitude, and sleep. The Count regards it as a work best suited to the quiet isolation and introspection of winter, imagining it as a companion for solitary, snowbound nights when all others retreat indoors. Setting sail upon Montaigne's philosophical sea, the Count attempts to immerse himself in the essay's arguments, how one should plead for mercy or remain proud in the face of adversity, whether sadness is to be shared or borne alone. The essay's dialectic, oscillating between contradictory yet equally valid viewpoints, draws the Count's mind through a familiar intellectual dance. Yet, despite his intellectual engagement, he struggles to concentrate. The clock's gentle, precise ticking proves an irresistible siren call, distracting him repeatedly. Its craftsmanship, a family heirloom made for his father by the famed Breguet, commands his attention almost as much as the text. Each tick is described with poetic reverence, the clock's appearance and mechanics rendering it an object of beauty and precision, and a metaphor for the inexorable passage of time. Trying to escape the clock's allure, the Count physically moves his chair to avoid its sightline, but soon finds himself lost in the pages, unable to recall his exact place, a subtle nod to the sometimes circular, almost futile effort to master time or memory. He gently mocks his own distraction, asking Montaigne if life is always one step forward and two steps back, as if the philosopher himself could respond to his predicament. Determined to assert himself, the Count endeavours to reach the 25th essay without pause. Each essay, dispatched in quick sequence, becomes an achievement, spurring him onwards with renewed purpose. Despite his industrious intentions, he finds the book stretching endlessly before him, likening it to a Sahara desert, ever receding horizons and mounting fatigue. The effort to progress feels Sisyphean. He persists, even as the hours slip by. The poetic transition from reading to action is marked by the tolling of noon. The clock's chimes spark a shift in mood. The once passively waiting Count springs to life. Montaigne's tome is cast aside, and the Count bounds from his quarters and into the heart of his daily ritual. The vividness with which the Count responds to this temporal signal illustrates the critical role of small, structured routines in preserving his sense of autonomy and self-respect in the midst of enforced stasis. Descending into the Metropol's lower levels, the narrative shifts to a panoramic homage to the downstairs world that supports the elegance of the upstairs. The hotel's service corridors once buzzed with commerce and artistry. Newsstands with international headlines, now reduced to Russian only, flower shops that navigated the subtleties of social codes through blooms. In the wake of revolution, loss is evident. Flower shops shuttered, their era ended. But the Count's inner optimism remains, as he recalls that even Paris recovered its glory after historical trauma. In this, the Count's ability to find hope amidst decline and adaptation is highlighted. He is both a witness to the past and a seeker of new meaning. At the far end waits the barber shop, described with metaphorical affection as the hotel's Switzerland symbolic of neutrality, order, and timelessness. The significance of this ritual is not lost. In a world overtaken by chaos and uncertainty, the Count maintains a hold on dignity through his unbroken tradition of weekly grooming. The barbershop itself is a shrine to cosmopolitan luxury. Soaps from France, lathers from Britain, and Italian tonics. Yaroslav, the master barber, is depicted as both artist and performer, wielding his scissors in a choreography reminiscent of ballet or Cossack dance. Even the barbershop cabinet, gleaming with meticulously displayed wares, serves as a reminder of a world where grace and beauty matter, details that represent a larger, vanishing civilization. The anticipated calm of the ritual is abruptly disrupted by a confrontation. A heavy-set, impatient customer objects to the Count's precedence. His anger intensifying into a small act of violence, he forcibly snips the right wing of the Count's mustache. The physicality of the encounter is brief, but laced with peril and humiliation, suggesting the underlying tensions of a society where class privilege, personal ritual, and expectations come up against new realities and personal frustration. Yaroslav is mortified, but the Count's response is unexpectedly gracious. He considers his own presumption, his lifelong privilege, his standing appointment, had seemed self-evident. But the world has changed. Perhaps, the Count muses, he ought to have ceded his place. In sympathy, he reflects on the possible history of his assailant. A worker, soldier, or now a manager, someone profoundly shaped by the tides of recent Russian upheaval. Faced with his altered appearance, the Count contemplates the nature of self-perception and identity. He muses that mirrors, for all their seeming honesty, often deceive those who gaze into them, allowing for self-delusion and the maintenance of obsolete vanities. True revelation, he suggests, arrives in rare moments when one is forced to see not who one wishes to be, but who one has become. This act now requiring him to shed the mustache altogether signals a quiet reckoning. The episode closes with the Count requesting a clean shave, ready to make peace with change by embracing a new aspect of himself, his dignity preserved not in appearance, but in composure and acceptance. This moment encapsulates the themes of adaptation, resilience, and grace, the means by which the Count survives, and perhaps even thrives, within the ever-shifting confines of his world. Within the walls of the Hotel Metropol, main dining takes place in two venues, the refined, exclusivist Boyarsky and the bustling, cosmopolitan Piazza, which the Count regards as a miniature extension of the city itself, a crossroads welcoming people of all backgrounds to mingle around a marble fountain beneath a glass ceiling. Unlike the Boyarsky, with its subtlety of service and cuisine, the Piazza's charm lies in its diversity and its role as a stage for public life, a place where chance encounters and conversations unfold amid its 80 tables. Its staff, prior to the war, prided themselves on efficiency and attention to detail, managing the crowd with deftness and a pragmatic touch. Seating parties swiftly, recalling regulars' preferences even above the din of a small orchestra, and guiding hesitant diners towards specialties, all the while maintaining an agile flow from order-taking to the rapid settlement of checks. On one particular afternoon, however, the Count finds himself served not by the seasoned waiters of the Piazza's heyday, but by a new staff member, a tall, thin young man bearing a cool, clerical demeanor and an air of superiority, earning the moniker, the Bishop. The Bishop neither clears the extra place settings when the Count sits alone nor picks up of service. The awkwardness is compounded by an inappropriate wine recommendation offering a sauterne with a kroshka and sole, which is met with corrective patience from the Count, who opts instead for a bottle of Chateau de Baudelaire, an indulgence meant to lift his morale amid a period of restless ennui. The Count is experiencing the encroachment of tedium brought about by his prolonged confinement. His days are measured with routine exactitude. descending to the lobby at a precise hour for lunch, scanning headlines with unconscious gestures reminiscent of past grandeur, and then returning to his Spartan attic quarters, counting the steps and minutes until he is permitted the relief of participation in another small ritual. He feels the constriction of the hotel, as if the walls themselves are closing in, threatened by the claustrophobia of monotony. During his solitary meal, the Count surveys the dining room, a sparse landscape occupied by diplomats idling through the remains of a political era and solitary guests submerged in paperwork. The atmosphere is subdued, and none acknowledge his presence except for a young girl, notable for her persistent tendency to dress in yellow and her frank, curious gaze. Seated with her governess, the child has an air of self-possession. When she notices the Count's attention, she retreats behind her menu, but soon materializes beside his table, direct, unembarrassed, and brimming with questions. This girl, whom the staff sources identify as the daughter of a widowed Ukrainian bureaucrat, immediately points out the glaring absence of the Count's mustaches and intimate and peculiar query breaching all norms of decorum. With playful wit, the Count likens their seasonal disappearance to swallows traveling elsewhere for the summer. A response that satisfies her curiosity and sparks her to reveal her own plans to travel to the Black Sea. She makes herself comfortable at his table, ignoring adult conventions and prompting a discomfited Count to check for any intervention from her clearly disengaged governess. With the ease of one practiced at interrogative dialogue, she bombards the Count with questions about his status as a Count, his acquaintance with princesses, and the hardships of aristocratic life. Their exchanges reveal both her precociousness and her exposure to the prevailing Soviet view of the aristocracy. She echoes her father's opinion that princesses are relics of a decadent, vanquished era, though she distinguishes this dogma from her own blossoming curiosity and skepticism. The conversation turns to food. Unsatisfied with her own lunch, she accepts the Count's offer to share his fish, consuming it voraciously, and with simple honesty remarking on its taste. The girl's inquiries expand to the daily routine of princesses, dancing at balls, and life in castles. The Count responds with a gentle, playful nostalgia, balancing honesty with the preservation of childhood fantasy. She reveals insight into adult relationships by insisting, with the certainty of youth, that a woman is always involved in disputes among men, prompting the Count to recount a hotel legend of a duel rooted in honor between an admiral and a prince in Metropol's own lobby. He narrates the particulars of Russian dueling etiquette, appointments of seconds, negotiations of weapons and terms, and the almost ritualistic nature of offense and apology. The incident is recounted with both gravity and humor, delicately linking the realities of aristocratic codes with their romanticization in Russian literature. The girl, in turn, references Pushkin's Fate in a Duel, demonstrating both her education and her capacity for literary thought. As lunch concludes, she departs with an oddly formal, off-kilter curtsy, leaving the Count to muse that her company has against all expectation offset his isolation. She delivers a final, earnest judgment. She prefers his countenance without mustaches, a disarming, almost tender note that encapsulates her unaffected perspective. The Count, later that evening, seeks the quiet refuge of the Shalyapin bar, once the social centre of the triumphant pre-revolution Metropol, but now transformed into a sombre chapel of habit and reflection. The bartender, Audrius, assists the Count through a moment of inebriated forgetfulness and provides cordial company as the Count continues ruminating, this time aloud, on the peculiar Russian enthusiasm for dueling. Drawing on literary references, Pushkin's Eugene Onegin, Tolstoy's War and Peace, Turgenev's Fathers and Sons, Dostoevsky's The Brothers Karamazov, the Count contemplates the grandeur and spectacle of the Russian approach to matters of honor. He theorizes that duels, once reserved for legitimate grievances, devolved into flamboyant displays over increasingly trivial slights, the beauty and emotional resonance of the setting becoming as important as the substance of the offense. As the night deepens and the Count finds himself struggling with the implications of his confinement and the shifting rules of society, he returns to his quarters, the long way eschewing the elevator, as tradition demands. He pauses to ponder, Not only the literary trope of dueling in Russian culture, but the very Russian capacity to seek nobility and drama in even the most futile or faded aspects of life. The tradition, he concludes, owes its persistence not simply to violence or harshness, but to an irrepressible national yearning for the glorious and the grandiose, a trait both mocked and memorialized in the stories the Count tells and lives by, even as the old world recedes ever further from view. Through this single day's interaction, the narrative sets in motion one of the most formative relationships of the Count's years in confinement, his acquaintanceship with the girl in yellow, whose open curiosity and disregard for social barriers offer him reprieve from isolation, and a reminder of the bittersweet continuities of Russian culture, history and humor, even as both personal and public worlds are irrevocably altered. The chapter unfolds with Count Alexander Rostov attending a formal tea with Nina Kulikova, a young girl living in the Hotel Metropol. Their meeting occurs in the hotel's coffeehouse, where the Count, guided by an ingrained sensitivity to etiquette, arrives early and carefully selects a table. The encounter is marked by a sense of ritual and social formality, respecting the traditions both of the aristocracy and the rhythms of public life, even in constrained circumstances. As thunderclouds gather over Theatre Square and the pair exchange superficial comments about the weather, the narrative quickly shifts to more substantial topics. A transition the Count finds appropriate and almost essential in such settings. Nina, displaying a characteristic mix of youthful seriousness and impatience, moves the conversation to the rules of being a princess. Her inquiry is not whimsical but earnest. She seeks insight into the codes of conduct expected of those raised in privilege, specifically the refinements of manner and behavior that mark aristocratic society. The Count, momentarily thrown by the request, gathers himself and responds by listing traits cultivated in those of noble birth: mastery of the liberal arts, manners, posture, and respect for elders, regardless of social class. The discussion pauses on the topic of posture. Nina questions whether this is truly part of manners, prompting the Count to explain its social implications. A straight posture connotes self-possession and interest, in opposition to slouching, which suggests indifference or laziness. Prompted, Nina makes a visible effort to adjust her own posture, absorbing the lesson. Utilizing anecdote as a teaching tool, the Count introduces the idea of respect for elders by recounting the tale of Princess Golitsyn and the crone of Kudrovo. In the story, the princess forgoes her own evening of social pleasure, prioritizing compassion and gratitude for the older woman by accompanying her all the way to Kudrovo rather than simply sending her own carriage. This tale, colored by the elaborate rituals of Russian nobility, demonstrates the Count's belief that gratitude to one's elders extends beyond class boundaries and encompasses all who contribute to the progress of society. Nina listens with a blend of skepticism and intrigue. Her expectation of storybook romance imagining a marriage between the princess and the blacksmith's son is comically upended by the ordinary conclusion provided by the Count. Yet, she acknowledges the virtue in the princess's actions and appears to accept, at least for the moment, the lesson of generosity and gratitude. The conversation then shifts to the mechanics of manners, particularly the terms please and better than you. When Nina accepts tea cakes without the expected pleasantries, the Count seizes the moment to offer a gentle correction, articulating that etiquette isn't simply a menu from which one chooses at leisure. Nina, however, displays her independent and analytical nature, arguing against the automatic deployment of thank you, especially in instances where the offering was unsolicited. Despite the Count's attempt to uphold the authority of tradition, Nina's challenge is playful yet pointed. She suspects the arbitrariness of social rules and isn't afraid to contest their logic. Their exchange becomes a dynamic interplay of experience and youth, conservatism and questioning, as Nina leaves the Count with the impression that while she is willing to improve her posture and adopt certain conventions, she will persist in thinking critically about the origins and intent of social customs. Through this episode, the narrative gently exposes the erosion of old-world rituals under the gaze of a new, practical generation. The Count's mentorship becomes less about imposing rules and more about engaging in a dialogue, a meeting of minds in which tradition is interrogated and reimagined, even within the microcosm of the Metropol. Their tea, thus, becomes not only a lesson in etiquette, but also a moment of subtle generational exchange, reflecting themes of continuity and change woven throughout their constrained but resilient lives. The chapter opens in the familiar grand setting of the Hotel Metropol, yet at an unconventional hour for its main protagonist, Count Alexander Rostov. He finds himself surrounded by the rituals and routines that have come to both define and confine his life under house arrest. On this particular July evening, a sense of clandestine adventure is set in motion by Nina Kulikova, the precocious girl who has become his companion and guide in the mysteries of the hotel. She signals to the Count from behind a palm, her covert urgency belying the rather banal announcement that the gentleman has gone out to dine. It is this encounter that initiates the chapter's central motif, the discovery of freedoms and perspectives within the very boundaries of confinement. As the Count and Nina ascend the staircase and navigate the hotel's corridors, attention is drawn to the way a place so familiar can still contain uncharted rooms, unknown secrets, and immutable symbols of both loss and continuity. The whimsical detour to study a long-legged bird in the stained glass, a momentary pause, prompted by the accidental appearance of another guest, highlights the blend of innocent curiosity and tactical discretion necessary to move unseen through this microcosmic world. The narrative then slips backward to contextualize the Count's present restlessness. He has lapsed into ennui as the weeks of confinement stretch into months and years, experiencing a suffocating awareness of time's repetition and the diminishment of purpose. The prose likens the Count's situation to that of mythic heroes guided through labyrinths by clever, resourceful companions. For Theseus, it was Ariadne. For Odysseus, Tiresias. For Dante, Virgil. For Count Rostov, it is Nina, a 9-year-old girl whose own version of house arrest has made her a cartographer of the hotel's every avenue and alcove. Nina's existence in the hotel is itself marked by exclusion. Though her father's posting is temporary, she remains unenrolled in school and is discouraged from venturing outside. Her governess, more attuned to provincial caution than metropolitan opportunity, curtails her exposure to corruption beyond the hotel doors. Consequently, Nina methodically explores the Metropol, transforming what could be a stultifying and narrow world into one of endless resource and expansion. Her sense of the hotel grows to stretch, figuratively, alongside Moscow itself, and, with enough imagination, could encompass the breadth of Russia. The Count, so long considering himself a connoisseur of the Metropol's external and ceremonial spaces, now recognizes how superficial his knowledge truly is. Emboldened, or perhaps rescued by his young protégé, he experiences the hotel anew. Nina's tours begin at the bottom, delving into the subterranean network of the basement, the boiler room, and the electrical hub. The rooms downstairs are imbued with both practical secrets: the best spot to burn illicit love letters in the furnace, the perfect lever to black out the ballroom and commit a bit of daring-do, and a sense of childlike adventure. The relationship that unfolds between the Count and Nina is one of mentor and mentee, but also of co-conspirators. Their respective imprisonments, a nobleman by decree, a child by circumstance, create a natural alliance. Nina teaches the Count that his prior experiences were only glimpses from the upper decks of the metaphorical steamship that is the Metropol. He, like so many privileged travelers, believed he knew the whole journey when, in fact, the lower levels teem with an unseen, bustling life essential to the hotel's operation and character. As they roam, Nina lifts the veil on a backstage world of sorting rooms, pantries, and closets where abandoned novels and forgotten umbrellas collect dust. The apogee of their adventure is reached when she produces her prized possession: a passkey, disguised as a pendant, which opens every lock. The two enter a hidden treasure room, lined from floor to ceiling with the hotel's untouched silver service and Sèvres china. This trove stirs memories of aristocratic extravagance and prompts a discussion on the nature, and persistence of pomp. The Bolsheviks may have toppled the luxury and excess of the Romanovs, yet even their ascetic idealism cannot eradicate the human appetite for ceremony. The new regime's leaders soon to be ensconced at their own banquets, raising glasses and gesturing for more asparagus are depicted as inheritors rather than destroyers of rituals. Pomp lies dormant, ready to reassert its dominion over history and kings. Within this room and among these relics, Nina's questions pierce the veneer of nostalgia. She marvels at the specialized implements, at the asparagus server and summoner bell in the shape of a Marie Antoinette figurine used to signal servants. Each object is saturated with its own ceremonial purpose, testament to a lost world, but also to the ways in which ritual survives transformation. Nina's curriculum is thorough. She tutors the Count in the labyrinthine logic of the hotel, from its communications infrastructure, the switchboard and sorting rooms, to the vantage points of its upper floors. Here, decorum is breached, not for prurience but for perspective. Every suite offers a different view of the city, the seasons, the rhythms of Russian life. Nina catalogues which rooms afford the best view of parades or fruit sellers, which windows are best for snowballing, which perch allows one to witness the grandeur of the Bolshoi's illuminated facade. On their final evening tour, Nina leads the Count to Suite 317, his own former home. The scene inside is a poignant tableau of ordinary comfort. A newspaper folded beside a tea service, a suggestion of leisure and liberty, of a civilized hour that the Count can now only glimpse from outside. The current resident carries on the habits of genteel living that once defined the Count's existence, calling for tea, reading the newspaper, awaiting dinner reminders of freedoms that have slipped beyond reach. Returning to his own meagre room, the Count contemplates the severe limitations of his life, its compressed space crowded by the bare essentials. Yet Nina's teachings echo in his mind. In this hotel there are always rooms behind rooms, and doors behind doors. Upon inspection of his closet, he realizes that an adjacent long unused chamber can be accessed through a concealed panel. With patient, if clumsy, effort hammering and hauling, suffering the inevitable bruised thumb, he breaches this hidden space and transforms it into a study. Here, he reclaims pieces of his past, a rug, a lamp, his small bookcase, his sister's portrait, and a selection of novels salvaged from the basement. The creation of this clandestine room inverts the logic of imprisonment. If a room defined by others is suffocating, a secret room, no matter how small, represents a boundless expanse for the self. The study is a sanctuary for memory, spirit, and imagination. It is furnished, not with bare utilities, but with the meaningful tokens of his aristocratic life and the tools of intellectual engagement. The chapter's final movement sees the Count savoring the pleasures of solitude and freedom, even within confinement. He takes a book, a long-beloved one, already read 2 or 3 times before, and re-enters its world with undiminished delight, echoing Tolstoy's famous opening on the nature of happiness and family. The Count, newly anchored in his secret study, embraces the possibility that, within even the strictest confines, space can be claimed for the soul. This small victory of spirit, quiet, resourceful, and self-authored, is the prevailing note of the chapter, symbolizing resilience and ingenuity in the face of diminished circumstances. The interplay between restriction and discovery, between the visible and the secret, thus becomes the true subject of this episode. Through Nina's guidance, the Count realizes that the hotel, like Russia, like life itself, never fully reveals its mysteries to a complacent observer. Only by venturing around and about, by refusing resignation and assuming the posture of the explorer, can moments of grace and expansiveness are found. The Metropol, far from shrinking around its prisoners, becomes, through the right guidance, curiosity, and subtle acts of resistance, a map of possibility and survival. Nina, ever vibrant and persistent, draws Count Rostov into one of her clandestine adventures within the Hotel Metropol, this time to the narrow and dusty balcony of the ballroom. The Count is initially hesitant, citing not only the physical discomfort experienced during previous excursions, such as tearing the seam of his Savile Row trousers and enduring a painful crick in his neck, but also his general aversion to political assemblies, which he finds to be tedious regardless of the ideology being argued. But Nina's mixture of youthful curiosity and teasing finally prevails, and the Count soon finds himself once more huddled uncomfortably by the balustrade, peering down at yet another assembly in progress. The assemblies, it is noted, have become a frequent occurrence at the Metropol over the summer, reflecting in microcosm the broader societal transformations afoot in Soviet Russia. Here, clusters of men stream through the lobby and into the ballroom to debate various matters, forming committees, congresses, caucuses, each gathering to decide upon codes, actions, and the eternal problems of governance across new revolutionary nomenclature. From the vantage point above, the Count and Nina witness the gathering storm below. Over 100 men claiming their seats, animated conversations, cigarettes glinting as three imposing figures take their place at the dais. Although the room has undergone a transformation in its purpose and personnel from past grandeur under chandeliers with noble guests and imperial customs to the present throng of Bolshevik workers, the Count cannot help but reflect on the striking similarities that persist. The forms of respect, the desire for recognition, and the archetypes of social behavior all remain. Deferential greetings paid to venerable revolutionaries, ambitious men working the room for influence, and the calculated entrance of noteworthy latecomers. Even the attire, while now favouring canvas over cashmere and patches over epaulettes, serves the same social signalling as the aristocratic uniforms of old. A bureaucrat seated at the dais adopts the same deliberate sartorial choices as would his predecessors, not out of necessity, but from a desire to appear united with the hardened working class. The assembly in question is for the All-Russian Union of Railway Workers. Proceedings commence briskly, with 6 administrative matters dispatched efficiently. Yet, as is often the case in such gatherings, a minor linguistic conundrum soon derails the momentum. The proposed amendment of the union's charter involves the debate over a single verb, facilitate, which is found lacking in energy and grandeur to describe the heroic labours of the railway workers. Voices rise from across the room, rejecting the limp legalism of facilitate, a verb. One delegate jeers, better suited for helping a lady with her jacket than for the noble toil of railwaymen. Alternatives abound, each loaded with greater perceived vigour: spur, propel, empower. The debate intensifies with rhetorical grandstanding, catcalls and rounds of applause. The temperature in the balcony climbs towards stifling as the passions below flare, threatening to tip over into chaos. Finally, a shy young man proposes a compromise to enable and ensure words broad enough to encompass both the building and maintenance of the great railway system. The suggestion is embraced across the hall and appears set for ratification until one gaunt office worker objects in the name of poetic concision that the pairing of words is unnecessary when a single phrase will suffice. His pedantry is met with derision and bawdy humour, as a burly worker retorts, "The male of the species was endowed with a pair when a single might have sufficed," prompting thunderous applause. The resolution to replace facilitate with enable and ensure carries, winning unanimous support, marked by applause and foot-stomping. Watching from his uncomfortable perch, the Count must concede that political debate can occasionally reach an energy and humour not without its own peculiar charm. Their clandestine gathering over, Nina and the Count retreat from their hiding place. The Count, pleased with his own observations on the parallels between past and present society, how the rituals of power, influence, and self-importance transcend the trappings of government and ideology, prepares a witty response for Nina. But Nina, carried away by the excitement of the assembly and bubbling with questions about travel and the overlooked efforts behind the operation of trains, launches into her own line of reasoning. She prompts the Count to recall his own experiences riding trains, listening to the rhythmic clatter and conversation, but then challenges him to consider the unseen physical labour and the logistical marvel that brings coal to the engine and tracks to remote places. Confronted by her insight, the Count is rendered thoughtful and admits his own prior lack of consideration for these hidden mechanisms, acknowledging Nina's youthful capacity to see the world from a fresh perspective and her growing appreciation for systems and endeavors previously invisible to her. Nina's curiosity, and her shift from fascination with the fantasies of princesshood to the gritty realities of workers' assemblies, highlights both the universality of growing up and the shifting values of a new era. This becomes even clearer when, moments later, Marina, the hotel's seamstress, remarks that all little girls outgrow their interest in princesses, often more quickly than little boys outgrow their interest in clambering about. The Count is thus left reflecting on the passage of time, the adaptability required both by individuals and societies, and the quietly poignant process by which innocence yields to experience. Following his sartorial mishap, yet another torn seam, the Count seeks out Marina for necessary repairs. The sewing room, once bustling with 3 seamstresses wielding American machines like the fates of myth, has been reduced by the upheavals of revolution to a single occupant. The sewing machines, now presumably nationalized, gather dust, while Marina alone maintains the dignity and utility of the hotel's linens and garments. In this small episode, the Count finds a mirror of the broader transformations at work, where once were collaborative endeavors and personal artistry, now isolation and triage predominate. As Marina mends his trousers, the Count recounts the events of the assembly, conceding both its ridiculousness and its energy. He notes that Nina is now taken with the purposeful clamor of political activity rather than the ceremonies of royalty. Marina's observation about the changing interests of children offers a gentle lesson. Time moves on, and so too must the obsessions and amusements of each generation. Departing from Marina's company, with freshly repaired trousers and a wry smile, the Count nearly collides with Petya, a young bellhop, whose dismay and lost cap are quickly but kindly remedied. Petya relays a summoning from Mr. Halecki, the elusive manager of the Metropol, whose rare invitations have an aura of gravity. The Count, intrigued and slightly apprehensive, follows Petya through the back corridors, reflecting on Halecki's managerial style, a master of delegation, rarely seen except under circumstances of urgency or ceremony. The hotel, under his unseen hand, continues to function with near-flawless precision, its air of continuity masking the deeper undercurrents of change and improvisation necessitated by the times. Inside Halecki's office, a spare, impressively neat domain adorned with English hunting prints, the Count is greeted with practiced formality. The conversation, slow and tinged with mutual politeness, circles around to the true purpose. The issue of honorifics and the use of Your Excellency by the staff. In the new Soviet world, such titles are anachronistic, potentially dangerous. Halecki must, he explains with some embarrassment, insist that these forms of address be discontinued. The Count, understanding both the personal awkwardness and the broader political necessity, consents gracefully. He muses privately on the transience of honorifics, the relentless forward motion of history, and the fading relevance of many once cherished rituals and items. Honorifics, hunting horns, beautiful but no longer needed artifacts. Left alone momentarily as Halecki attends to other business, the Count allows himself a brief moment of mischief and curiosity. Recalling a story from the Grand Duke, he discovers a hidden panel in the office wall. Behind it rests a finely crafted inlaid box with brass fittings, a relic of the aristocratic past, preserved in secrecy even as the age it belonged to has been erased or driven underground. The Count's delight at this discovery encapsulates his attitude toward the relics and rituals of a lost world: appreciative, melancholic, and quietly resolute. In this chapter, the elegant choreography of hotel life becomes itself a metaphor for the broader Russian society in tumult, where new forms arise grafted imperfectly onto the bones of the old, and where individuals must navigate not only their own small mishaps but also the epochal shifts of history. The Count's gentle humor, reflective temperament, and openness to both loss and adaptation stand as testaments to human resilience and the enduring value of culture, curiosity, and quietly observed ritual. The narrative opens with Count Rostov re-establishing his ritual of a nightly aperitif in the Shalyapin bar, where he encounters 3 young ballerinas, new recruits, marked by both the physical ideal for Gorsky's ballet corps and an air of innocent naivety. The Count, whose days of active romantic pursuit are behind him, nevertheless engages the girls kindly, commenting on their beauty, discussing their home provinces, and offering to pay for their wine. His tone is avuncular, interested in their stories but aware of their vulnerability in the big city. He entertains them with a sleight-of-hand card trick, noting each girl's differing reaction, innocence, romanticism, and skepticism, hinting at the countless archetypes and personalities that drift through the hotel. Just as the trick commences, the Count is quietly interrupted by Arkady, the desk captain, whose agitation signals an unusual event in the hotel. Arkady relates the unfolding of a small but telling dispute. An elderly party member, Comrade Tarakovsky, resident in Suite 317, the Count's old suite, had been accosted by an insistent, unidentified gentleman. The intruder, unpacified by Tarakovsky's indignant explanations, had forcibly searched the rooms, even entering where Mrs. Tarakovsky was occupied on a mysterious errand, claiming older party membership than Tarakovsky himself, a claim made all the more striking by Tarakovsky's advanced age. The entire incident is reported with a touch of hotel gossip, blending bureaucratic absurdity with social farce, which typifies the Metropol's unique microcosm. A space perpetually caught between Soviet rigidity and the peculiarities of its residents. The tension of the anecdote is then converted into surprise when the identity of the visitor is revealed by the Count. It is none other than Mikhail Fyodorovich Mindych, Mishka, the Count's closest friend since youth. Their reunion is characterized by a warmth that transcends the constraints of age and circumstance. The narrative takes a reflective turn, using Mishka's appearance as an occasion for memory and exploration of the past. The friendship between Mishka and the Count is painted in rich colors, emphasizing their complementary but contrasting backgrounds. While the Count represents privilege, wit, and aristocratic ease, Mishka is the product of humble means, intellectual rigor, and bookish solitude. Despite their apparent disparity, their alliance was forged through a mutual defense against hostility and difference, a vivid tableau of their first encounters at university, when they literally fought back-to-back against adversity, bonding through blood and bruises. Recalling days as students, the narrative underscores their divergent personalities. The Count as a socialite who relished invitations, and Mishka as an introvert, content to stay in and consume literature, then pace fervently in meditation or passionate debate with the written word. This restless pacing is portrayed as inherent to Mishka. An image of him wearing thin the carpets is both literal and symbolic, representing his constant search for meaning and truth. The metaphor is extended as the narrative acknowledges his abrupt intrusion and subsequent agitation in current events as consistent with his lifelong tendencies. The reunion leads the friends through an exploration of the Count's current modest accommodations in the attic, a far cry from his prior splendor. Mishka surveys the surviving tokens of Idlhar, the Rostov family estate. Among the Count's possessions, artifacts that serve as physical remnants and emotional links to a vanished world. This visit triggers a flood of memories, reconstructing the rhythms and rituals of aristocratic life. The Count's generosity, his grandmother's sharp wit and alliance with rebellious youth, his sister Helena's warmth, all are evoked through vignettes of summers at Idlhar, filled with humor, familial banter, and the easy companionship of youth. Special attention is given to the figure of Helena, whose recurring question, "What is to become of you, Alexander?" is dissected. Each important person in the Count's life asked this question, filtered through their own expectations or affections. For the Grand Duke, it was a rhetorical condemnation. For the Countess, it was indulgent. But for Helena, it was an open curiosity, a genuine belief that a future of meaning and substance might yet await him. The fragmentary days at Idlhar, marked by the conventions of nobility, suffused with art and nature, peopled with relatives and friends, are memorialized as Elysian, forever part of the past but preserved in memory through rituals and relics. The narrative then draws a contrast between the era of the Count's youth and the social reality of Mishka's worldview, particularly visible in the context of gatherings commemorating the dead, such as the tribute to the Count's parents with a glass of Chateauneuf du Pape, and the larger framework of Russian historical transition. The past is catalogued not only in familial memories, but in the photograph of the Treaty of Portsmouth signatories, a physical document of a time when the Count's family held influence, and Russia's place in the world was differently defined. Returning to the present, the conversation shifts to Mishka's stated purpose in Moscow. Planning the first Congress of the Russian Association of Proletarian Writers, reshapes. His excitement is palpable. He describes the coming together of previously diverging literary talents, names now synonymous with Russian modernism, in the shadow and throes of the Soviet project, into a new poetic union. Mishka is given to enthusiastic speeches, his pacing accentuating his fervor. He draws a comparison to archaeology, referencing the Danish scientist Thomson's classification of human history into the Stone, Bronze, and Iron Ages, but extends the metaphor. Each era's moral and spiritual development mirrors its technological advent. Mishka traces the evolution from the rough morality and primitive ideas of the Stone Age through the device and power struggles of the Bronze Age, crown, coin, and sword, to the transformative forces of the Iron Age, steam engine, printing press, gun. Mishka pronounces that they now stand at the dawn of the Age of Steel, marked by monumental technological achievements, power stations, radio towers, skyscrapers, signifying not just material advancement, but a parallel moral progression for Russian society, a possible end to ignorance and oppression, and the dream of a brotherhood of man. Caught up in this vision, Mishka insists that art, and especially poetry, is evolving as well. Moving past the ornamentation of earlier forms, Soviet poetry aspires to universality, action, and forward motion, in harmony with the spirit of the age. Notably, the Count, ever the observer, reflects that he might once have dismissed such fiery rhetoric, with its manifestos, plural pronouns, and proclamations, as naive youthfulness or social pretension. But coming from Mishka, and in this charged historical moment, it elicits admiration, for there is recognition that sometimes history abruptly realigns in such a way as to bring the dreams and desires of lives, formerly out of step, into perfect resonance with the time. Emphasizing this reversal of fortune, the text describes Mishka, the perennial outsider, more comfortable in solitude and reflection, finally finding the world's momentum shifting to match his deepest convictions. For Mishka, it is as if, after years sailing on strange seas, he awakens to see familiar stars above. Everything previously endured now appears necessary to reach this understanding, granting him clarity and purpose. The night concludes with the ritual sound of the twice-tolling clock at midnight, a symbolic marker of measured existence and the passage of time. The friends, buoyed by memory, camaraderie, and shared wine, propose toasts to those living and dead, to places long vanished and ideals still cherished, and homaged to all that has formed them and endures, even in a world so altered from that of their youth. The chapter, thus, weaves palpable nostalgia, acute historical consciousness, and the enduring power of human connection against the backdrop of Russia's tumultuous transformation. As evening falls on a wintry December day, Count Alexander Rostov moves through the familiar corridors of the Hotel Metropol, unexpectedly encountering a tangible breath of winter cold. Investigating, he discovers it emanates from the coat room, left momentarily unattended. Amid the coats, each still carrying the palpable presence of the Moscow winter, the Count's imagination is triggered by the mink and sable garments, relics of old elegance, lingering habits from an era quickly vanishing beneath the weight of Soviet utilitarianism. He pictures their owners' possible journeys through the city. Sleek cars, stately sleighs echoing the old aristocratic traditions, and the romantic tableau of snowbound Moscow, its iconic statues and bustling boulevards. The fur-scented air and solitary moment amongst luxurious coats slip the Count into a reverie about Christmases past. His own childhood on the family estate, shared with his beloved sister Helena. Memories unfurl of nights riding their troika across the countryside, wrapped in furs, calling on neighbors, braving the cold that seemed less formidable when accompanied by festive spirits. The warmth of familial gatherings, music that erases the boundary between age and youth, jovial toasts, and frosted laughter under starlit skies all come back with vivid clarity. He recalls how, as the nights wound down, He and Helena left bold prints in the snow, drawing a G-clef, a symbol that music and joy carved their distinct mark, sometimes more memorable than the straight lines of duty. Threaded with these fond recollections is a somber counterpoint. The memory of the Church of the Ascension, once a proud monument of victory over Napoleon, its celebratory bells forged from the enemy's cannons. The bells had echoed triumph and faith across the Russian land, but in the aftermath of revolution, the Count had witnessed their desecration. The Bolshevik soldiers, indifferent to sanctity and history, had dismantled both the bells and a protesting abbot, sending iron to be recast into new instruments of war. The musings spin on, as the Count contemplates the endless cycle of iron changing shape, from weapons to bells and back, a metaphor for the ceaseless transformation of Russia's own institutions, forever shifting purposes at the will of those in power. Snapped from his contemplation by the attendant Tanya, Rostov nonchalantly identifies the precious coat as sable and leaves the coat-room, re-entering the communal life of the hotel. His next destination, the Piazza, is traditionally the heart of Moscow's winter celebrations. The room is typically ablaze with festive garlands and full to the brim with revelers savoring caviar, a delicacy democratic in its appeal, enjoyed alike by rich and commoner. Yet, this year, the Piazza is subdued. Decorations absent, the crowd sparse, the hotel reflecting a nation whose rituals are worn thin by the pall of recent history. Within this diminished festivity, a bright thread persists. Nina Kurikova, his clever young friend, sits by the fountain, festive in a yellow dress with a dark green ribbon. The Count joins her at the table, observing her methodical enjoyment of an hors d'oeuvre, a tower of ice creams in ascending shades, delivered by the officious bishop, the hotel's manager, whose formalities contrast with the intimacy of their gathering. Their conversation, a philosophical sparring match, circles around the prospects of Nina's impending return home and the start of school in Moscow. Nina, characteristically sharp, projects little enthusiasm for the prospect, lamenting the tedium and presence of so many children. Rostov, ever the champion of tradition and education, tries to kindle in Nina an appreciation for schooling, extolling its ability to broaden horizons. Nina, not content with platitudes, interrogates his meaning and counters with an alternative path to enlightenment. Travel, real experience, following the examples of Marco Polo and Peter the Great. Her wit exposes the difference between hearsay and first-hand knowledge, between society's assertions and individual adventure, and momentarily wrong-foots the Count. She deftly pivots the conversation toward a performance of Rimsky-Korsakov's Scheherazade, noting the paradox that audiences are enchanted by tales of Arabia, though have no intent to ever travel there. The exchange is playful, but it elegantly outlines the chasm between imagination and action, theory and reality. Accepting a graceful, if strategic, defeat in debate, the Count chooses to celebrate their friendship. He reflects on the shrinking circles that attend aging, recognizing in Nina a happy anomaly, a genuine, cherished companion in his circumscribed world. As a token, he presents her with his grandmother's opera glasses, a physical connection to his lineage, an heirloom denoting trust, affection, and tradition. The gift momentarily silences Nina, who is deeply moved and promises to treasure them always. Nina, in turn, produces a surprise gift for the Count, to be opened only at midnight. As she leaves, life at the Piazza quietly swirls on around the Count. His attention drifts to a neighboring table where a youthful pair sit awkwardly courting, the young man clumsily navigating conversation about pressing Soviet matters, the young woman grave, perhaps unimpressed. Their exchange, triggered back into warmth by a musical interlude, reveals to the Count familiar patterns. The boy, drawing from his childhood, recounts experiences of the Nutcracker, creating a bridge to sentiment and tradition that softens his companion's demeanor. Observing their dynamic, the Count is reminded that while eras change, the artistry of courtship, its hopes, fumbles, and small victories, remains constant. Interventions and rituals of hospitality occupy his attention as the bishop clumsily tries to saddle the young lover with an extravagant, and unsuitable wine choice. Spotting the impending disaster, Rostov deftly intercedes, recommending a more fitting and affordable Georgian wine, a gesture that not only rescues the couple's evening, but reinforces his mentorship, his integration in the fabric of the hotel, and his knack for gently subverting social awkwardness. The young man accepts the advice with gratitude, setting the stage for the evening's romance to blossom over Latvian stew and Mukuzani wine, a pairing that, for Rostov, conjures the warmth of rustic feasts and Romani music in snowy taverns. Welcomed as a quiet hero, Rostov is then approached by a string quartet arriving at the hotel. He recognizes the second violinist as Prince Nikolai Petrov, now much older than when last they met before the Great War. Their conversation, though brief, stirs thoughts about the persistence of talent and the shifting fortunes of the Russian nobility, how some, like Nikolai, find ways to survive and practice their art in the reduced circumstances of the new Russia, hiring out their skills to those who remember. With the festivities and social exchanges behind him, Rostov retires to his suite. There, in the privacy of his study, with port and a Christmas carol, he makes a ceremony of waiting for midnight, setting aside Nina's gift and dispatching a bowl of melted ice cream to his one-eyed cat companion, Drosselmeyer. The discipline required to resist opening a present before the appointed moment brings him back to his childhood, where the self-mastery was less about obedience and more about prolonging anticipation, preserving the magic that makes holidays remarkable. The memory of Christmases past filled with opulent trees, treats from afar, and the singular joy of discovery remind the Count how imagination and memory can multiply happiness within the most limited confinements. Midnight arrives. In a whimsical echo of Russian dolls, Nina's present is an elaborate sequence of boxes within boxes, culminating with the smallest. Her beloved master key to the hotel, now passed on to the Count with a strand of the green ribbon. This gesture is an initiation, granting him symbolic freedom and connection. The passkey not only to rooms, but to memory, possibility, and perhaps hope. A counter to the restrictions that have trapped him for so long. Settling in with Dickens, the Count reflects on the passage he encounters. The ghost of Christmas present conducting Scrooge from festive households to bleak, distant places, all joined despite their travails by the spirit of the holiday. The universality of hardship leavened by shared rituals, the persistence of generosity and joy against desolation, strikes a deep chord. The resonance of Dickens' scenes is heightened by the day's own sequence of encounters. Nina's sparring friendship, the young couple's tentative love, the persistence of music and feasting, all set against the wider canvas of post-revolutionary Moscow, where the old rhythms fade but moments of grace survive. As the Count falls asleep, a sense of contentment enfolds him. He is buoyed by memory, by the living constancy of friendship, by the unexpected joy found in small exchanges and gifts, and by the endurance of culture even when traditions fray at the edges. However, the narrative hints at shadows to come. His well-being, hard-won this night, is a prelude to more difficult events, foreshadowing a day when the tolling of the clock will not lead to gifts and companionship, but to a solitary, desperate act atop the Metropol. Yet, for this moment, the Count finds in shared rituals, remembered music, and the circularity of giving and receiving, the quiet, resilient spirit that sustains him even as the world outside trembles in uncertainty. The narrative unfolds over the course of a summer evening at the Hotel Metropol, where the passage of time and the keen awareness of confinement are interwoven with memorable encounters and the small, unexpected joys of daily life. The day is especially notable to Count Alexander Rostov, as it marks exactly 1 year since he was placed under house arrest, within the hotel, a milestone that prompts quiet reflection. Despite the inherent humiliation embedded in his punishment, the Count chooses to recognize it with subdued pride, donning his luxurious burgundy velvet smoking jacket, a rare indulgence, before heading downstairs. His descent into the hotel's main lobby is just in time to witness the entrance of a striking young woman. She strides in confidently, adorned with a hat crowded with feathers and accompanied by 2 elegant borzoi hounds, which stir both curiosity and chaos. The hounds, high-bred but unsettled, cause a commotion as they pursue the Count's own adversarial acquaintance, the one-eyed cat Kutuzov, around the lobby. In an instant, the hotel's composed environment devolves into animated disorder. Dogs barking, the cat evading, furniture upended, and guests disturbed. The Count, displaying his understanding of creatures and his quick wits, brings the situation under control with a few expert whistles, drawing the wolfhounds to heel. This first interaction between the Count and the woman sets the tone for much that follows throughout the evening. He observes her, noting both her beauty and hauteur, engaging in a lightly barbed exchange about animal handling and breeding, each remark carrying undertones not just about dogs, but about temperament, refinement, and the notion of control. The young woman asserts that good breeding is wasted without proper control, to which the Count counters that the best-bred beings thrive in the surest hands, not the shortest leashes. The tension and staccato wit of their repartee foreshadow a more intimate connection. With that, the narrative shifts from canine commotion to camaraderie, as the Count moves on for his weekly haircut and an anticipated reunion with his old friend, Mishka, in the Shaliapin bar. Mishka, unlike the past's familiar, slightly ragged figure, now appears transformed, well-groomed, and donning a new jacket, indicators of significant recent events and possibly a burgeoning romance. Once settled at their table, Mishka enthusiastically shares details from the Russian Association of Proletarian Writers, RAPI Inaugural Congress. The gathering, brimming with political energy and fervor, is a vision of the new Soviet artistic order. Declarations of intent, statements of solidarity, and homage to workers from every sphere. Mishka vividly reenacts Mayakovsky's impromptu performance at the dinner, a rousing, passionate poem about shining brightly and embracing life's fullness, regardless of circumstances. The room, he recounts, responded with infectious applause and the shattering of glasses, emblematic of both creative zeal and the restless tumult of the times. Within this energized environment, hierarchy and the performance of solidarity are as important as artistic substance. Mishka's anecdote about Zelinsky, an overbearing and pretentious peer, underlines the jostling egos, pettiness, and social maneuverings that permeate the world of Soviet intellectuals. Zelinsky's insistence on guiding both conversation and people, his tiresome declarations on the superiority of haiku, and the way he steers promising young poets and impressionable listeners demonstrate how power and influence are now wielded as much through social manipulation as through ideology or cultural capital. Amidst this, a glimmer of romance enters Mishka's life. His mention of Katerina Litvinova, a young poet from Kiev, reveals a new companionship and the subtle excitement of late-night conversations, committee work, and chance encounters analogous to adventures the Count himself once frequently enjoyed. The juxtaposition is not lost on the Count, who experiences vicarious pleasure tinged with gentler envy, realizing that Mishka now inhabits the sort of serendipitous, slightly chaotic social life they once shared in their youth. After departing from Mishka with Mishka, off to another literary discussion, conveniently involving Katerina, the Count finds himself alone until Audrius, the ever-discreet bartender, slides him a folded note. The missive, elegantly penned, is from Anna Urbanova, the very woman of the afternoon's dog chase spectacle and a glamorous film actress. It is an invitation direct, yet mischievous to Sweet 28, promising a second chance at a first impression. Sweet 28 radiates opulence, with flowers from multiple admirers and the feel of a grand Venetian palazzo. Anna receives the Count warmly, changed into an ensemble both casual and elegant. Their conversation becomes an exercise in the revelation of character, moving beyond first impressions toward genuine understanding. Anna, who had seemed imperious in the lobby, now exposes her roots. Her practiced technique in filleting fish, the inherited skills of a fisherman's daughter on the Black Sea, her deftness and self-sufficiency. The Count, at first an observer, is caught off guard by her self-possession and the easy competence with which she prepares their meal, turning the dinner into an act of quiet intimacy. As wine is poured and the meal progresses, Their conversation grows personal. Anna reminisces about her childhood, evenings spent helping her father mend fishing nets by the sea, and the subtle joys and hardships of coastal life. Her story, disarmingly honest, prompts the Count to share his own memory. The myth of the black apple hidden in the vast forests of Nizhny Novgorod, said to offer a person a fresh start should they eat of it. Anna asks if he would ever wish for such a new beginning, and the Count, after consideration, demurs. For all the hardship of his present life and the bruises of history, he would not trade its memories those of his home, his sister, his youth, nor even this current evening. This declaration of the irreplaceable value of memory and the acceptance of one's experiences becomes a moment of genuine connection. Anna, moved or perhaps simply emboldened by the Count's answer and her own caprice, responds with an impulsive kiss. The swift and confident progression from conversation to intimacy is a motif in Anna's actions as, if she is determined to seize pleasure and connection from the narrow windows allowed by her celebrity and its attendant demands. For the Count, this role reversal being seduced, rather than seducer comes not as a loss of dignity, but as a relief, a novelty, even a delight. The night passes in intimacy and gentle surprise. When the Count is later dismissed, affectionate but unceremoniously, he experiences a sensation akin to that of a ghost. Detached from time, both remembered and forgotten within the immense, indifferent corridors of the hotel. The figure of Hamlet's father, or of Gogol's Akaky Akakievich searching for his stolen coat, come to mind as he walks the empty hallway with his shoes in hand, half-dressed. The feelings are not of resentment, but of philosophical contemplation, an awareness of the quiet spaces that loneliness can carve out even in the midst of indulgence, even after a night of pleasure. As if drawn by an invisible current, the Count seeks out a breath of fresh air, following the scent of a summer breeze to an almost secret hatch on the hotel's rooftop. Climbing into the night, he is greeted by the expanse of the Moscow sky, the bright modernity of the Kremlin offset by the deep, eternal constellations overhead. The city lies before him, luminous and vastly alive, yet made fragile and insignificant by the infinite clarity of the cosmos. His ruminations on the purpose and effect of the stars, how they can inspire and humble man, are gently interrupted by the appearance of a hotel handyman. This unhurried, salt-of-the-earth character, dressed in work clothes and a canvas cap, welcomes the Count to his hidden corner of the roof. There, among chimneys and crates, he presides over a modest midnight camp. A three-legged stool and a small fire cradling a coffee pot. The handyman, generous in the way only those acquainted with solitude can be, offers shelter and conversation. The two men share coffee, its virtues discussed with the attention and reverence reserved for simple, sustaining comforts. The handyman explains his technique: coffee brewed only moments after the beans are ground. The air is charged with an additional humming, which the handyman attributes, not to the radio tower in the distance, but to his rooftop bee colonies industriously making honey nearby. This minor revelation transforms the mundane into the marvelous. The Count is offered black bread with honey, and is keenly struck by the taste not just of the dark rye, but of the lilac in the honey, a direct result of the bees visiting the Alexander Gardens in season. This detail triggers in the Count resonant memories of another Moscow of long, lazy afternoons spent in those very gardens under the blooming trees. The handyman explains that the bees' honey will soon shift in flavor as they seek out cherry blossoms elsewhere in the city, delivering a meditation on the tireless, intricate work of creatures and the ways they capture and transform the city's essence. Discovering they share roots in Nizhny Novgorod, the two men recall their boyhoods amidst apple orchards and country lanes, those far simpler, unencumbered days before the world had changed so drastically for both. The passage of time is felt in their reminiscence, connecting the lost world of Imperial Russia to the present, where two men, separately confined by vastly different circumstances, share a transient fellowship. The hotel rooftop draws together themes of endurance and ephemeral sweetness. The honey is both a literal and symbolic concentration of fleeting beauty stolen from all around the city ephemeral, evolving, yet deeply redolent of place and memory. Throughout the chapter, motifs of confinement, the searching for meaning within limits, and the layering of intimate acquaintance over public performance recur insistently. The Count's interactions with Anna Urbanova highlight both human capriciousness and the rewards of withholding judgment. Her apparent haughtiness in the lobby dissolves in the privacy of her suite, where memory, loss, and appetite are gently revealed. The brief partnership between the Count and Mishka displays the persistence of literary culture, but also the new directions and political entanglements shaping artistic life in the Soviet era. The chance encounter with the handyman and his bees at dawn completes the arc of the Count's anniversary. What had begun as a day marked by melancholy and a sense of being bested through missed opportunities, the casual dismissal of a lover, and a feeling of spectral insubstantiality finds a kind of redemption in companionship, the pleasure of food and drink, and the affirmation of memory. The Count's final moments on the roof, eating bread and lilac honey as the sun rises, encapsulate both the nostalgia and persistent adaptability that define his existence, his ability to seize upon small, nourishing beauties within the bounded world of the Metropol. In sum, this chapter presents a condensed, intricate study of character, time, and transformation under duress. It is a meditation on how, even in isolation and uncertainty, identity is shaped and reshaped by the fleeting joys and disappointments of human connection, by the taste of a beloved season captured in honey, and by the stories and relationships that survive, however precariously, beneath the sweep of history. The world within the Metropol remains a microcosm of Russia's shifting tides. Yet, despite loss and dislocation, moments of generosity, intimacy, and wonder flicker through, offering hope and solace in the midst of confinement. This chapter focuses on Anna Urbanova's turbulent reaction to a small, courteous gesture performed by the Count picking up and hanging her blouse after an evening together. Initially, Anna takes cool satisfaction in watching him exhibit such scrupulous manners, but as the days pass, the memory begins to gnaw at her. Her irritation grows, turning the simple act into a symbol of presumed superiority, privilege, and perhaps an unwanted reminder of the Count's old-world fastidiousness within her carefully managed independence. Anna's internal dialogue spirals, fueling a quiet rebellion. This culminates in her deliberate decision to discard her expensive clothing across the floor each night, a private act of defiance against the perceived imposition of another's standards upon her autonomy. Anna's behavior escalates in response to a playful admonishment from her long-serving dresser, Olga, who warns her that she is acting childishly. In a dramatic display, Anna gathers armfuls of luxurious garments and flings them out her window, seeking both liberation and validation. However, the fleeting satisfaction is replaced by the uncomfortable realization of how her actions might be perceived by others. Ultimately, in the quiet solitude of the night, Anna is compelled to retrieve the discarded clothes, acting out a reconciliation with her own pride and the dignity she both resists and values. This episode reveals the persistent complexity of Anna's character. Her performances of self-determination and vulnerability, the struggle between impulsiveness and decorum, and the profound effect the Count continues to exert on those around him, even in absence. The narrative opens with a meditation on the age-old fantasy of invisibility, the power to pass unseen among others, a gift celebrated through generations of folklore and childhood wish. Yet, unlike the tales where invisibility brings freedom and mischief, there exists a parallel, a rarely told story where invisibility is cast as a burden or curse. This less-traveled path becomes the experience of Count Alexander Rostov in the years following his intimate connection with Anna Urbanova. The magic, if it can be called such, is not immediate but unfolds insidiously over time, transforming the Count from a man once at the heart of events to someone increasingly overlooked, even by his closest associates within the walls of the Metropol. This gradual slide into anonymity is experienced in subtle, almost involuntary interactions. The Count finds that couples occupy his table in the piazza as though he weren't there, guests nearly barrel into him without seeing him, and friends fail to register his presence until he stands just before them. These daily affronts are not malicious, merely the outcome of being displaced in one's familiar world, as if a slow-moving fog were erasing him from the collective memory of those around him. Such is the fate of a man not only out of step with the new social reality, but quietly pushed to its periphery. Desiring some meaningful engagement, the Count seeks out Nina Kulikova, the once precocious child of the Metropol, now a busy young Komsomol enthusiast. As ever, Nina is thoroughly absorbed in her latest intellectual pursuit, the laborious compilation of all prime numbers, a project she attacks with the intellectual zeal that so often marks her youthful endeavours. Upon joining her, the Count is drawn into a playful yet earnest exchange on mathematical concepts, using a trick from his own schooling to swiftly spot a number wrongly identified as prime. Their interaction demonstrates the warmth and mutual respect between the two, but also highlights that Nina's focus has shifted inward, her attentions fixed on personal goals and growth. The Count, gently rebuffed, is left once again to his own resources. He seeks solace in mundane rituals, reading the daily paper, waiting for his friend Mishka for dinner. The newspaper, he quickly discovers, is yesterday's issue, and Mishka too will be absent this evening, having left word that his companion, Katerina, is unwell, compelling his early return to St. Petersburg. The Count masks his disappointment, accepting this small loneliness with equanimity, as one does when life's pattern of absences becomes familiar. As evening draws on, the Count prepares to dine alone at the Boyarsky, the hotel's grand dining room that, even under the constraints of the Soviet regime, still clings to a shadow of its former glory. The maître d', Andrei, ever the vigilant conductor of the room's social harmony, balances decorum and subtlety with quiet expertise. This evening, the shift in the Metropol's clientele is palpable. Recent international recognition of the Soviet Union has brought a flood of new guests, and, with them, the growing presence of political officials and their protégés. The Count, with his deep experience in the art of table placement, observes a potentially volatile situation unfold between a sharply opinionated commissar and a jolly Belarusian with whom he recently quarrelled. Relying on his inherited and practiced skills on a major feature of his aristocratic upbringing, he quietly assists Andrei in redirecting the guests to different tables, diffusing tension before it manifests. This talent, once used for choreographing harmony among the feuding families of the Russian nobility, now finds purpose in the careful management of party officials, and yet it is a bittersweet reflection on the transformation of Russian society, where the contentions of old have traded their faces, but not their volatile energy. Settled at his solitary table, the Count allows his spirits to lift. The rituals of fine dining, the careful selection of appetizers and main courses, the pleasure of anticipation provide momentary comfort. This fleeting contentment is interrupted, however, by the arrival of the bishop, a new and notably pedantic addition to the Boyarsky waitstaff. The bishop, whose promotion over more experienced servers like the Count himself has been facilitated by connections rather than competence, embodies the creeping bureaucratic mediocrity of the era. The Count's interaction with the bishop is tinged with irony and frustration. Ordering a particular bottle of wine to accompany his meal Barolo, 1912, he is met with obtuse questions from the waiter, who offers only the blanket choices of red or white. The exchange is not just comical, but emblematic of a broader loss. The erasure of individual taste and discernment in the name of egalitarian simplicity, a theme that echoes far beyond the walls of a restaurant. When the Count presses Andrei for an explanation of the bishop's position, he learns that the appointment was a political one, likely the result of party connections rather than ability. This is a bitter pill for Andrei and the other dedicated staff to swallow, and the Count's sympathy is genuine. But the trivial insult over the wine list masks a more profound cultural vandalism. Andrei quietly invites the Count to the wine cellar, a sanctuary within a sanctuary, whose significance as an archive of Russian and European culinary history cannot be overstated. Here, the Count is confronted with a devastating scene. Each and every bottle in the vast collection has been stripped of its label, rendering decades of careful selection and curation not only moot but invisible. The wines, with their long histories and unique identities, have been forced into the anonymous categories of red or white, were the very embodiment of collectivist erasure. The narrative lingers on the act of removing the labels, recounting how accusations of decadence, privilege, and speculation were used to justify this bureaucratic act of vandalism. The loss is more than aesthetic. The Count understands in a rush that the process ostensibly a revolution of class justice and simplicity is, in fact, a thorough erasure of the past, an obliteration of individual expression, artistry, and history. Within this one cellar, the Soviet project reveals itself. To grind down distinction, heritage, taste, and memory into the blandest, most indistinguishable form possible. Yet the cellar also becomes a place of sudden insight for the Count. The label-less bottles are a metaphor for his own life and that of his peers, once distinguished by lineage, character, achievement, signature, now swept into an undifferentiated, colourless mass, reflecting on the accelerated pace of change, how revolutions, political upheaval, and the ambitions of the dogmatic can eliminate the inheritance of centuries in mere years. He recognizes the finality of the transformation. As the objects, rituals, and memories of his kind are erased or rendered meaningless, so too is his own life's context and meaning. The scene's emotional power is heightened by the Count's recollection of the comforts of old traditions. Inherited tables, family recipes, artifacts that might otherwise have softened the passage of time and lent it continuity. In their absence, or in their sudden anonymization, the rupture between past and present becomes absolute. Yet, amidst the ruin, there remains one final duty tethered to personal memory. The honoring of his sister Helena's death. The Count leaves Andrei momentarily, methodically searching through the racks until he finds a single bottle marked with a familiar insignia, two crossed keys, intending to reserve this one icon of the past for personal remembrance on the 10th anniversary of Helena's death. The gesture is not resistance per se, but an act of private loyalty and care in a landscape increasingly hostile to both. Throughout, the chapter is laced with small episodes, memories of managing dinner seating at family gatherings, playful exchanges with Nina, recollections of Mishka's budding romance that contrast the robust, complex, and often comic individualities of the past with the dull leveling of the present. The loss of specific wines, recipes, histories, and distinctions is treated not merely as nostalgia, but as the destruction of both artistry and meaning. What remains for the Count is not bitterness alone, but a measured acceptance and a determination to preserve and honor the last fragments of his memory and love, even as the world seems bent on rendering him and all he embodies utterly invisible. In sum, the narrative details a quiet but devastating transition, life's richness and individuality yielding to an enforced anonymity. The Count, domesticated to new routines and ever more peripheral in the bustling metropole, finds ways to assert his relevance, comfort himself with small rituals, and offer gestures of kindness. Yet, even as he asserts these small freedoms, he is forced to confront the reality that an entire era, its customs, pleasures, and meanings can vanish not with the passage of generations, but in the span of a few bureaucratic decrees. The bottle reserved for Helena becomes a silent testament to memory, individuality, and the hope that, in secret corners against the onrush of oblivion, the past might yet be honored. The narrative opens with Count Alexander Rostov reflecting deeply on the necessity for each person to choose a framework or philosophy for understanding life. Observing familiar scenes from his old suite, made accessible by Nina's key, the Count contemplates the human drive to find explanations for the unpredictable paths of ordinary and extraordinary events. He considers how, throughout Russian history, such meaning was often found under the authority of the Church. Yet, in his own generation, where faith in religious certainties had largely shifted to the dogmas of science and philosophy, the Count admits his own philosophy has always been essentially meteorological, guided by the subtle, powerful influence of weather and chance. He muses that even slight changes a few degrees warmer or colder can transform the mood of the city or the destinies of its inhabitants, just as weather can determine the outcome of wars and the fortunes of gatherings. Using two illustrative stories, The Count methodically demonstrates how these delicate shifts have far-reaching ripple effects. The altered outcome of a birthday party by the first snowfall of the year, and Napoleon's failed invasion of Russia due to weather. These anecdotes are not mere diversions. Rather, they reveal his conviction that life, like history, is made up of a complex sequence of interconnected, often unintentional acts, none of which can be separated from the greater whole. After this meditation, he is interrupted in suite 317 by a couple who have rightfully obtained the key and are startled to discover him inside. The Count, always resourceful, feigns being a drapery assessor, completes his inspection with a theatrical flourish, and slips away into the hall, exchanging a knowing greeting with Vasily at the desk. The narrative gently turns then to Nina, now older, and having matured into a studious adolescent, found in the hotel ballroom with a peer named Boris. There is a transformation in Nina. She has moved from childhood amusements to a scientific curiosity, organizing an experiment with Boris to reenact Newton's and Galileo's famous tests of gravity and acceleration. The setting of the hotel ballroom as a makeshift laboratory carries the air of adventure and nostalgia, echoing her earlier explorations with the Count, but now shaded with adolescent seriousness. The children, under Nina's careful notation and Boris's earnest participation, drop a variety of objects: coin, egg, teacup, billiard ball, dictionary, pineapple from the balcony. Through each fall and resulting sound, the teacup shattering, the pineapple thumping, they confirm Galileo's principle. Objects of diverse masses fall at the same rate, undeterred by mass within that environment. While Nina notes with a little sadness that their experiment only reconfirms what has been confirmed time and again, the Count reassures her on the necessity of making such inquiries anew. He subtly acknowledges the importance of youthful experimentation and repetition in a world that is rapidly changing, encouraging her independent spirit. Nina declines the Count's invitation to dine, having further experiments planned, and the Count is forced to acknowledge that the world he had known, including the community and close relationships he held dear, is shifting. The days are getting longer for scientific expeditions, both literal, as in Nina and Boris's, and metaphorical, for himself and those around him. That evening, the Count finds himself alone at the Boyarsky restaurant, reflecting on the tranquility and order he takes pride in maintaining. The day has seen him complete a series of routines, settling accounts and affairs, penning a letter to Mishka, ensuring his suits and a gold coin for a future undertaker are ready. There is both a dignity and a resignation in these acts. He is preparing for a conclusion, aware of his own temporal insignificance amidst the unrelenting passage of time. This sense of transition is reinforced as he surveys the changes both inside and outside the hotel. Moscow itself is becoming unfamiliar, a city with repainted lobbies, new street names, and refurbished statues. The old ways of the Metropol, once under the assured guidance of staff like Vasily and Marina, have been diluted with the arrival of inexperienced, well-connected young men in white jackets, and the passage of the bishop's managerial style. Friends and acquaintances have moved on, Nina departing to a new apartment with her father, Mishka following his companion Katerina to Kiev, Abram growing older. Even the bees, symbolizing the constancy of memory and labor, have disappeared from the hives. Yet, amid these changes, the essentials of daily routine and tradition proceed, echoing the cyclical perseverance of life. The Count, as he dines alone and drinks, recalls another story from his godfather, an anecdote of Admiral Stepan Makarov, who gallantly went down with his ship despite victory at sea. This story resonates with the Count's sense of decorum and dignity in the face of inevitable loss or change, and it sets the tone for the evening's acts. Following dinner, the Count steps into the Shalyapin bar, intending a quiet brandy, but is drawn into a spirited debate between a British visitor and a German traveller concerning Russia's worth to Western civilization. The German provocatively claims vodka as Russia's sole contribution, prompting the Count, in simultaneous defence of his nation and genteel social amusement, to engage him in a wager. For every major contribution he can name, all three must drink a vodka. With performative flair, The Count invokes Chekhov and Tolstoy as literary pillars, Tchaikovsky's Nutcracker as the embodiment of Russian winter and childhood, and caviar, served with blini and sour cream, as a culinary inheritance. Each argument is delivered with persuasive eloquence and wit, reflecting both pride and nostalgia for Russia's cultural grandeur. The German succumbs to the Count's verbal and gastronomic onslaught, and the scene ends with the Count forming a small but memorable camaraderie with Charles Abernethy, the Brit presumptive heir to the Earl of Westmoreland. Having struck up acquaintance, Abernethy presses the Count on his decision to remain in Russia after the Revolution. In a rare moment of candor, the Count revisits the tangled events from his youth that shaped his fate. He recounts the fateful birthday celebration of Princess Novobatsky, a night of good fortune and unforeseen consequence, the tearing of a gambling debt, and the subsequent courtship of his beloved sister Helena by the humiliated hussar. What began as a social victory devolved, through misunderstandings and pride, into disaster. The hussar, seeking revenge, seduced and publicly degraded Helena's handmaiden. Attempting to restore family honor, the Count sought a fatal duel, but only wounded the hussar, ultimately sending him to Paris. War intervened, and the hussar died in battle. Meanwhile, the Count's own exile kept him from his sister's side when she died of scarlet fever. Here, the Count recognizes the chain of actions, a card game, a torn IOU, an unchoreographed dance of vanity and vengeance revealed the true hazard of life's meteorological unpredictability. Small, seemingly innocuous events snowballed into tragedy and regret, their effects echoing across years and countries. This sequence of decisions, propelled by climate, chance, and pride, lies at the heart of why he returned to Russia, embracing the fate of house arrest in the Metropol rather than seeking oblivion in a Parisian exile. After sharing this confession, the Count leaves the bar and ascends to the hotel roof with a bottle of hidden wine. There, he contemplates the city now alien but beloved, tracing its concentric boulevards from the Metropol center outward like the ripples of his own exile. He dwells on the Russian innovation of exile at home, a punishment unique in its ability to keep a person's love for country alive and agonizing. Unlike exile abroad, domestic exile stokes nostalgia and longing, as the unattainable remains visible just beyond reach. Stepping to the parapet, glass in hand, the Count offers a solitary, heartfelt toast to Helena, his lost sister. To Helena Rostov, the flower of Nizhny Novgorod. In the city lights swirling beneath him, he contemplates a final leap into oblivion, a return of dust to dust, a search for closure to the cycle of sorrow, exile, and regret. Before he can act, the familiar voice of Abram, the hotel handyman, and a figure of continuity within change interrupts. In a flurry of excitement, Abram announces the return of the bees' symbols of home and the enduring pulse of memory. Abram leads him to the makeshift rooftop apiary, where both men savor the first honey of summer. The taste, rich and laced with the essence of apple blossoms and riverside grass, conjures the distant landscape of the Count's ancestral home, Nizhny Novgorod. This sensory reminder, connecting past and present, acts as an anchor amid the Count's feelings of displacement and loss. Abram's whisper, "All these years they must have been listening to us," encapsulates the idea that even through years of sorrow and enforced stasis, home may return in the smallest, most miraculous ways: a spoonful of honey, a returning bee, a memory made real through taste and smell. For a brief moment, the cycles of the natural world and the cycles of his personal history converge, granting solace and the possibility of endurance. In the early hours of morning, heart somewhat restored, the Count returns to his attic room, returns the gold coin and unclaimed passage to the next world to its hiding place, and resumes his circular routine as the first customer in the Boyarsky the next evening. Throughout this sequence, the narrative weaves together reflections on causality, exile, memory, and the passage of time, detailing how small acts may shape destinies in ways that only retrospective tragedy can fully reveal. The Count's sense of belonging, loss, and adaptation is framed by the ever-changing landscape of Moscow, the evolving cast of friends and colleagues at the Metropol, and the enduring pull of memory and familial love. Abrupt shifts of weather, fortune, or chance encounter define both the outer world and the intricate interior life forged during years of house arrest and spiritual exile, while enduring acts of curiosity, like Nina's experiments, and kindness, like Abram's honey, remind him and the reader of the small forms of grace and resilience that shape the human drama. Through philosophical inquiry, storytelling, and acts of camaraderie, the Count's odyssey in the Metropol is revealed to be not a mere tale of confinement, but an ongoing effort to master one's circumstances, navigate the interlacing currents of chance and intention, and find dignity and meaning on whatever shores the tides of life may deliver him. The chapter opens on a quiet, rain-soaked morning as Count Rostov awakens and moves through his modest, deliberate morning routine. Carefully preparing coffee from his limited personal stores, he relishes the small pleasures available to him in confinement. The scent of freshly ground coffee, the crispness of an apple, the taste of a biscuit, and the subtle satisfaction found in ritual and repetition. The world outside his window is momentarily animated by the simple activity of a pigeon, while inside the Count orchestrates his actions with methodical grace, drawing comfort from these cyclical acts. As he tends to his tiny haven, brushing crumbs onto the ledge for the pigeon and setting out cream for the one-eyed cat, Count Rostov prepares to step briefly into the communal world of the hotel. At this juncture, an envelope on the floor catches his attention. Its unexplained presence and the query, 4 o'clock, in place of a conventional address signal, the possibility of intrigue or clandestine arrangement within the hotel's controlled environment. On opening the envelope, Rostov finds something so unexpected that he exclaims aloud. The gentle, meditative start of his day is thus marked with a sudden element of surprise, hinting at developing events or hidden messages that may alter the predictable rhythms of his constrained existence. This moment underscores how, even in confinement, opportunities for connection, mystery, and the unexpected persist, woven silently into the Count's daily life. Within the rich, interwoven fabric of time and place, the changes that beset Moscow in the late 1920s did not announce themselves with the clarity of seismic historical events, regardless of how historians would later pin decisive dates and dramatic shifts upon the pages of official memory. Rather, the decade passed much like the subtle rotation of a kaleidoscope, a continual rearrangement of life's small details that, when glimpsed all together, suggested an intricate but ever-shifting pattern. The true impact of policies such as Stalin's first 5-year plan, the drafting of Article 58, or the ouster of Bukharin from the halls of power, was not felt in the immediacy of proclamation, but in the gradual colouring of daily existence, as profound transformations only with time reconstituted the texture of people's lives. In the corridors of the Hotel Metropol, this slow metamorphosis could nonetheless be sensed. The staff evolved, the undercurrent of officialdom thickened, old routines persisted but with new meanings, and the city outside changed names but retained shadows of its past. At the Metropol, outward appearances and rituals endured, a comforting masquerade against the creeping uncertainties of the era. The hotel's entrance remained presided over by the familiar figure of Pavel Ivanovich, whose dedication outlasted his own physical ease, and the constant bustle of uniformed bellhops whisked luggage up grand staircases. The hotel's lifeblood, its remarkable and layered staff vassally perched by the concierge desk, Arkady spinning the register, and Mr. Halecki presiding in his office, revealed continuity laced with subtle transformations. The revolving cast revealed more than simple personnel change. Every staff member's position now existed within the new rules, an increased scrutiny of the times, a fact made tangible by the arrival of a new assistant manager, whose zealous pursuit of regulations disrupted the easy camaraderie once enjoyed by the managers. Within the hotel's restaurants, the same enduring rituals of society played out. In the bustling piazza, Muscovites who had managed to secure foreign currency lingered over coffee, creating a microcosm of the city's social variety, a rarefied gathering still infused with the traditions of conversation and serendipitous encounters. In the ballroom, the formal assemblies of the imperial past had shifted to the dinners of state. The locale remained the same, But where once there had been the discreet observation of guests from shadowed balconies, the weighty business of party politics now took center stage. Especially noteworthy was the Boyarsky, the restaurant famed throughout Moscow, and within the hotel for its uncompromising standards and perfectionism. In this inner sanctum, the kitchen was a symphony of disciplined activity, presided over by the formidable Emil Zhukovsky. For Emil, his kitchen was both his domain and his stage, and no implement symbolized this more than his signature 10-inch chopping knife a tool, not only of culinary mastery but of authority. In his hands, the chopper orchestrated the actions of apprentice and sous-chef alike. Every movement, every sharp word, and every expertly pointed directive was as much artistry as discipline. Emil's exacting standards extended well beyond flavor and presentation to the very atmosphere of the kitchen. He could debone a pigeon, zest a lemon, or just as importantly remind a junior that even a casual ditty, absent official sanction, could become a matter for culinary censure and comic correction. The minutiae of a day at the Boyarsky reflected the larger motif of refined survival, how excellence and tradition persevered, often in the face of restriction. The daily summit among Emil, the Count, and André the Maître d', a triumvirate of mutual respect and shared responsibility, ensured that the restaurant remained a bastion of old-world elegance against the tides of efficiency and ideological control. Their meetings, conducted with mundane gravitas and laced with dry wit, navigated not only seating arrangements and kitchen logistics, but the very politics of Soviet hospitality. Tonight's challenge, matching the status and expectations of two new Politburo members, was resolved with even-handed fairness, a deliberate symmetry worthy of chess masters, ensuring that power's demands did not upend the delicate artfulness of their craft. The triumvirate's functions extended far beyond protocol. Emil's pride and sense of competition was on display, his culinary prowess tacitly measured in the reactions of his colleagues. When, after presenting his cucumber soup, the Count perceptively identified the hint of mint, a delicate touch capturing the very spirit of the season, it marked a moment of unguarded triumph for Emil. Such moments, small as they may seem, represented significant victories. They were rare and deeply valued in a world that increasingly applied standards, not of taste but of allegiance. The collaborative ingenuity of the three conspirators was made tangible as they quietly arranged for a culinary tour de force, using guardedly sourced saffron smuggled treasures in a world of rationing and audits, and plotting the final procurement of oranges and reserved fennel for a most special dish. The ease with which they navigated questions of provenance demonstrated not just discreet resourcefulness, but the silent networks of trust and subversion needed to maintain a semblance of excellence under constraining authority. Emerging from the kitchen, the Count himself moved, buoyed by the double affirmation from Emil, a rare double bravo that served not only as culinary accolade, but as validation of the resilience of private expertise in the face of institutional mediocrity. His confidence and good humor resonated further in his interactions as he traversed the hotel, exchanging greetings in multiple languages and reading the social barometer of the lobby. The word comrade, he reflected wryly, had morphed into an omnipresent term within Soviet society, a flexible address so comprehensive that individuality and hierarchy had been subsumed beneath generic equality, serving as both greeting and summons, erasing old titles and custom. This shift spoke to the deeper social transformation underway, one in which language itself facilitated the leveling of old distinctions, while stealthily introducing subtler forms of surveillance and control. Interruptions to ritual could still bring meaningful surprises, however. Stopped by the hotel's new postmaster, the Count was handed a letter bearing his full name, written in the uneven script of his oldest companion, Mishka. The letter was not merely a message. It was a somber meditation woven through with memory, loss, and the stubborn endurance of affection. Mishka's nocturnal walk through Leningrad, redubbed October 25th Prospect, traced a journey along the landmarks of Russian literature: Pushkin, Gogol, Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, all condensed into the geography of a single avenue, all haunted by the shadow of love lost. Mishka's musings revealed not only his pining for Katerina, but also the enduring ache of unfulfilled romance, grieving that which has gone but never wishing to relinquish the memory, for heartbreak itself becomes the only absolute proof against the impermanence of love. For the Count, receiving this letter was a moment of shared understanding, pulling him momentarily from the routine of the hotel into the emotional sweep of memory and solidarity. As he paused in this reflective state, the daily life of the hotel pressed against the edge of his private consideration. Close by, a quartet of Komsomol youth were deep in conversation. The topic: the upcoming campaign to Ivanovo province for the collectivization of agriculture. It was a tableau both typical and unmistakably of its era. Young, earnest, and certain in ideological fervor. The authoritative captain was eclipsed by the sharper, more confident blonde who delivered population and mechanization statistics with business-like exactitude, a snapshot of Soviet youth shaped by, and now shaping, the imperatives of the age. It took but a moment for recognition to dawn. The blonde was Nina Kulikova, the Count's childhood companion from his earliest Metropol years. Their reunion, marked by warmth on his side and careful reserve on hers, said much about the shifts not just in their lives, but in the world around them. Nina, now nearly 18, was as serious and precise as ever, her passion for mathematics now transmuted into ideological commitment. Her speech to the Count about the historical necessity and the inevitability of collectivization was heavy with the lexicon of the new order, but its conviction and orderliness were the same qualities that once animated her childhood curiosity. The Count, surprised but admiring, saw that the seriousness which had once been channeled into diligent study now animated her devotion to the civic mission at hand. Their brief exchange, under the watchful eyes of her Komsomol companions, underscored the complexity of public and private selves under such conditions. Nina's studied composure hinted at both her pride and her need to conform, while the Count's paternal encouragement competed with his private anxieties about how such serious-mindedness and ideological conviction might crowd out the joys and spontaneity of youth. Left to reflect on this moment, the Count took his concerns first to Marina, the irrepressibly kind seamstress who had become both mentor and friend. Their rapport, developed through the shared humility of practical tasks, was now a foundation for the intimate sharing of daily triumphs and the quiet, existential worries that shadowed larger events. As they each threaded needles and stitched, he, now a practiced hand at Arachne's art, after her rigorous instruction he recounted his meeting with Nina and his concern that conviction might leave Nina humorless or solitary, ready to plant her flag in the name of inability, but with happiness waiting in another latitude. Marina gently reminded the Count that such single-minded youth, and that life, in its winding course, would surely find Nina in its own time. Her advice was pragmatic and maternal. The true strength of the young lay in both their independence and their capacity to be redirected by experience. The sewing circle, with its litany of stitches and quietly exchanged confidences, became itself a symbol and embroidery of past and present, a living tradition repurposed for survival and dignity under constraint. Through these everyday rituals, choosing the right thread, tying the right knot, pausing for reflection, the Count and Marina found a brief respite from worry. Their reflections on their young friend Nina folded lovingly into the ongoing work of keeping up appearances and tending to practical necessities. This focus on ritual, memory, and the subtle preservation of the old ways even within new forms was mirrored in the close, sensory details of the hotel's domestic life. The precise arrangement of menus, the secret haggling for forbidden ingredients, the expert mending of a button, and even the casual yet meaningful exchange of greetings, each of these acts, performed with intention and care, preserved a measure of freedom, unity, and grace. The continual passage of time, measurable in the Count's surprise at how quickly an afternoon of sewing can slip away, underscored the persistent, cumulative effects of change, and the necessity of seizing joy, companionship, and beauty wherever they might be found. Yet even as such routines were scrupulously maintained, a jacket mended, a menu planned, a wine recommended, or a walk remembered, they were punctuated by intrusions that bespoke both the weight of private longing and the tantalizing possibility of brief freedom within constraint. The Count's final dash from Marina's side, prompted by the realization he was late for an assignation, propelled him back into the rhythms and secrets of Metropol life. Behind closed doors, in a room adorned with the ephemeral brilliance of tiger lilies, another world awaited, one where longing, memory, and present desire commingled, contained within private sanctuary. Throughout all of these intertwining movements, the endurance of tradition, the persistence of memory, the resilience of daily rituals, and the subtle assertion of individuality ran the inescapable current of change. The kaleidoscope had been turned, the pattern rearranged, and yet within the shifting scene the essential threads of humanity, love, loyalty, skill, grace, and hope remained discernible. The Count, his friends, even the earnest Nina, all played their roles on this stage where past and present, art and necessity, converged in the uncertain but persistent effort to live well and with dignity, regardless of the prisms through which history and fate might compel them to view their world. After several years marked by the routine journeys of the Count, between his attic quarters and his responsibilities at the Boyarsky restaurant, Alexander Rostov finds himself again with Anna Urbanova. Their relationship, once distinguished by a cool formality and the abrupt closing of doors, transforms in an afternoon notable for its intimacy and shared understanding, the culmination of histories, both personal and political, that have intersected and diverged across the turbulent terrain of Soviet Moscow. Anna's life, once a meteoric ascent through the ranks of Russian cinema, has been marked by both dazzling triumphs and startling reversals. Discovered early in her career by Ivan Rosotsky in Odessa, Anna became the star of films that pitted the virtue of working-class heroines against the decadent trappings of nobility. These films resonated with both the people and the regime. The Politburo, keen to maintain morale and direct public attention, celebrated such entertainments, rewarding Anna with perks of celebrity, access to privileged stores, a private dacha near Peterhof, and a mansion replete with the opulent furnishings of the pre-revolutionary elite. In these years, her soirees attracted the creative and political luminaries of Moscow, and Anna learned to carry herself with a regal poise, the practiced art of descending staircases to an audience of admirers. However, the arts under totalitarian regimes are unstable ground. What is favored by the authorities today may, with the shifting winds of doctrine and personal caprice of those in power, become dangerous tomorrow. Art's ambiguity, its layered meanings and resistance to simple propaganda makes it a most unreliable servant for the aims of ideology. This reality is soon illustrated in the arc of Anna's own patron, Rosotsky. At a premiere for one of their latest collaborations, the absence of a smile from Stalin is noted by the astute and quickly mirrored by the less discerning. Within days, a critical letter in Pravda censures the nostalgia-saturating Rosotsky's films, questioning their focus on individual triumph rather than collective effort. The letter's impact grows in force, echoed by additional articles and even catching Stalin's personal approbation for its critical insight. Inevitably, Rosotsky's reliability is questioned. His forthcoming projects are shelved, and Anna, alert to how easily such associations can become liabilities, begins to distance herself in public. As if this political reversal were not enough, Anna's artistic fortunes are further undercut by technological change. The coming of the talking picture exposes the limitations of her appeal. While her visage had captivated audiences, the disparity between expectation and her uniquely husky voice unsettles the public. Her career, at least in its former golden light, dims prematurely, and her material comforts are stripped away by state authorities in a matter of months. The dacha, mansion, and heirloom-laden furnishings acquired by virtue of favor are just as easily reclaimed by official decree. Anna, now nearly 30, retains little but her wardrobe and the resolve not to return to her provincial origins. She takes a cramped apartment in the city, clinging to whatever dignity she can muster. It is against this background of reversal and adaptation that the Count once again encounters Anna in the Metropol. Far removed from her glory days, Anna arrives at the Boyarsky with a new director, ever the professional, gracious and animated, at times even charming, despite the underlying strain of her reduced circumstances. The Count, observing from a distance, sees the public facade begin to falter the moment her guest departs, her vibrancy drained, her posture slumped. When their gazes meet, Anna's vulnerability is laid bare. This small moment becomes the catalyst for a new phase in their relationship, founded not on the fleeting enchantments of youth or ambition, but on the shared recognition of loss, adaptation, and mutual support. The understanding that emerges between Anna and the Count is not the romantic flourish of earlier, careless encounters, but a bond forged in humility and experience, a kinship among those who have been humbled by fortune. The narrative describes the confederacy of the humbled, likening them to a secret society whose badge is a certain worldliness. These are men and women like Anna and the Count whose former prestige or beauty has receded, lending them a reserve and, paradoxically, a strength. No longer eager for applause or recognition, they approach life's remaining pleasures with equanimity, quick to spot the frailties of ambition, slow to envy, and keen to cherish kindred souls when they appear. Anna's reunion with the Count is marked by a shared drink and a toast to the dogs, an ironic nod to the fate of her once pampered pets, now demonstrably more secure than she. The moment condenses their shared condition. Survivors of privilege now navigating a narrower but no less meaningful existence. Their liaison becomes a regular, if discreet, arrangement. Anna finds herself at the Metropol several times a year, entertaining professional acquaintances at the Boyarsky merely as a prelude. She no longer makes herself excessively available or vulnerable. Her lessons in humility have been deeply learned. Now, after an evening of conversation and professional deference, Anna retires to her room to await the Count's company, comforted by their mutual understanding and the privacy of their shared exile. Anna's career, while never regaining its former fire, stabilizes as the state's tastes shift toward stories of collective labor and resilience. Her authenticity, her preparedness, professionalism, and mature, real-seeming voice makes her suitable for roles that mirror her own experience. Middle-aged factory workers or mothers, figures inspiring perseverance in the new Soviet reality. Official preference for realism and stories of the people provides Anna with a steady, if modest, stream of work. Her earlier experience, her new humility, and a small network of admirers, including one who has since risen to power within the Ministry of Culture, ensure her continued place within this world. Lilies arrive in her hotel suite as a silent recognition of her renewed, if altered, status. The room itself, a modest accommodation overlooking the trolley track, symbolizes Anna's new circumstances and aspirations. She keeps up appearances where she can, but the grandeur of her past is gone, replaced by a kind of strategic thrift. The vodka and caviar on her table represent a celebration not of former luxuries but of what can be salvaged and cherished in new company. The personal intimacy between Anna and the Count unfolds with gentle humor and unguarded honesty. They banter about freckles and constellations. Anna reveals she fabricated a part of her past to be more appealing, feigning origins on the Black Sea and a fisherman's legacy when, in truth, she was the daughter of a peasant from the Ukrainian heartland who worked in an Odessa tavern after running away from home. This admission, and the Count's corresponding confession that not every one of his stories is as truthful as it seems, equalize their relationship. Both are revealed to be conjurers of myth, romantic perhaps, but survivors above all. As Anna, pressed by the Count, remembers and retells a folk tale her grandmother used to share of a merchant's son who finds fortune by bringing salt, simple but invaluable, to a land unfamiliar with it, the parable encapsulates much of their shared wisdom. It is a tale of finding unexpected value in humble things, of perseverance in the face of derision, and of enrichment fostered through resilience and adaptability. This, too, is the unspoken foundation of their bond. In sum, the assignation between Anna Urbanova and Count Rostov is not merely a union born of mutual desire, but an extended meditation on survival, humility, and the reinvention of self amid seismic political and social transformation. Gone are the easy triumphs and the blithe conceits of youth. In their place are stories, small rituals, and a patient, wry camaraderie, consolations, crafted from the salt of experience and the comfort of shared exile in the grandeur and constraints of the Metropol. Their connection quiet, steadfast, and enriched by the confessions of small impostures and true stories, alike stands as a testament to what endures even as worlds collapse and new orders, equally precarious, assert themselves. The evening at Hotel Metropol's Boyarsky restaurant is a scene of meticulous preparation and ritual, orchestrated with military precision by the Count and his team. The Count's nightly rounds adjusting silverware, repositioning glasses, and ensuring gleaming surfaces evoke comparisons first to Napoleon's disciplined pre-battle inspections, though with the understanding that unlike the one-off intensity of battles, this ritual is a repeat performance, reminiscent of a ballet master's daily demand for perfect execution. The Boyarsky's pursuit of nightly excellence underlines the continuous, often invisible labor necessary to sustain a vestige of old-world civility within the charged, ever-shifting world of the Soviet capital. Behind the kitchen's doors, Emil Zhukovsky, the legendary and curmudgeonly chef, cycles through his own pattern each day, beginning in pessimism but gradually finding consolation and even hope in the tangible pleasures of his craft. The sight of shining copper pots or the aromatic sizzle of garlic can momentarily dispel his gloom, and by evening, the completion of preparations and the first taste of chocolate mousse signal a restoration of his spirits. The ritual, for both the Count and Emil, is less a matter of serving others than of preserving a sense of order, pride, and purpose, albeit within their circumscribed existence. The evening proceeds smoothly, culminating with satisfied diners and well-seated notables. But a disturbance emerges. A special private function has been scheduled in the Yellow Room, with the Count requested specifically. Inside, the arrangement is unusual. An otherwise empty chamber save for a table for two, meticulously laid beneath a chandelier, its emptiness scrutinized by a silent, imposing guard at the door. Seated is a solitary, broad-shouldered man in a grey suit whose physical presence, marked by wrestler's girth and the scar of past violence, belies an expectation of power and force. Their conversation, initially couched in polite uncertainty, soon reveals the purpose of the invitation. The man, already aware of the Count's identity and history, is Osip Ivanovich Glebnikov, a former colonel and now an officer of the party. The subtle power dynamics inherent in the Soviet order are apparent. Glebnikov's ability to commandeer a private room, attended by muscle, bespeaks his authority, yet he initiates the encounter with a veneer of civility. The exchange between the Count and Glebnikov unfolds in layers of wit, observation, and social code. The Count, even under duress, observes the proprieties of his class, hesitating to sit at the table while dressed in service attire, and refusing to place his napkin in his lap. Glebnikov, appreciating the art of conversation, draws out the Count's observations and inferences, even inviting inspection regarding his military past, Georgian origins, and choice of wine. The conversation has the quality of a duel, each man probing, testing, and acknowledging the other's insights and limits. Glebnikov displays a robust dossier knowledge of the Count's life, his noble background, educational pedigree, travels, and the pivotal moment when the Count returned to Russia for familial duty rather than politics or vengeance. The recounting of a past duel and the Count's principled refusal to take up arms against compatriots, regardless of ideology, speaks to his nuanced moral code, one shaped not only by aristocratic honor, but by the search for a path between resignation and reconciliation within intractable circumstances. The nuances of gentlemanly conduct become a focus. The Count notes the subtle social signals. Glebnikov's choice to serve himself first, his gestures with utensils, his lapse in introductory courtesy, all serve to illustrate, through their absence, the invisible web of manners that define a gentleman in a classic sense. Glebnikov receives these observations in a spirit of genuine curiosity rather than offense, punctuating the conversation with laughter and a willingness to adapt. With the ice broken, Glebnikov finally introduces himself and, with candid pragmatism, lays out the true reason for their meeting. Standing at a pivotal moment in the Soviet Union's evolution, with expanding international ambitions and nascent relations with the West, Glebnikov confides his need not just to master foreign languages, but to truly understand the worldview, values, and cultures of Western elites. He seeks to cultivate a kind of diplomatic skills necessary for the era to come, an insider's knowledge, unobtainable from textbooks or official sources, and best acquired discreetly. To this end, Glebnikov proposes a pact: regular private dinners, conducted in French and English, where the Count will share his Western cultural insights and impressions of society, guiding Glebnikov in the subtleties of language, manners, and perception. The suggestion of exchange or compensation for this service is met with a firm gesture by the Count, who insists that a patron of the Boyarsky is owed his hospitality without negotiation, reaffirming his own agency and dignity even within the constraints of house arrest and class upheaval. Throughout, the chapter's focus is not on the dramatic or the sensational, but on the interplay of social codes, adaptation, and alliance. The Count's grace under pressure, and his willingness to engage with Glebnikov, transforms a situation of potential intimidation into one of mutual respect and the beginnings of real, if unlikely, collaboration. Simultaneously, the chapter illustrates the subtle accommodations that both individuals, one a relic of the old order, the other a product of the new, must make in order to survive, coexist, and even find purpose in a world redefined by revolution and surveillance. By the end of the evening, an alliance has been forged. It is one built not on coercion or opportunism, but on a complex negotiation of need, skill, and understanding, an arrangement that promises to shape not just the fate of its two principals, but the very fabric of cultural exchange and adaptation within the Metropol's microcosm, and by extension, within the broader context of Soviet society. The encounter also signals a shift for the Count himself, a new source of agency and relevance, even as he remains physically constrained, suggesting that honor and influence can find new forms, and strategies for survival may arise from the most unexpected of alliances. The atmosphere of the Metropol had shifted dramatically over the years of the Count's confinement. The Shalyapin, once a chapel and locus of solemnity, now thrummed with the unrestrained exuberance of jazz and the cosmopolitan discord of foreign tongues. By the late 1920s, sounds of raucous laughter, jazz trumpets, and chattering glasses filled the bar, representing a degree of social latitude inconceivable in the previous decade. This transformation was due to three interwoven developments: the return of jazz music, the resettlement of foreign correspondents in Moscow, and, most tantalizingly, the institution of lively young hostesses whose elegance veiled an obligation to report overheard conversations to Soviet authorities. Jazz, once dismissed by the Bolsheviks as emblematic of bourgeois decadence, had been readmitted under the rationale of cultural scrutiny. As a consequence, the Shalyapin played host not only to music but to a new kind of social energy, more spontaneous and informal, which paralleled the influx of international journalists. These foreign correspondents, initially exiled for being troublemakers, had slipped back into the city, invigorating the Metropol's bar with their competing stories, multilingual banter, and general irreverence. Their presence brought a taste of the outside world. American, British, French, and other reporters gathering nightly, not just to share news, but to compete in a running wager. $10 would go to anyone who could provoke the authorities enough to be summoned to the feared offices of the OGPU, the Soviet secret police. To this end, the correspondents engaged in deliberate misdirection and whimsy, crafting tall tales and rumors, such as an engineer building a hot air balloon from Jules Verne's plans, or a scientist breeding chickens with pigeons in hopes that these seeds of nonsense would sprout into official files. The hostesses, tasked with the listening and reporting, especially relished their role as silent receptacles and social lubricants. The Count's entry into this world on a particular evening was precipitated not by a desire to join the festivities, but by a quest for absinthe. He exchanged greetings with Audrius, the Lithuanian bartender, who was acutely attuned to the Count's typical preferences, but found himself surprised by the unprecedented request. Absinthe was a rare commodity, its green hue and mythic properties out of fashion and largely unavailable. Nevertheless, Audrius produced the final ounces from a cherished bottle, skillfully keeping his surprise unspoken, and poured it for the Count. This trivial transaction was underscored by the subplot of celebration. That night belonged to Mr. Lyons, an American correspondent who had won the dare by being detained over a fabricated letter, and thus, via custom, the entire bar benefited from his largesse. Jazz throbbed through the bar as the Count reflected, with an evolving appreciation, on the genre's qualities. Having grown up immersed in the intricate, structured music of classical Europe, he had initially dismissed jazz as anarchic, a tangle of frantic notes without discernible structure. Yet, over time, he recognized in jazz the temperament of the new age, a spirit that was sociable, direct, unburdened by history, and exuberantly present. Jazz, like the foreign correspondents, seemed to revel in its own improvisation, unconcerned with precedent or destination. Absinthe in hand, the Count was on his way to a clandestine meeting, a celebration among his dearest friends, known amongst themselves as the Triumvirate Gare, comprised of the Count, the chef Emile, and the Maître d'André. Their plan, years in the making, was the recreation of a perfect bouillabaisse, an iconic and complex Provençal seafood stew reliant on the rarest ingredients attainable in Soviet Moscow. Behind this pursuit lay not just culinary ambition, but a celebration of camaraderie, memory, and the reassertion of subtler joys in a world grown overtly political and suspicious. Securing the 15 ingredients for the bouillabaisse had required extraordinary patience and resourcefulness. 6 of them were reliably available. Others could be found with luck and timing. But the last several were treasures requiring favors, barter, or even subterfuge, obtainable only through channels reserved for the party's elite. With every setback, be it spoilage or misfortune, the triumvirate redoubled its determination. The accidental delivery of key seafood items to the Metropol, instead of their intended rival, provided a stroke of serendipity that pushed the plan to fruition. Even the final, most elusive element was attained via the Count's discreet overture to Anna Urbanova, whose connections to the powerful allowed the acquisition in secret. The Count's approach to the kitchen was not without hazards. The assistant hotel manager, known as the Bishop for his gliding and indirect movements, intercepted him with thinly veiled suspicion, the encounter punctuated by elliptical comments and a menacing subtext. The Bishop's questions hovered on the verge of accusation, laced with the affectation of a chess player feigning innocence after a quiet threat. The Count replied with equal ambiguity, completing his ruse and redirecting himself to the kitchen. The Bishop personified the bureaucratic surveillance of the era, laboring on the periphery to sow unease, monitoring not just actions but intentions through veiled queries and omnipresent observation. In the kitchen, the full cast assembled, Emile preparing with ritual thoroughness, and André arriving comically late with a cascade of oranges. There followed a brief drama over one runaway orange which, in slapstick fashion, nearly collided with the precious absinthe. The Bishop's sudden appearance at this crucial moment froze the trio, prompting a tense exchange in which Emile's righteous, nearly theatrical indignation brandishing a celery stalk instead of a knife intimidated the managerial interloper into retreat. The subsequent jubilant laughter restored their fellowship before the meal's main event. Their meal unfolded with all the reverence and anticipation one might expect of an occasion years in the making, their laughter and stories rising in counterpoint to the increasing late hour. The bouillabaisse itself was depicted as a minor miracle, its flavors evoking sunlit harbors, Mediterranean air, the seacoasts of southern France, all impossibly distant from the grey austerity of Soviet Moscow. The stew's composition, fish and shellfish, oranges, saffron and absinthe brought together in a single spoonful, was a triumph over the privations and controls of their external world. As the 3 men savored their food, their conversation moved fluidly from the past to the present, covering childhoods in disparate cities, early loves, family sorrows and joys, and the aspirations still unextinguished by time or circumstance. For Emile, rarely awake at such an hour, the event was especially euphoric, his laughter mirroring both the relief of achievement and the delight of shared company. The evening's pinnacle was marked by André's long-withheld revelation of his earlier life as a circus performer, a fact delicately admitted and then spectacularly demonstrated. Andrei's juggling was both literal and symbolic, his refined control of oranges and knives, his hands as agile as any conjurer's, displayed mastery but also the depth of hidden talents beneath his unassuming demeanor. When invited to add the chef's beloved chopper to the juggling ensemble, the act became a shared celebration, a rare transgression against the burdens imposed by their roles and by the regime itself. Warmed by food and wine, the Count finally retired to his suite, the strains of music and the memory of friendship resonant in the quiet aftermath. Retrospective and slightly inebriated, he reflected on the deep cunning of both death and life, pondering how each finds people in their refuge, whether it be the somber Mishka lured out from his books to love by the never, or Andrei led away from hardship into the strange freedom of the circus. Life, he mused, is as willful and intrusive as death, inserting itself by stealth, charm, or even collusion. His philosophical musings turned gently toward Nina, once the practical, determined child of the hotel, now shaped by history's winds, and likely to be discovered again by life in all its unpredictable forms. The Count's monologue, delivered in confidence to the portrait of his sister Helena, articulated his skepticism regarding history's supposed inevitabilities: collectivization, dekulakization, repression. To him, the only true inevitability was the tireless persistence of life itself, which intervenes, adapts, and pursues joy against all odds. Morning found the Count with the remnants of the night, both a hangover and the fleeting memory of Mishka's letter, which was now misplaced. The letter, its wording half-remembered and its presence now irretrievable, contained lines not from Mishka himself, but from the poet Mayakovsky, whose own suicide marked a shadow over their circle and the era. The episode of the letter's loss, mistaken attribution, and its ultimate fate behind the Count's bookcase serves as a quiet, poignant reminder of the fragility of memory and the overlap between individual and collective histories. The night's revels, the triumph of Bouillabaisse, and the deep record of companionship epitomize the triumphs possible, even in constrained circumstances, a small, vital victory in a world determined to measure, surveil, and suppress. On a summer morning, Nina Kulikova and her fellow Komsomol members embark on a journey to Ivanovo, filled with enthusiasm for their new assignment. Their mission is deeply tied to the Soviet Union's first 5-year plan, which demands vast agricultural growth to support rapid urban industrialization. However, state policies require the exile of 1 million kulaks, uprooting the most skilled farmers and leaving less experienced peasants to implement unfamiliar, often unwelcome reforms like mechanized farming. These efforts meet resistance from local communities and are hampered by limited resources such as tractors, adverse weather, and heavy-handed enforcement of ever-rising food quotas, all of which contribute to dire consequences, including the impending Ukrainian famine. Despite these looming hardships, Nina's immediate experience upon arrival is shaped by the hopefulness of youth and the striking beauty of the countryside, as she feels her future unfolding before her. Against a backdrop of the early 1930s, a period marked by hardship and repression in Russia, the narrative opens with a panoramic view of Moscow's changing tides. Widespread famine, labor exhaustion, and increasing crackdowns on free expression set the tone of the era. Artistic and religious life falters as city life becomes more crowded, and political purges begin to gather momentum, especially in the wake of the assassination of a revolutionary leader. Yet, despite such adversity, the direction of national life appears to shift abruptly with a single, well-placed phrase from Stalin, who proclaims at a major workers' conference that "Life has improved, comrades. Life is more joyous." This statement, while seemingly perfunctory, signals to the attentive bureaucrats that the revolution had reached a stage where limited luxury and enjoyment could be reintroduced for the people, at least symbolically. The party's core messaging pivots, inviting back cultural symbols such as Christmas trees and gypsy music, reviving national pride in fashion and products, and encouraging a measure of urban glamour that had been suppressed as bourgeois. There is a flurry of change in public life, Politicians embrace tailored suits, luxury products like champagne and perfume are produced with fanfare, and department stores, once exclusive to foreigners and party elites, open their doors to ordinary citizens provided they can pay with precious assets. For a fleeting moment, the country experiences a facade of gaiety and progress, best captured in the lively streets of central Moscow, where young women flaunt contemporary fashions and browse glamorous shop windows with wonder and aspiration rather than resentment. This superficial improvement is drawn into sharp relief when two fashionable young women become part of the pulse of the city, their vibrant dresses and confident airs symbolizing a new, albeit fragile, era. Their path leads them to the Grand Hotel Metropol, where the core of the story quietly unfolds. Amidst the hotel's stately calm and timeless routines, the Count Alexander Rostov, ever the observer and participant in the life around him, delights momentarily in the passage of the seasons and the cheerful spirit hinted by the world outside. He shares these observations with Vasily, the concierge, engaging in amiable, lightly ironic banter that underscores both men's understanding of their singular roles within the hotel's microcosm. But this surface tranquility is swiftly disturbed by a deeply personal encounter. A young woman approaches the Count, addressing him by name and immediately revealing herself to be Nina Kulikova, now grown and transformed by the tides of time and her own life's course. Taller and more self-possessed than he remembered, she wastes no time on pleasantries, needing the Count's help in a matter of urgency. Nina's life has taken her far from the innocent adventures of their shared past in the hotel. She is married to Leo, her partner from her years working in Ivanovo. The narrative makes clear the gravity and helplessness in Nina's voice as she recounts her husband's sudden arrest during a state planning conference and his subsequent sentencing to 5 years in a labor camp, corrective labor. Nina's pressing need is for someone trustworthy to care for her young daughter Sophia, only 5 or 6 years old, so that Nina can follow Leo to the remote Severslag camp and establish a life before bringing her child to join them. Sophia is introduced sitting with quiet forbearance in the hotel lobby, a stark contrast to the vibrant scene at the department store. The hardships of her short life are visible in her plain clothing, boyishly short hair, and the modest, undressed linen doll she clings to for comfort. When Nina kneels before Sophia and introduces her to the Count, her words, though firm, are suffused with a rare, deep tenderness that even the Count has never witnessed in her before. The exchange is understated and heartbreakingly pragmatic. Sophia, brave in her mother's presence, can barely stifle her tears as the reality of temporary separation settles upon her. The mutual effort between mother and daughter to control their emotions underscores the resilience that adversity has forced upon both. Nina's matter-of-fact explanation of the arrangements and her hurried, unwavering departure communicate both her desperate situation and her faith in the Count. She gives him Sophia's belongings in a soldier's knapsack and a small family photograph, discreetly passing on the tools of continuity as well as tokens of identity and memory. The responsibility placed upon the Count is immense, though outwardly limited in duration. He is given little time, scarcely 15 minutes, to absorb the implications of caring for Sophia, with all the attendant questions of her comfort, nutrition, and protection weighing on his mind. Yet for the Count, there is no hesitation. His old debt to Nina and their bond, forged in childhood curiosity and strengthened over the years, leaves him with no moral alternative. Her key role in his adaptation to hotel life, her self-reliance, and her rare willingness to ask for help create an unspoken contract of loyalty. He readily accepts Sophia into his care, his internal musings reflecting both tender apprehension and resolve. The Count makes his initial preparations for Sophia's comfort, drawing on the quiet resources of his lived experience. His gentle interactions with Sophia begin immediately. He invites her, first, to a meal, but respects her refusal. He then introduces her to the small wonders and rituals of his constrained world, such as her first elevator ride, transforming the mundane into an adventure with a magician's flourish. Finally, in his attic quarters, Sophia falls asleep in his bed, too exhausted to linger over new anxieties, signifying the fragile sense of safety the Count's presence affords. In this pivotal moment, a new chapter in the Count's life is inaugurated, not one of grand gestures or overt drama, but rather of quiet and enduring responsibility. Sophia's arrival signals an expansion of purpose, setting in motion a bond that will sustain both through the uncertainties and privations imposed by the world outside the Metropol. The transformation from solitary house arrest to guardianship is immediate and unceremonious, yet, in its understated humanity, it holds profound consequences for all involved. The sudden emergence of Sophia into Count Alexander Rostov's daily existence acts as a catalyst, unsettling the comfortable solitude and carefully structured rituals he has cultivated throughout years of house arrest in the Hotel Metropol. From the moment Sophia is under his care, the Count is struck not by typical childish exuberance, but by her profound quietness. She executes the morning's formalities with a measured, almost monastic restraint. She rises, dresses, and makes her bed in silence, nibbles her breakfast with delicate economy, and then perches quietly on the desk chair, hands tucked beneath her, gazing at the Count with dark, solemn eyes that seem to pierce his composure. The intensity of her gaze asks wordlessly what will fill the day, leaving the Count mildly unnerved and acutely aware of each passing minute until lunch. This silence is not fueled by caprice or shyness, but seems to arise from Sophia's circumstances having been uprooted. She is wary of sharing the innocent curiosities of her past or details of her home life. The Count, skilled in bringing reluctant dinner companions into conversation, finds himself at a loss. His usual repertoire of social queries, questions about her hometown or her parents, feels suddenly inappropriate, likely to stir painful reminders of loss and displacement. When he attempts to initiate friendly conversation, he senses, almost immediately, the unintentional cruelty embedded in such questions and redirects himself with quick ingenuity. The first tentative exchange pivots on Sophia's unnamed doll. When the Count inquires about its name, Sophia's practical answer, her doll, has none, leads the Count to gently encourage her to assign it an identity for both companionship and ceremony. Sophia responds with simple logic, bestowing the name Dolly with finality and looking to the Count for the next topic. Her economy of speech and unwavering gaze challenge the Count, who must rummage through his conversational habits, discarding those that might cause distress or fall flat. Seeking to inspire her imagination, the Count turns her attention to the small ebony elephant lamp in his room, launching into a lively, if second-hand, account of African wildlife. Yet Sophia's pragmatic questions quickly expose that his knowledge is as second-hand as her own. Both have seen elephants only in books. The playful attempt at marvel dissolves with Sophia's efficient conclusion of the topic. The Count tries another path. Would she care to hear a story about a princess? Sophia's reply, echoing the ideological mantras of her time, the age of the nobility has given way to the age of the common man, reveals her awareness of the shifting political climate, and, perhaps, a reluctance to indulge in such tales. Momentarily stymied, the Count offers her an illustrated book borrowed from the hotel basement. Sophia, hungry for something to occupy herself, accepts it with almost preternatural seriousness, freeing the Count for a few moments of privacy and reflection. Yet, as he completes his morning ablutions, the overwhelming presence of the girl pervades his thoughts. Until now, his modest suite had offered ample space for daily exercise, leisure, and contemplation. With Sophia's arrival, every part of his small domain feels occupied and transformed. Each routine, each cherished custom, is disrupted by her quiet presence. Her needs, spoken and unspoken, gently but surely hem in his freedom, a fact he recognizes with a mixture of frustration and amazement. In contemplating these changes, the Count recognizes a subtle but profound shift within himself. Once a man who relished the unpredictable joys of company and the spontaneous interruptions of social life, he finds that habit and routine have crept into his days during years of confinement. Tea, breakfast, the angle of a chair for reading, these small rituals now require observance, and any disruption unsettles him more than he would like to admit. Sophia's presence unmasks his gradual slide into comfortable, self-contained habits, prompting a moment of rueful self-examination. The rhythm of their day continues, punctuated by small episodes that underscore the process of mutual adaptation. Sophia quickly completes the picture book and is ready for the next amusement just as the Count is finishing shaving, catching him off guard both in the mirror and by her relentless appetite for engagement. An envelope slid under the door signals 3 o'clock, a meeting not pressing enough to rescue him from the demands of now. Sophia's declaration that she's finished with the book becomes an assertion. She is here, she is present, and she expects the Count to adjust and respond in kind. Turning their attention to lunch, the Count escorts Sophia to the hotel's renowned Piazza restaurant. For Sophia, the room is a wonderland of paradoxes. A glass ceiling, tropical plants indoors, and a fountain, all elements that upend her sense of what is ordinary or possible. Her instinctive elevation of her behavior to match the setting's grandeur, moving her doll off the table, mirroring the Count's etiquette, demonstrates both her intelligence and her adaptability. She watches his every move, learning the unstated protocols of a grand society that, despite political dogma, still wields a quiet fascination. At her prompt, the Count unfolds for her the story of the twice-tolling clock, a poignant family heirloom and symbol of their old life. Commissioned by the Count's father, the clock tolls only twice daily, at noon and midnight. Through its design and purpose, the Count's father's philosophy is revealed. The morning is for industry, the afternoon for freedom and reflection. The toll at noon is reckoning for one's productivity, and the midnight chime a remonstrance for those who squandered their day and remain awake. In explaining this, the Count connects Sophia to his lineage, imparting not merely knowledge, but vestiges of the culture and values that shaped him, a delivery not just of facts, but of tradition and worldview. The practical realities of caring for Sophia continue to instruct the Count. When a perceptive waiter named Martin subtly suggests Sophia may need help cutting her meat, and later that she likely needs to visit the restroom, the Count is faced with his own innocence about the day-to-day requirements of guardianship. He fulfills his duty with humility, recognizing the small embarrassments and missteps that come with caring for a child. Each episode serves as a gentle rebuke to his self-image as capable and attentive, a reminder that even the most elegant skills can falter in unfamiliar territory. After lunch, when dessert is declined, the Count attributes this to the emerging preferences of the next generation, only to discover that Sophia's refusal was a matter of circumstance, not taste. When she timidly asks later if dessert remains an option, the Count, relieved, assures her that of course it does. Throughout these exchanges, a pattern of adjustment emerges not merely in logistics, but in the Count's internal landscape. He must surrender his expectations of order, his attachment to routine, and his assumptions about interpersonal dynamics, pivoting instead to meet Sophia's needs as they arise. Her presence commands a reconsideration of priorities. Where once his days were marked by solitary pleasure and self-imposed structure, they are now shaped by responsiveness to questions, to needs, to the subtle signals that direct the dance of care and intimacy. Through Sophia, the Count experiences the double-edged reality of companionship, the demands it makes, and the rewards it offers. The hotel, which for years was his refuge and prison alike, takes on yet another aspect, the backdrop for an unexpected education in love and responsibility. Sophia's arrival is not merely an interruption, but an invitation for the Count to re-engage with life's unpredictability, to recover a lost elasticity of spirit, and to be reminded that even in confinement, new patterns and new affections can flourish. The chapter unfolds with Count Alexander Rostov in the midst of significant change and adjustment within the familiar confines of the Hotel Metropol. The Count arrives at Marina's office, accompanied by young Sophia, the daughter of his longtime friend Nina Kulikova. Marina, the seamstress with a maternal temperament, instantly discerns the gravity of the situation that has led Sophia to the Count's care. In this moment, the Count reveals his vulnerability and uncertainty. He is not adept at parenting, and though he attempts to find support in others, Marina's gentle firmness redirects this new responsibility back to him, urging him to be the caretaker that Sophia requires at this difficult juncture. Despite his inexperience and reluctance, Count Rostov adapts, quickly making minor adjustments, as he puts it. He attempts to rearrange his routine and living arrangements to accommodate the presence of a child. He seeks practical help from Marina, and then logistical help from his colleagues at the Boyarsky restaurant. His responsibilities as headwaiter need temporary coverage so he can spend the evening with Sophia. His friend's anticipation of his needs speaks to the depth of trust and camaraderie developed over years of shared experience in the hotel's microcosm. However, the demands of routine and obligation tug at him in ways he cannot ignore. A sequence of tasks exposes the Count's humility and the lengths he will go to ensure Sophia's comfort. This includes an endearing interlude where he borrows Anna Urbanova's grand Parisian suitcases to transport linens and wrestles with cumbersome mattresses, highlighting both the logistical and symbolic labor required by his new role. The adjustments are not solely physical. In setting up a new sleeping arrangement reminiscent of train travel, the Count draws upon cherished memories and ingenuity, building an environment for Sophia that echoes both resourcefulness and an aristocratic sense of order. Meanwhile, as Sophia is left in Marina's care, the Count manages the day's responsibilities with his characteristic fastidiousness. He juggles the demands of a formal dinner for Soviet industrial dignitaries and a routine meeting of the triumvirate to the trio of the chef, Maitre D, and the Count who steer the Boyarsky. The details of place cards, seating charts, and protocol reflect the meticulousness required, not only for restaurant management, but also for survival in this era of bureaucracy, suspicion, and shifting power. At the heart of these outward obligations lies the Count's inner commitment to those in his care. The narrative pivots to a more intimate arena, involving Anna Urbanova, the Count's confidant and lover. Their interrupted tryst elicited by the Count's urgent need for her luggage, rather than the anticipated romantic liaison, reflects the ways in which personal needs and relationships are constantly negotiated under the pressures of circumstance. Upon collecting Sophia from Marina, the Count receives a gentle lesson in childhood. Marina reminds him that happiness for a child is rooted in simple pleasures, and instructs him, with a small token, a silver thimble, on recreating such innocence. The ensuing hours in their secret room, the concealed study off the bedroom, mark the playful and heartfelt beginnings of their relationship. The secret room, for which Sophia develops an immediate gravitas and appreciation, serves both as a literal and metaphorical space of trust, belonging, and shared secrecy. It is here, amidst the objects laden with his family's past, that the Count learns anew how to engage with wonder, a capacity that children retain even when adults have forgotten it. Sophia and the Count fall into a game of hide-and-seek with the thimble, an activity that, though simple, becomes layered with meaning. Sophia's methodical and astute approach to the game, her grasp of the rules and her subtlety in play, disarms the Count. His underestimation of her becomes evident as he is repeatedly bested by her logic and her cunning, particularly when she hides the thimble in his own jacket pocket. This episode illuminates both Sophia's intelligence and her quick assimilation into the informal rules and rituals of the Count's world, while also showcasing the Count's humility and capacity for affection. Their interactions, marked by playful rivalry and thoughtful negotiation, lay the groundwork for an authentic bond. The evening's routine continues with the Count entrusting Sophia once more to Marina's care before he fulfills his obligations at the Boyarsky, and then his monthly engagement with Osip Ivanovich Glebnikov, the former Red Army colonel and his political interlocutor. Over dinner, their discussion centers on Tocqueville's Democracy in America. Osip is eager and well prepared. The Count, having been preoccupied, has not finished reading the book. The exchange, tinged with humor, outlines the theoretical and cultural interests that sustain their friendship. Osip's partial forgiveness for the Count's academic failure comes in the spirit of understanding the Count's unexpected circumstances relate to Sophia's arrival, a revelation that amuses Osip and subtly underscores the shifting priorities in the Count's orderly life. The dinner with Osip transitions from a test of academic preparation into a reflection on disrupted expectations and the realities imposed by newfound responsibilities. The Count now finds himself the guardian of a child, a role that redraws his daily routines as well as his sense of self. There is a poignant resonance to Osip's own recollections of parenting, and the recognition that the smooth running of life is always altered, sometimes permanently, by the presence of young children. Upon departing this conversation, Count Rostov encounters Mishka, his oldest and dearest friend, waiting outside. Mishka's early return to Moscow and his visible agitation foreshadow a troubling revelation. In the privacy of the Count's study, Mishka recounts his conflict with the editor Shalamov over the censorship of a Chekhov letter, specifically a passage about Berlin's bread and the limitations of Russian experience. The removal of this innocuous passage under the pretense of concision exposes the insidiousness of Soviet censorship. Mishka's recounting is vibrant, wounded, and deeply ironic. His confrontation with the system is as much personal as it is emblematic of the fate of Russian intellectuals in this era. The Count consoles his friend, pointing out the absurdity of the offense, the minor nature of the infraction, and the grand success that his scholarship on Chekhov represents. He attempts to draw Mishka back from the brink of disillusionment, urging him to rest and celebrate the achievements, rather than be consumed by the trivial acts of bureaucratic pettiness. The Count's role as a source of comfort and resilience in the face of defeat is pronounced here, even as he recognizes the potential dangers Mishka faces for his outspokenness. What unfolds next is a subtle, but telling study of the fates of those close to the Count. He worries, that night and late into the small hours, about Sofia's future, Mishka's vulnerability to state reprisal, and Nina's uncertain fate after her own exile to Siberia. These worries, dancing through his mind in the dark, are manifestations of the deep and often unspoken anxieties that haunt those living under arbitrary and repressive authorities. The narrative links these personal concerns to larger historical currents. Mishka's actions lead, within months, to his interrogation, trial before an extrajudicial troika, and eventual shipment to the labor camps. Nina, for her part, simply vanishes, her attempts to contact the Count, and her whereabouts lost to the vast, indifferent bureaucracy of the Soviet Union. The disappearance of friends, the silencing of writers, and the threat to vulnerable children all become interconnected threads in the tapestry of loss, silence, and resilience that defines their world. Even Sofia's status in the hotel, a seemingly small matter, almost leads to her removal by state authorities. However, the web of relationships and political connections, most notably, the implied protection afforded by Anna Urbanova's long-standing relationship with a powerful Politburo member, protect Sofia, at least for now. The bureaucratic process that would ordinarily have swept her away is quietly diverted, her file locked away rather than acted upon. This highlights both the everyday dangers faced by people living under this system and the occasional lifelines offered by networks of influence and discretion. Oddly, in the midst of this underlying threat and pervasive anxiety, the Metropol itself is depicted as an oasis of order, camaraderie, and creative resourcefulness. The rituals of hospitality, preparing the restaurant, managing formal dinners, providing meals for staff and special guests alike, continue alongside the shadow of the ever-present state. Within this refuge, meaningful connections endure. Marina provides a maternal counterbalance. Andrea and Emil represent the reliability and pride of their crafts. Anna offers both the glamour and caprice of a protected life in the arts. And Mishka, despite being battered by the system, remains fundamentally connected to the Count through memory and tradition. There is also, interwoven throughout the chapter, a meditation on the preservation of culture and identity under pressure. Mishka's fury over the censored Chekhov passage is not just the anguish of a scholar, but a protest against the erasure of nuance and the enforced rewriting of public memory. When Mishka rails against the monuments and the literary betrayals of the age, and equates silence with a form of poetry or survival, he is both despairing and adaptive. The Count, on the other hand, chooses to resist despair through acts of care, play, and continuity with the past, even as he acknowledges the precarity of all such efforts. The episode with the thimble is deceptively simple, but rich in symbolic resonance. It embodies the broader theme of outwitting fate by wit and adaptability, much as the Count and his companions must continually do under surveillance and restriction. Sophia's trick, hiding the thimble in his pocket, is not merely a child's prank. It is an early initiation into the necessity of subterfuge and creativity, a lesson that will, in years to come, serve her well. The day in question concludes with a new nighttime ritual. Sophia, not yet ready for bed, pauses to observe the twice-tolling clock, an emblem of measured time, of endurance, and of the passage of generations. Her silent witness of the chimes and her swift transition to sleep mark her adaptation to life with the Count, and his to life with her. The Count, exhausted, joins her, squeezed into an improvised bunk bed that testifies to his willingness to adapt comfort and tradition for the sake of care. As he tries to sleep, his mind is assailed by anxieties large and small. His friend's fate, the danger to Nina, the precarity of their lives in the hotel, and of Sophia's presence specifically. His thoughts circle through the events of the day, counting the literal and figurative ascents and descents stairs traversed, as well as emotional elevations and declines, accounting of flights that finally brings him peace and sleep. The coda to the chapter makes clear that many of the Count's anxieties turn out to be justified. Mishka's defiant act at Gosvetizdat leads directly to his arrest and eventual exile. Nina disappears into the vastness of the Russian East, never returning or making contact again. The danger to Sophia is deftly, if temporarily, averted only through the fortunate intersection of relationships and happenstance. Through all these shifts, adaptations, and private sorrows, the hotel remains the familiar stage on which the Count performs his many roles: that of elegant host, quietly clever survivor, mentor to a new generation, and, for now, a caring surrogate parent. Every detail, the shifting of staff responsibilities, the juggling of suitcases, the improvisation of bedtime games, the long conversations with friends serves as both a coping strategy and a defiant assertion of the value of loyalty, affection, and the preservation of cultural memory. The chapter's events illustrate not only the persistence of the individual spirit in the face of uncertainty, but also the intricate networks of friendship, mutual support, and quiet courage that allow private dignity and kindness to survive in the shadow of oppression. The Count's own transformation is movingly understated. He begins as a reluctant guardian, and by night's end has genuinely received Sophia into his sphere of care and affection. Their mutual adaptation marks the birth of a substitute family within the artificial borders of confinement, a family built on improvised rituals, shared secrets, and the unwavering determination to find beauty and meaning, wherever possible, in the details of each passing day. Layered between tender dialogues, the somber fate of friends, and the gentle victories of adaptation, the chapter explores the tension between the vulnerability of individual lives and the resilience of human relationships. Each character's fate is shaped not only by their choices, but also by the arbitrary winds of history and the slow grinding machinery of the state. Memory compressed, refracted through stories, paintings, and the rituals of the everyday serves as both shield and burden. Ultimately, the chapter provides a poignant study of transition, both personal and historical, as the Count and Sophia face a future that is known only in hints and anxieties. The memory of loss is balanced by the emergence of new bonds, and the ever-present restrictions are countered by minor acts of rebellion and play. Through it all, the Metropol stands, both prison and sanctuary, witness to the small acts of hope and defiance that shape the lives within it. Late at night, Sophia seeks out Count Alexander because she left her doll, Dolly, in Marina's room. Their brief, gentle exchange quietly highlights the enduring tenderness and care in their relationship, even amid their constrained circumstances. In the early summer of 1946, Moscow presents a complex image shaped by both continuity and profound recent disruption. A solitary man, distinguished only by a limp and tatty coat, traverses the familiar terrain from the Moscow River, past the domes of St. Basil's Cathedral, and through Red Square. His injury and impoverished appearance are now an unremarkable sight, reflecting the widespread aftermath of war throughout Russia and Europe. countless men, veterans or survivors, visibly carrying the burden of conflict. Red Square imbues a sense of collective patience and disciplined endurance, as endless lines of citizens from every corner of the Soviet Union queue for various necessities, or to pay homage at Lenin's tomb. The lone figure surveys this scene, meditating ironically on the centrality of the line in Soviet life. He perceives it not as a simple inconvenience, but as an omnipresent structure shaping relationships and fostering virtues like patience and civility, a fitting and inescapable metaphor for the universality and infinite reach of the system established by Lenin's revolution. More than a feature of daily logistics, the line has become a defining feature of existence, winding through Russian life and back through time, creating a kind of shared destiny. The setting then shifts to encompass the city's resilience in the aftermath of World War II, recalled through the preserved facades of Theatre Square, the Bolshoi, the Mali Theatre, and the enduring Metropol Hotel. The narrative briefly revisits the harrowing days of Operation Barbarossa, when German advances nearly enveloped Moscow. The chaos and fear from that period displaced citizens, government evacuation plans, bridges rigged for demolition, and the burning of confidential documents underscored the city's precarious fate. A pivotal episode is recounted from October 1941, when the Soviet leadership, ensconced deep within the Mayakovsky metro station, found themselves at a crossroads. In a powerful display of resolve, Stalin declared the intention to remain in Moscow and insisted that the revolution's anniversary parade would proceed, even as German forces encroached. This act and the subsequent parade on Red Square are remembered by Muscovites as moments that fortified national morale and shifted the psychological tide against the invaders, complemented by harsh winter conditions and strategic military reserves that would ultimately help repel the offensive. The city, miraculously spared the fate of other ravaged capitals, bore its scars quietly, its external continuity masking an undercurrent of survival and adaptation. The chapter closes as the lone man, a silent observer and participant of all this history, maneuvers through the lingering relics of war-displayed fighter planes and the enduring architecture of the city he calls home before disappearing into the Metropol's shadowed alley, an emblem of endurance shaped by memory, humility, and the unbroken pulse of ordinary life amid extraordinary times. The day unfolds for Count Alexander Rostov with his habitual sense of measured routine, grounded in the familiarity of the Hotel Metropol. Summoned unexpectedly to the executive suite via one of the hotel manager's messengers who waited through his coffee and demitasse, the Count approaches the bishop's office with the anticipation born of experience, deciphering from the elaborate formality and delay that something is amiss. In the transformed office, stripped of Halecki's old-world flourishes and restyled in the Soviet administrator's paradigm portraits of Stalin, Lenin, and Marx, an abundance of paperwork, the Count finds himself sitting face-to-face with bureaucracy incarnate. Through veiled queries, the bishop probes into the minutiae of the Count's daily rituals, tracing his path from his suite to breakfast, to his habitual position in the lobby at 8 for reading the day's papers. Though outwardly polite and patient, the Count is quickly frustrated by the roundabout approach, preferring directness to the implication that something in his schedule, or perhaps something about Sophia, is under scrutiny. The manager's indirect questioning eventually reveals its purpose. A calamitous incident involving 3 geese unleashed into the corridors that morning at 7:45. The Count, having witnessed the commotion firsthand, recounts a tableau brimming with chaos and farce, international guests in disarray, children in pursuit of honking birds, a general intervening in Texan bravado, misunderstanding and comedy colliding amidst the dignitaries and the hotel staff. Through his eyes, the reader is transported to a circus of diplomacy, nationalities, and mishap. The general's undisciplined attempts to dispatch the birds are met with dismay, fainting, and unintended scandal, culminating in a goose defenestration and the general's own accidental indecency when his robe unravels mid-rescue. As the Count reflects, the episode's true subject is not the mayhem itself, which he dismisses as childish antics, but the shadow of accusation being cast subtly but unmistakably towards Sophia. He recognizes the bishop's maneuver, The attempt to link Sophia to disorder and mentally rebuffs the suspicion as absurd. Sophia, in his mind, is the model of self-possession and studiousness, demure, quiet, diligent in her studies and household tasks, entirely undisturbed by the frivolities that would precipitate such chaos. To relax his mind from official intimidation, the Count revisits Sophia's defining qualities. He inventories her mature disposition, her record of obedience and composure. He notes her penchant for a particular game, one that she plays with him within the labyrinthine architecture of the Metropol. This game, practical and imaginative, demonstrates Sophia's resourcefulness and ingenuity. She secretly races to anticipated destinations ahead of her father, using hidden corridors and knowledge of the hotel's geography. Conceived with subtlety, executed with artistry, the game becomes a metaphor for her ability to appear both ordinary and extraordinary, a child perfectly at ease with confidences and adventures within the boundaries of her home. Appearing at Sophia's side, the Count finds her far from the scene of the morning's escapade, immersed in philosophical reading, specifically an essay by Montaigne on cannibalism. Her intelligence and curiosity deflating the bishop's suspicions. A quick visual survey of their quarters finds Anna Karenina, repurposed as a makeshift support for her study materials, a literal and symbolic meeting of Russian literary weight and the day's more practical needs. Dismissing the thoroughfares of officialdom, the Count turns to his closest colleagues, Emile the chef and André the maitre, for the daily triumvirate council. The trio, seasoned by years of friendship and a shared dedication to their quietly defiant maintenance of tradition under Soviet governance, vent their indignation on behalf of the Count. Even as evidence of feathers in the dumbwaiter is delicately broached, Emile and André, through performed innocence and camaraderie, prefer the old codes of loyalty to the impositions of the new regime. The Count, in turn, readies himself to offer a retort of wit and substance, but a more pressing interruption occurs. A ragged stranger, mistaken for a beggar, appears at the kitchen door. This disheveled visitor is revealed as Mishka, Mikhail Fyodorovich Mindich, the Count's beloved and long-absent friend, a fellow traveller of the Russian intelligentsia now worn thin by years of forced labour and exile. Old jokes, rituals, and the deep language of shared pain suffuse their reunion. The staff, recognizing Mishka's import to the Count, seat Emile's office for their conversation and set forth bread and salt, reviving the ancient symbol of Russian hospitality. Mishka, his body diminished by privation, his clothes the testament to his caste, as a cast-off of the state, begins to narrate the contours of his life among the dispossessed. He speaks not in the singular, but as we, encompassing all those whose bodies and spirits have been ground under by the machinery of Soviet repression. The we of his usage is both a plural of suffering and a plural of memory, tethered to the collective trauma of the Gulag and the indignities of historical self-destruction. Within their conversation arises the problem of Russian identity, as Mishka reflects bitterly on the country's penchant for annihilating its own achievements, art, churches, cities, even its own progeny. He turns to historical markers: the burning of Moscow in 1812, the destruction of monumental art, the extermination of millions of cattle during collectivization, not as discrete events, but as repeating motifs of a national pathology, or, perhaps, a grim resourcefulness. Mishka's warmth is scarred by the insight that Russians, unlike other nations, bear the gift and the curse of turning ruin into transformation. This meditation draws the Count into discomfort, but Mishka tempers his bleak assessment with humor and the promise of creative work on the horizon. He alludes to a literary project to be shared in the future, and departs with the chef's offering and the maitre-d's well wishes. His parting words invert fate. Where the world would see the Count's exile as tragic, Mishka declares him the luckiest man in Russia, encased in the paradoxical freedom of confinement among loyal friends. The evening brings another thematic confrontation, this time between the Count and his old associate Osip in the hotel's clandestine Yellow Room screening. Their studies of American culture, filtered through a diet of films ranging from musicals to noir, become a playful but serious intellectual battleground. Osip, master of Soviet dialectic, argues that American cinema is the ultimate pacification of the masses, a tool for capitalist distraction in the face of systemic poverty and the deferred promise of revolution. Yet Osip's attention is captured by the emergence of film noir, its unflinching gaze at corruption, broken ideals, and the brittle illusions of justice. This opens to a further philosophical debate. When the Count segues from his emotional encounter with Mishka questioning if Russians are by nature more self-destructive than other nations, Osip launches into a vigorous defense of both the revolution's iconoclasm and the necessity of brushing the past aside. He challenges the Count to see history's cost as the surge price of progress, reminding him that every monuments and traditions. But Osip's case is not merely ideological. He offers a pointed comparison. The Americans built their dynamism on the sacrifices of the marginalized, displacing entire communities to raise their skyscrapers and highways. For Osip, the real difference is in motivation. Americans do so in the name of individualism, Russians, or so the project claims, for the common good. There is ruthlessness on all sides. The groundwork of new orders is always laid with the rubble of the old. With the discussion unresolved, the Count withdraws to the Shalyapin bar, encountering an American, Captain Richard Vanderweil, whose perspective provides a counterweight to the Russian dialectic. The barroom gives way to playful banter and a gentle anthropology of cocktails, with Richard lamenting the Russian taste for complexity in their drinks and lauding by way of analogy the virtues of simplicity and complementary traits. The conversation soon turns philosophical, focusing on the meaning and survival of grand things, art, ideas, institutions amid cycles of creation and destruction. Richard argues that, historically, human achievements persist, despite the efforts of those who would erase them. That fate, indifferent yet generative, preserves what is most essential in ways no one can predict. The fate of Socratic thought, for example, survives millennia through wars, plagues, and willful oblivion. The inference is at once humble and hopeful. The legacies left behind, artistic or philosophical, are rarely at the mercy of any one generation's attempts at demolition. As the night wanes, the Count finds Sophia reading in her usual seat, demure as ever, yet he senses by the casualness of her waiver challenge issued for their clandestine game. Taking the bait, the Count races through the hotel, internally relishing the chase and the logic of the contest. Yet, the game's poetic rhythm is shattered by news from a distressed chambermaid. Sophia has fallen on the service stairs. The urgency of parental fear propels the Count into action. For the first time in decades, he exits the hotel proper, carrying his unconscious, bloodied daughter through the lobby, into the city, and to the site of what was once a distinguished hospital. The hospital atmosphere, now one of neglect and decay, amplifies his desperation. He obtains medical attention for Sophia only through a series of fortuitous encounters. An inexperienced intern, a quarrelsome and disreputable surgeon, and finally a chief surgeon with real skill. Lazovsky, who, through a confluence of circumstance, happens to be present and immediately takes charge. Sophia's concussion proves treatable, the operation ultimately a success, her prognosis encouraging. Yet throughout this ordeal, the Count is racked with remorse and self-recrimination, reflecting on the true heart of parental duty. The drive to see one's child safely into the world, through all the randomness and risk that fate may impose. His thoughts flicker between memory and present danger, hovering between hope and fear for Sophia's future. In the aftermath of surgery, Osip materializes an emblem of friendship and the reach of the state's invisible surveillance, advising the Count to disappear for his safety and to entrust Sophia to Marina, the faithful seamstress. The arrangement is made without sentimentality, each figure recognizing the practical realities that must be confronted in a world shaped by forces far beyond their control. The Count is escorted away in the cover of pre-dawn, bundled into a van for the journey back to the Metropol. There, the aroma of fresh bread, the literal sustenance of survival, and a metaphor for endurance fills the compartment. The journey down Tverskaya Street, once the promenade of the city, and now almost unrecognizable through the modern obliteration of its architectural soul, becomes a meditation on loss and adaptation. Back in the silent attic, the Count is at last allowed to process the night's events. Tears overcome him, but not in defeat. Rather, they fall in gratitude for Sophia's safety and for the web of camaraderie that, despite the world's cruelty, sustains him. A last intrigue is revealed in the form of a gift from Richard van der Weil, a portable phonograph with a recording of Vladimir Horowitz playing Tchaikovsky. The Count plays the record, letting himself be transported by music that weaves together the themes of personal ordeal and the indomitable beauty of art, as Tchaikovsky's martial opening and lyrical themes echo the ongoing dialogue between suffering and transcendence. Across the narrative arc of this day, a constellation of antitheses emerges: the rigid decorum of Soviet bureaucracy and the wild release of the geese, Sophia's quiet discipline and her genius for mischief, Mishka's tormented vision of Russian destruction and Osip's justifying arguments for revolutionary pro-greatness, and the Count's anxiety for the fragility of all meaningful things. The personal accident, Sophia's fall, acts as a nexus where all these tensions are gathered, reminding the reader that the fate of an individual life, no less than the fate of a nation or its culture, is always at stake, always subject to sudden reversal, and always dependent, to some degree, on the sustaining compassion and intervention of others. In detailing the incident with the geese, the chapter elegantly explores the interplay of order and chaos, innocence and suspicion. The Count's defense of Sophia, grounded in his loving understanding of her character, not only shields her from external accusation, but functions as a metaphor for his larger belief in the persistence of gentility and dignity amidst an era of suspicion and upheaval. The game she plays with him, both a physical pursuit and an intellectual one, mirrors the broader survival strategies adopted by those who, like the Count and his friends, must continually adapt to the constricted world imposed by historical forces. Mishka's return crystallizes the novel's meditation on the relationship between cultural creation and destruction, the way in which the beauty and brutality of Russian life are never far apart, and the degree to which the memory of the past is both a burden and a blessing. Mishka's reading of Russian history, particularly the burning of Moscow and the fate of its art and artists, juxtaposes the spirit of resistance with tragedy, asserting that self-destruction is a form of belief in the significance of what is being destroyed. This philosophy is given counterpoint by Osip, who rationalizes all loss as necessary cost for the hoped-for progress of society, using American examples to blunt the singularity of Russian violence. Both voices are joined by that of Richard van der Weil, who suggests that regardless of human intent, certain grand things outlast their would-be destroyers, kept alive in unpredictable ways by the operations of fate itself. The medical crisis with Sophia, including the Count's traversal of the city and confrontation with decaying institutions of care, brings home in stark human terms the themes of loss, resiliency, and the nature of hope. The ordeal of injury and recovery is not romanticized. It involves anxiety, regret, and shame. Yet in the end, the rapid assembly of willing helpers, veteran surgeons, old friends, humble staff testifies to another kind of continuity, one founded not on monuments or museums, but on acts of loyalty and the inheritance of compassion. Throughout the chapter, the Metropol continues to serve as the microcosm of Russia itself, too labyrinthine for outsiders to comprehend, full of secret passageways and private rituals, battered by the winds of change, and yet, in the hands of its most dedicated inhabitants, a locus of community and care. The motif of bread and salt, recurring in Mishka's visit and the Count's return journey, functions as cultural sustenance and as a symbolic bridge between suffering past and hopeful future. Musical motifs recur as well, with the gift of the phonograph and Horowitz's Tchaikovsky performance marking the restorative power of art, its ability to reawaken feeling, memory, and the possibility of joy, even in the most constrained circumstances. Ultimately, the day's sequence of events, beginning with the comic mayhem of dislodged geese and culminating in the fraught drama of Sophia's accident, serves as an intricate meditation on history, survival, and the terms on which lives are remade. If Mishka, Osip, and Richard each offer competing visions of destruction and continuity, The Count's experience, framed by love, loss, and art, suggests that dignity and grace are found not in the avoidance of tragedy, but in the integrity with which one navigates its unavoidable presence. The chapter concludes in quiet catharsis. The Count, alone with Sophia's bed, weeps in recognition of his fortune, not in material terms, but in friendship, love, and survival, the things most at risk and, paradoxically, most resilient in a world defined by loss. The metaphysical import of the day is thus given tangible form, as bread is handled, music is played, and the Count's tears both mourn what the world destroys and celebrate what, by accident or design, endures. Here, as throughout his time in the Metropol, the Count's life is measured out in precious, sometimes precarious increments, not only in the rituals of the everyday, but in acts of care and courage that, regardless of political epoch, illuminate what it means to live as a gentleman, even and especially in Moscow. The narrative follows Andrei Duras, who spends an afternoon returning from a visit with Sophia at the first municipal hospital. She seems well, attended by attentive nurses in a sunlit private room, and in high spirits due to small comforts. Emil's cookies and a book of adventure stories from Andrei. Andrei's routine continues with small acts of kindness, like giving up his seat to an elderly woman on a public bus, and stopping at a market to buy vegetables to complement a meal he intends to cook for his wife, using minced pork from Emil. The depiction of Andrei's household reveals modesty and the uncertainties that loom over many families of the era. In a small apartment in a crowded building, Andrei and his wife enjoy a space of their own, though they are fully aware that this privacy is tenuous. Their domestic life is detailed through Andrei's simple but careful preparations for dinner, showing the quiet rituals that anchor their existence. Meanwhile, the neighborhood's atmosphere is rendered in the ordinary yet intimate smells and sounds that pervade the hallways. Sauteed onions here, radio voices there. A shift in the narrative brings Andrei into a more contemplative state as he enters the preserved room of his deceased son, Ilya, killed in the last months of World War II. The room has been deliberately kept unchanged since his death, echoing memories of Andrei's visit to Pushkin's preserved apartment in St. Petersburg. Initially, maintaining the room in its original state provided solace, allowing both Andrei and his wife to sense their son's lingering presence. However, Andrei now recognizes that this space, while once a source of comfort, might also perpetuate their mourning rather than resolve it. Despite his awareness that circumstances such as intervention by housing authorities may soon force them to relinquish the room and its memories, Andrei hesitates to discuss this inevitable change with his wife. This section carefully renders the universality of loss and memory, illustrating how private rituals can both shield and bind individuals to the past. Andrei's movement through the apartment, smoothing a blanket where his wife once sat, quietly closes the episode, highlighting the enduring tension between honoring memory and the necessity of eventually moving forward. From the outset, the progression of Sophia's adolescence is observed with great poignancy by her father, Count Alexander Rostov, and it provides an immediate occasion to reflect on the swift passage of time. In his conversation with Vasily, the Hotel Metropol's wise concierge, the Count muses on how the seasons of life shift inconspicuously for adults, while the experiences of youth burn indelibly into memory. Here, the distinction between the fleeting quality of mature recollections and the vividness of youthful impressions is drawn, casting parenthood as an act of letting go. Adults, he proposes, must relinquish the experience of time so that their children might seize it more keenly. Vasily, ever intuitive, distills the Count's sentiment. So that they might remember, we must forget. The Count affirms this paradox, underlining that their task as parents is not to accumulate new memories, but to foster their children's independence, to step back and watch them encounter the world. From this philosophical meditation, the narrative transitions to a moment filled with humor and paternal protectiveness. The Count discovers that Sophia, now 17, is in the ballroom with Viktor Stepanovich Skidovsky, the orchestra conductor. In a swift, almost unconscious motion, Count Rostov storms down the hall, and catches what appears, to his mind, as a compromising scene. He yanks Victor from the love seat in a burst of indignant energy, ready to defend his daughter's honor, only to discover somewhat sheepishly that Sophia and Victor have simply been sharing a piano bench, their hands not entwined in romantic embrace, but aligned across the ivory keys. This misunderstanding gives way to a different astonishment. Under Victor's instruction, Sophia plays Chopin's Nocturne in E-flat major, Opus 9, No. 2. In the constructive silence and attentive listening that follow, the Count is moved beyond pride to a kind of awe. It is not merely the technical proficiency with which Sophia executes the piece, but more pointedly, the expressive maturity evident in her playing. Sophia, a mere 17, renders a depth of emotion that suggests intimate acquaintance with life's longings and sorrows. The Count considers the mysteries of musical interpretation the ability to transmute private emotion into shared artistic resonance. His initial disbelief that someone so young could channel such feeling leads to a gentle inquiry into Sophia's source of inspiration. Their ensuing conversation is tender and revealing. Sophia confides she draws upon her fading memories of her mother, Nina, to express the mood required by the piece. The coach's advice is that authentic artistry comes from anchoring one's performance in personal sentiment. This revelation affirms for the Count an old fear and a consolation. While past loves may fade from memory, they never entirely vanish. The Count, in turn, reminisces about his sister, noting that the passage of years only partially erases those once cherished, a realization delivered with fragile comfort. Woven through this intergenerational exchange is a subtle memorializing of the past. The ballroom itself, now a site for Sophia's burgeoning talent and father-daughter confidences, was once a theatre for Nina's youthful adventures. The Count recalls Nina's tendency to question and experiment, turning the grand space into a laboratory for Galileo and Newton's experiments, timing the descent of dropped objects from the ballroom's balcony. This anecdote, equal parts fond and wistful, cements a continuum between generations. The living adapt and find new meaning in rooms charged with the residue of the past. After this episode, the Count's day unfolds in the hotel restaurant, the Piazza. There he encounters a young man sketching the restaurant's interior, and a lively exchange ensues about art, place, and memory. The Count, ever the cosmopolitan, recognizes immediately the young man's skill and learns he is a trained architect tasked with rendering hotels for an in-tourist brochure. The conversation pivots to the limitations and strengths of drawing versus photography. The young architect explains that photographs too easily record decline, whereas drawings can capture an ideal, a mood, an essence. The Count, determined to defend the dignity of the restaurant, argues that its significance lies not in ornament or design, but in the vibrant cross-section of people who have animated the space for decades. He evokes a democratic, almost utopian vision of Moscow's citizens' cabbies, commissars, bishops, and black marketeers crowded around the central fountain, engaging in serendipitous conversation or debate. These memories, layered upon each other, become the true substance of the room. The architecture is, in effect, the backdrop to human striving and connection. The young architect, receptive to this perspective, surmises that each room is the summation of all it has contained, a notion to which the Count heartily agrees, certain that the world is better for the intermingling that has transpired under the piazza's roof. This theme is mirrored later over drinks at the Shaliapin bar, where the Count is joined by Richard Vanderweil, an American diplomat and loyal friend. The easy camaraderie between the two men, both products of privilege and cosmopolitan education, is marked by a sense of kinship that seems to defy the handful of years they've known each other. They toast to old friends, underscoring that genuine affinity is less a matter of chronology than compatibility of spirit and experience. Their conversation, lubricated by Audrius's bespoke cocktails, whose colours echo the domes of St. Basil's Cathedral, ranges from international hotels to tales of Sophia's musical promise. The Count shares how Victor Stepanovich discovered Sophia's self-taught talents, how, on hearing her practice a Mozart variation alone, he promptly took her as a student and focused her education on the classical canon. The news is met with admiration and delight, emphasizing again the role of generous mentorship in cultivating latent talent. Their banter mutates into reflection when the Count, prompted by Audrius's pithy remark on economic necessity, invokes the moths of Manchester, a reference to a story from his father illuminating the principle of rapid adaptation in nature. In 19th-century Manchester, industrial soot darkened the trees. Pale moths, once camouflaged, were now threatened, while black moths, once rare, flourished. This swift evolutionary change, explained to the Count as a child, disturbed him initially. Could the same swift and arbitrary forces imperil people as well? The Count's adult realization, however, is more sanguine. Nature's design is adaptive because it seeks survival. The profound implication is that adversity, environmental, political, or personal, compels individuals to improvise and persist. This insight, filtered through the Count's experience, links Viktor Stepanovich, who, though a conservatory medalist, must work as a hotel bandleader, Mishka, laboring on his underground literary project in exile, the young architect, drafting hotel interiors rather than buildings, and even the Count himself, aristocrat turned headwaiter. Each has found avenues, however constrained, to pursue their passions and sustain a sense of purpose. Life, the Count reflects, may enforce limitations, but art, memory, and ingenuity contrive to find expression all the same. Beyond these explicit ruminations, the text delivers subtle, often playful, counterpoints to the oppressive uniformity of Soviet bureaucratic reality. The architect's secret sketchbook imagines grand, impossible projects. A 200-story skyscraper with a rooftop diving board, a cathedral to atheism, with cupolas capable of launching to the moon, a museum that resurrects the city's demolished treasures. His rendering of the piazza mechanized so diners can be rotated across the restaurant by a giant crank, wielded by a benevolent elderly man, is a whimsical vision of renewal and fluidity. In this fantasy, disparate guests are given a chance to experience new perspectives, to converse widely, and to evade the rigidity of assigned places. This is both a metaphor for the improvisatory survival of the characters and a gentle lampoon of the rigid, often arbitrary, social engineering of the Soviet regime. Threaded through each encounter and digression is an insistence upon endurance, adaptability, and the preservation of what makes life meaningful even amidst encroaching constraints. Each character, whether staff, guest, or exiled friend, is shown in the act of making do. Viktor finds fulfillment in secret instruction. Mishka persists in samizdat production. The architect pushes the limits of his skills and imagination in defiance of professional marginalization. The Count, for his part, orchestrates small acts of beauty and connection, constructing meaning for himself and others, despite the reduction of his world to the hotel's boundaries. Ultimately, this chapter is a meditation on legacy, memory, and the transformations, both voluntary and involuntary, that define adulthood. Parental pride gives way to awe in the face of Sophia's emergent individuality and artistry, signaling the irrevocable passage from childhood innocence to adult knowledge of loss, yearning, and creation. Through intimate recollection and the rituals of daily life, the narrative demonstrates how individuals carry forward the best of the past, even as they adapt to the unforgiving demands of the present. The world may close in, circumstances may darken, but avenues for expression remain, catalyzed by human resourcefulness and a stubborn dedication to one's deepest loves and beliefs. Not least, across settings as intimate as a hotel suite, and as sweeping as the ballroom or restaurant, it is the act of remembering, reimagining, and repurposing that permits the characters to endure. The setting, the Metropol, is both prison and paradise, yet for those within, it is also a living testament to the ways in which places and people shape one another, survive change, and dare to dream even in the face of relentless adversity. The narrative unfolds on a June evening in the Boyarsky restaurant of Hotel Metropol, where Count Rostov and his daughter, Sophia, savor their customary night out. The elegant atmosphere is rich with notable guests, the wives of high-ranking officials, a distinguished literature professor with an imposing reputation, and Anna Urbanova, the captivating actress, now firmly established on stage after decades of artistic evolution. Anna's return to Moscow's theatre scene has extended her residency in the city, granting Rostov more time in her orbit, a circumstance both convenient and charged with emotional nuance. Seated at their table, the Count and Sophia engage in the poised ritual of menu selection, their methodical reversal from entrees to appetizers speaking to the depth and comfort of their bond. The anticipation between ordering and receiving their food becomes an anticipated ritual in itself, heightening their enjoyment and setting the stage for their cherished game. Suit. This intellectual contest, devised by the pair, consists of rapid-fire alternation within specific categories, such as famous foursomes or black and white animals, each competitor testing the mettle and wit of the other. There is a playful seriousness to the proceedings. Victories are signaled with French exclamations, and each round is a testament to their harmonious relationship and the shared pleasures of the mind. Sophia's cleverness is on full display as she outmaneuvers her father with an inventive answer, reflecting her maturity and wit. A sudden interruption arrives in the form of Professor Matej Shirovich, the esteemed academic dining nearby, who requests the Count's company for a post-dinner discussion. The Count's reputation as a poet resonates even in circles that reach beyond the walls of the Metropol, demonstrating the unusual status he occupies in his life of refined captivity. After the exchange, the pile of social commentary grows as Count and Sophia touch upon Anna Urbanova's presence in the restaurant. Sophia, ever observant, questions why Anna, an acquaintance of hers and, by extension, a subtle presence in their lives, is never invited to join them. The ensuing conversation is laced with irony and warmth, as Sophia, aided by Marina's observations, teases her father about his tendency to keep personal connections neatly categorized, likening his preference for order in relationships to the sorting of colored buttons in boxes. The Count feigns indignation, but is clearly touched and amused. The repartee exposes the interwoven relationships within the Metropol, where staff and residents live as an extended if odd family, each possessing opinions and alliances that quietly shape the life of the hotel. After dinner is concluded with a signature dish and fine wine, Sophia's gentle persistence about Anna reemerges, prompting further playful irritation and mock defensiveness from the Count. But before the domestic squabble deepens, it is interrupted by reality and necessity. Sophia is dispatched to her piano, leaving the Count to his obligation with the professor. The hallway encounter with Anna Urbanova becomes a continuation of the previous conversation, but more private and intimate. The Count expresses his discomfort about Anna's relationship with Sophia developing in his absence, and Anna parries with wit, referencing the button allegory and adapting it to her own perspective. Their exchange is both humorous and loaded, touching on the Count's desire for order and separation of personal spheres and Anna's more relaxed, perhaps subversive, approach to boundaries. The metaphor of buttons, whether sensibly sorted or jumbled, points to deeper inquiries about how individuals manage relationships, privacy, and the demands of community in a world where true solitude is a rare commodity. The Count finally proceeds to his old suite, now designated for the professor. Returning to suite 317, now somewhat faded from its former splendor, he is struck by nostalgia, the suite's decor and stillness echoing memories of earlier, freer times. There, he is reunited not only with Professor Sirovich but with Richard Vanderweil, the American diplomat and old friend, who has arranged the meeting under the pretext of a discussion on literature. The closeness of these friendships, forged and maintained even under surveillance, is a quiet act of defiance and loyalty. Richard reveals the actual nature of his visit in privacy. He is moving to Paris to work in the intelligence service and hints at an offer for the Count to serve as a source of informal information gossip rather than espionage concerning the political climate in Moscow. Richard uses the game of international power as a metaphorical tennis match. The shifts in world politics, particularly with Stalin aging and likely passing soon, have rendered old certainties unstable. Richard's playful tone belies the gravity of the situation. The conversation returns to lighter ground as the Count gently refuses the offer, equating gossip with spying and cementing the distinction between genuine friendship and the transactional nature of statecraft. Their conversation segues into personal realms. The progress of Sophia at the conservatory, Richard's growing sons, cultural achievements, and the timeless allure of Parisian life. Their camaraderie, marked by mutual understanding and affection, provides a contrast to the broader themes of uncertainty and surveillance encroaching upon their lives. As the Count prepares to leave, he pauses by his family's old grandfather clock, a relic steeped in familial nostalgia. The act of winding and setting the clock, a poignant gesture, signifies not only an attempt to reclaim lost time, but also a symbolic assertion of continuity in the face of relentless change. The narrative then swiftly shifts to the historic events of March 1953, when Stalin dies after a debilitating stroke. The gravity of Stalin's passing manifests in grand state rituals, floral tributes, portraits, and a citywide outpouring of both orchestrated and genuine grief. Western observers puzzle at the spectacle, trying to make sense of the intersection between mass mourning and the relief or anxiety of a nascent new era. The absence of a clear succession plan among the Soviet hierarchy throws the city and world into a phase of unpredictable transition. Malenkov, at first poised to inherit Stalin's dual leadership roles, is quickly checked by party machinations, which result in a divided authority, with Khrushchev setting the political stage for years of uncertainty, ideological contestation, and shifting balances of power. Following these sweeping historical developments, the focus narrows once more to the intimate, as the Count and Anna Urbanova converse late at night in the sanctuary of her room. Their relationship, grounded in mutual respect and passion, provides them with a temporary refuge from the uncertainties outside. The Count muses aloud about the tension between the former and the latter. These terms for the openness of cultural exchange versus the closing of society under totalitarian rule. He clings to hope that the world might oscillate toward openness, fostering human connection and the free flow of ideas, even as history seems to suggest otherwise. Anna answers with realism, pointing out that Russia's fate is deeply entwined with its geography and psychology, its ancient walled heart. The Kremlin, symbolizing a chronic defensiveness and retreat from the sea, the world, and perhaps even from itself. She argues that while cosmopolitan cities such as Marseille or New York thrive on their exposure and fluidity, Moscow is shaped by its insularity and the weight of its history. Their debate is affectionate but profound, each advocating for a vision of life in Russia and marveling at the fate and promise of other nations, America always looming as a symbol of careless ease and possibility. Anna's point about America pivots from its historical optimism and outward focus to the mundane conveniences that define American modern life. Leafing through a glossy magazine, she shows the trappings of affluence, labor-saving devices, and suburban comforts. The Count, with wry nostalgia, counters with his own definition of convenience the freedom and grandeur of aristocratic privilege, the ability to command time and luxury. However, he ultimately concedes that it is the very inconveniences, the challenges, the obligations, the messier burdens that have granted his life meaning, purpose, and depth. The chapter weaves together public and private realms. Within the familiar, ritual-laden routines of hotel life, there is an ongoing negotiation with the outside world, the threats and uncertainties of political upheaval, and the temptations and ambiguities of international engagement. The domestic banter and games with Sophia reveal the intricate functioning of a chosen family adapting under constraint. The conversations with Anna touch on the inescapable legacy of Russia's history. The visit with Richard underscores the perpetual balancing act between friendship and suspicion in an age of ideological contest. Throughout, the Count exemplifies grace, wit, and resilience, refusing to relinquish hope in the possibility of openness and connection, even as the world repeatedly signals a turn toward insularity and control. Yet the narrative is pragmatic, showing that such hope, while necessary, must coexist with acceptance of difficulty, compromise, and the limitations imposed by one's setting. Whether these are the massive walls of the Kremlin or the invisible, but equally confining, walls of the Metropol itself. Time weighs heavily in moments of anxious expectancy, a sensation deeply felt by the protagonist as he awaits news of utmost importance. The passage of hours, minutes, and even seconds takes on a performative quality. Each tick expands with theatrical insistence. This acute experience of time contrasts sharply with recollections of youth, when waiting beneath the stars brought anticipation charged with possibility. Now, years later, that anticipation is tinged with frustration and the aches of age. The protagonist, once invigorated by romantic rendezvous, finds this same sense of expectancy fraught as he paces, awaiting the return of loved ones from a significant event. Despite his impatience, he prepares for two possible outcomes: celebration or disappointment. He chills a bottle of champagne, ready to pop the cork if fortune favors, but also steeled for the quiet dignity required if fate proves unkind. Nevertheless, the domestic clock chimes reliably, mocking his sense of protracted waiting. Even the intricate mechanics of timepieces, objects once admired for their precision, seem to underscore a cosmic joke at his expense. Earlier, the day brought its own annoyances. The hotel manager introduces a labyrinthine new procedure for handling restaurant orders, transforming a previously elegant and efficient system into bureaucratic confusion. Waiters now scribble orders, clerks record, and cooks log entries, all resulting in the timely arrival of food sacrificed for the sake of accountability, and diners left bewildered or dissatisfied. The old-world elegance, personified by the protagonist and his close allies in the kitchen and dining room, strains against this creeping bureaucratic obsession. True to his nature, the head waiter attempts to address his concerns with the manager, invoking the tradition not just of service but of connection, the art of conversation and personal memory in hospitality. He appeals to the deeper value of trust and tactile presence, painting a picture of rituals and relationships turning cold under the grip of paper trails and protocols. The manager, wary of discrepancies that could mask theft or inefficiency, brushes off these appeals with chilly detachment, equating tradition with tolerance for error or corruption. Locked in this exchange, the cultures of old and new Russia face off, one of grace and memory, the other of suspicion and systems. Absorbed in his thoughts, the protagonist turns to music, a reminder both of his daughter's spirit and the evolving rhythm of their relationship. He reflects on her choice of competition piece, Mozart's Piano Sonata No. 1. The music becomes a proxy for parental ambivalence, the desire to guide, the pain of withholding overprotection, and the need to stand back and allow a child's self-determination. Each movement of the sonata aligns with a stage in Sophia's growth, from childhood exuberance to the contemplative pause of adolescence, and finally to energetic independence. The narrative pauses with the entrance of Anna Urbanova and Sophia, breathless with jubilant news. Sophia has triumphed in her piano competition. The tension dissipates, replaced by joy and celebration. The protagonist exclaims, embraces are exchanged, and the anticipated champagne is uncorked despite the water having warmed. The recounting of Sophia's performance by Anna channels collective pride. Details emerge of a poised entrance, the audience's skeptical shifting upon announcement of the Mozart piece, and their conversion to admiration through Sophia's artistry and joy. The performance is described as transformative, the audience enraptured, the applause rapturous and prolonged. Amid the exhilaration, friends from the hotel staff, Emil and Andrei, attempt a stealthy delivery of a celebratory cake, humorously nearly coming to grief before the cake is saved by quick reflexes. The scene shifts from clandestine comedy to heartfelt congratulations, with cake and champagne binding the small community together. Emil, the chef, overcomes his shyness to offer the torte to Sophia, and Anna steers attention to the intricacies of both baking and performance. As stories of past celebrations surface, the circle widens with the arrival of the formidable concierge, Vasily. He brings a note of warning. The hotel's manager, the bishop, is escorting a state visitor to the protagonist's rooms. The group acts quickly, hiding evidence of their gathering behind closed closet doors. The bishop arrives, introducing Comrade Frenovsky, director of the Red October Youth Orchestra, who brings official notice. Sophia is requisitioned for a position in the orchestra not in Moscow, as the group had assumed, but in distant Stalingrad. The mood plummets from elation to cold dread and fury, as the protagonist recognizes state power reaching into the family's intimate world, threatening to displace Sophia and override their wishes. The bishop, smiling with malice, reveals his complicity in the maneuver. Anna Urbanova intervenes with social deftness, turning the power dynamic with her presence and wit. She feigns close acquaintance with a powerful cultural minister and insinuates that he has a personal interest in Sophia's future in Moscow, artfully undermining Frenovsky's authority and placing him in a subordinate, uncertain position. Frenovsky, cowed, withdraws his offer and departs, leaving the protagonist and Anna to contemplate the perils that linger beneath official kindness. The group's sense of jeopardy gives way once again to relief and celebration after the officials depart. Jazz replaces classical music, the cake is finished, and the collective joy resumes, the near loss only heightening their gratitude for togetherness. Sophia proposes a toast to her father, her guardian and friend, reaffirming her attachment not just to him, but to the tightly woven community within the hotel. She promises never to leave the Metropol, a defiant assertion of personal agency against the machinery of the state. After the group adjourns to continue the celebration elsewhere, the protagonist is approached by a stranger. Katerina Litvinova, Mishka's former companion, brings somber news. Their exchange is low-key, fraught with the unspoken weight of memory and loss. Mishka, the protagonist's oldest friend, has died in exile, a victim of the era's relentless purges and persecutions. Katerina, having lost her own husband earlier, spent Mishka's final months with him, and has honored his wish to deliver a final gift. Katerina's arrival concludes unresolved strands of the past. Her relationship with Mishka embodies another narrative of devotion and endurance through hardship. Her demeanor direct, unsentimental, communicates an unyielding honesty shaped by personal trial. When she departs, she rebuffs any offers of aid, requesting only remembrance for Mishka, underlining the ultimate loneliness that afflicts even the most entwined of lives. The protagonist finds himself alone, absorbing Mishka's legacy. A small, handmade book titled Bread and Salt. The book is a mosaic of Western and Russian literature, philosophy, and religious texts, each passage linked by the motif of bread. Mishka's project compiles references to bread in the Old and New Testaments, classical antiquity, and the entire sweep of Russian literary tradition. Passages from Genesis and the Gospels sit alongside Gogol's grotesqueries, Turgenev's observations on nourishment, Dostoevsky's ruminations on art, and Tolstoy's lyric evocations of sensory joy. Bread is revealed as a foundational symbol. It stands for survival, suffering, community, art, and, at times, transcendence. The quotations track civilization's evolving understanding of material need and metaphysical yearning, linking faith, labor, hunger, artistry, and beauty. Bread, through Mishka's lens, becomes something elemental yet infinitely nuanced, a pivot for both spiritual and political meaning. As he pores over the pages, the protagonist notes Mishka's idiosyncratic emphasis. Bread in each passage rendered in bold capitals, connecting the vast human record. The collection crescendos with quotations from the brothers Karamazov, which touch on metaphysical debates as well as folk beliefs in the humanizing power of simple gestures. The request to crumble bread on a grave for the sparrows, an image that fuses death, grace, and a persistent thread of hope and companionship. The act of remembering becomes an act of resistance against oblivion. The passage moves the protagonist to tears as he recognizes that, with Mishka's passing, a unique bond to his own youth and lost world has irrevocably broken. The collection concludes with a letter from Chekhov that had been censored, in which the pleasures of good bread are extolled to a Russian abroad, a sentiment now painfully ironic, given the privations endured under Soviet rule. The protagonist is struck by the vision of bread not as a mere staple, but as a vehicle for memory, Loss and aspiration are means for understanding and resisting the forces that seek to flatten and erase individual experience under the guise of progress or justice. After finishing Mishka's book, the protagonist lingers, lost in reverie and sorrow. He reflects not just on Mishka, but also on Katerina, whose stoic acceptance of the world's indifference signals the closing of a long chapter in his life. She, like Mishka, personifies a spirit fierce in devotion and chastened by suffering. Both are reminders of the attrition suffered by those who came of age in or were crushed by the seismic transformations of Russia. The protagonist, now confronted with the void left by their absence, recognizes his own station as a custodian of memory, an individual whose existence and whose identity are grounded in remembrance and the transmission of meaning through acts of witness and compassion. Throughout this sequence, the chapter distills broader themes: the contest between tradition and bureaucracy, the encroachment of the state on private lives and affections, the interweaving of personal and collective history, and the redemptive possibilities of memory and art. The protagonist's relationship with Sophia, Anna, and his friends, his efforts to shield, nurture, and celebrate them stand in opposition to the depersonalizing pressures of historical circumstance. The resonance of Mishka's meditations on bread frames the significance of daily rituals, shared meals, and humble acts as bulwarks against obliteration, each anchoring the self and community against the tides of erasure. The events of the chapter, both dramatic and domestic, are thus charged with layers of import. Each interaction in the drawing room, at the dinner table, or in the quiet exchange of Katerina's visit is weighted with symbolism. The hotel is not merely a setting but a living organism, a staging ground for acts of resistance, creativity, intimacy, and renewal. Within its walls, fleeting happiness is possible, even as the world outside seeks to remold and displace. The protagonist's grief for Mishka exceeds the sorrow for a lost friend. It signals the severance from an earlier self, the last trace of a vanished world. Yet, paradoxically, the act of remembering, of honoring a dad, savoring the taste of bread, toasting to the future is itself a form of hope. Through recollection and the ongoing forging of connections in the midst of constraint, the dignity, complexity, and endurance of the individual persist, echoing the work that Mishka has left behind. Ultimately, the chapter weaves together public and private life, moments of loss and joy, the past and present, asserting that amid uncertainty and threat, meaning is continuously made and remade. The protagonist, through memory and action, asserts not only his own survival, but also the survival of a culture cherished, fragile, enduring. Every gesture, every act of sharing or remembrance becomes an act of faith and defiance against oblivion, a testament to the possibility of finding purpose and belonging even while contained, beleaguered, and set apart. In the bustling, yet insulated world of the Hotel Metropol, news breaks among the Boyarsky restaurant's leadership that Sophia, the Count's daughter, has been selected to perform in Paris with the Moscow Conservatory Orchestra. The announcement is met with incredulity, bordering on wonder, by Andrei, the métier, and Emile, the chef, as the notion of a Russian artist, especially from their closed Soviet world traveling to Paris, seems little short of miraculous. The Count confirms that indeed, thanks to the cultural outreach orchestrated by the organization Vioks, Sophia is to grace the stage of the Palais Garnier that coming June. His companions, still marinating in nostalgia for a Paris they thought forever out of reach, share a mixture of amazement and pride at Sophia's achievement, mingled with wistful reminiscence about how the old world has changed since their last memories of the City of Light. Their reverie is abruptly disturbed by the arrival of the bishop, the hotel's new manager, whose obsession with order and efficiency infuses every interaction with bureaucratic chill. The bishop's management style is detailed with a comically pedantic precision. He disregards staff traditions such as tasting menu specials, instead requesting they be written out, and offers unsolicited recommendations on menu pairings and floral arrangements, fixated on cost-saving and uniformity, as exemplified by insisting a meal use beets rather than apples and proposing silk flowers as a remedy to supply issues. His relentless interferences both amuse and frustrate the staff, particularly Emile, whose culinary artistry is undermined by such managerial officiousness. When their meeting concludes, the Count and Andrei part ways, but the Count quietly doubles back to sneak into the Boyarsky in order to review the reservations ledger, known as the book. His covert search of upcoming bookings reveals a key state event, a combined dinner of the Presidium and Council of Ministers in June, an occasion he notes for reasons not yet revealed, but clearly linked to the ticking clock set off by Sophia's impending journey. There is an undercurrent of preparation and secrecy, hinting that the Count is laying the groundwork for a plan of significance tied to Sophia's prospective departure. Later that evening, the narrative shifts to the Shaliapin bar, where celebration is in full swing, led by an ebullient American visitor attempting to do business in Moscow. The Count joins in quietly, reflective yet cheered by recent developments. His sense of fate's manipulations is palpable. He feels almost guided by circumstances more favorable than any artful scheme he might have designed. Suddenly, this calm is disrupted by Viktor Stepanovich, Sophia's esteemed piano teacher, who storms into the bar, breathless and agitated. Viktor confronts the Count, believing that Sophia's name has been withdrawn from the orchestral tour by her father, alleging that such an act would harm her professional future. The Count, blindsided by this revelation, insists he is not behind any such decision and expresses genuine confusion and concern. They both realize, puzzled, that Sophia has made a momentous decision independently, and Victor stresses the urgency. Only 24 hours remain before her spot on the tour is given to someone else. Caught in a sudden whirlwind of conflicting emotions, the Count seeks clarity from Sophia at dinner. He attempts to broach the subject indirectly, first with familiarity and humor by invoking a family game of Zut, then by recounting a story from his youth about marksmanship and overcoming anxiety clearly intended as a parable to address Sophia's presumed nervousness about performing on a world stage. Sophia gently exposes his ruse, acknowledging the connection to her career dilemma. She dismisses the notion that fear or stage fright motivates her reluctance. Sophia then reveals her true reason. She feels content within the world of the Metropol, in the company of her father. The safety, intimacy, and meaning she finds in their carved-out universe outweigh the allure of Paris and professional acclaim. Her resistance is born not of fear but of attachment to the hotel's microcosm, to routines, and above all to the sustaining love and companionship between father and daughter. Confronted by the gravity of Sophia's yearning for home, the Count gently challenges her perspective, admitting for the first time his own failings as a parent. He realizes that, together with the surrogate family of hotel staff, he has made the Metropol her entire world a nurturing environment, yet one that risks becoming an overly comfortable prison. Drawing on memories of Sophia's mother, Nina, and her belief in expanding one's horizons, he stresses that true personal fulfillment comes from stepping into uncertainty, chasing experience and opportunity, rather than remaining within the familiar four walls. Their conversation is tinged with deep emotion. The Count's pride in Sophia is unmitigated, but he stresses that the real courage lies not in the applause received after a triumph, but in the willingness to take risks to walk out the door into the unknown, just as she once did going to her competition. Moved, Sophia concedes a wish, that if she plays in Paris, her father could be there to hear her. In response, the Count affirms his boundless support and love, stating that no matter how distant the venue, her music would reach him. Through these exchanges, central themes emerge: adaptation and resilience in the face of imposed limits, the tension between rooting oneself in community and tradition versus seeking growth and discovery through change, and the enduring power of parental love as both an anchor and a force for liberation. Under the looming shadow of historical and political constraints, and the persistent interference of bureaucratic authority embodied in the bishop, the Count and Sophia navigate the complex, bittersweet dynamics of letting go, finding purpose, and facing the world beyond their cherished but confining enclave. The entire episode is emblematic of the ongoing push and pull between comfort and aspiration, past and future, safety and adventure, a meditation on how the spirit endures and finds expression even within, or perhaps because of, four walls. In the Metropol's serene yet unpredictable world, Count Rostov begins his day with purpose, orchestrating a series of subtle actions that hold layered meaning. He requests stationery from Arkady at the front desk, writes a concise note, and strategically leaves it for the bell captain, setting in motion an unseen plan. His routine trip to the barber shop under the care of Boris, a pragmatic, taciturn successor to the legendary Yaroslav, offers an interplay of unsettling efficiency and the comforts of tradition. The barber, more automaton than artisan, performs a cursory shave, undeterred by the superfluousness of the task. The monotony is interrupted when a bellhop delivers an urgent summons to Boris from the hotel manager, prompting the barber's abrupt exit after reading a cryptic message. Seizing the distraction, the Count becomes uncharacteristically agile and alert, swiftly taking advantage of the empty shop. Throughout his life, Count Rostov prided himself on displaying indifference to clock-bound urgency, distinguishing himself from the modern men obsessed with punctuality and measured increments. He delighted, instead, in leisure and the prioritization of small pleasures, long lunches, and unhurried strolls, believing that true satisfaction resided beyond utilitarian constraints. He invokes Zeno's paradox of Achilles, a philosophical musing, suggesting that every urgent journey contains infinite moments for reflection and small joys, subtly justifying his lifelong commitment to a cultivated, unhurried existence. However, this established detachment from time is profoundly altered by the impending departure of Sophia, his beloved daughter, for the conservatory's goodwill tour. The pronouncement that she will leave in just under 6 months reframes every action and moment in his days. The significance of each chiming of the twice-tolling clock is heightened. What once was languid becomes imbued with urgency and intention, refining his formerly casual approach into a sharp sense of purpose. He channels this new urgency into meticulous preparation for Sophia's journey and concert, ensuring her readiness and security for the life-changing opportunities that stand before her. As Christmas approaches, Count Rostov leverages his connections and the remnants of his old wealth to acquire the necessary items for Sophia's travels, including clever financial maneuvers with gold Catherines converted to store credit via Vasily. He commissions a tan valise and travel essentials, beautifully wrapped, to mark the occasion with warmth and subtle significance. For Sophia's Rachmaninoff piano performance, an event of considerable magnitude, he engages Viktor Stepanovich for expert tutelage, ensuring Sophia is coached to the highest standard. The Count further orchestrates layers of support by enlisting Marina and Anna to assist with the creation of a striking blue taffeta concert dress, symbolizing both Sophia's blossoming womanhood and the collaborative spirit of their found family within the hotel. During meals, he pivots their playful language games into practical French lessons, equipping Sophia for Parisian life through diligent dialogues, thus weaving together affection and preparation within their daily rituals. Beyond visible gestures, the Count enters the neglected corners of the Metropol's basement to quietly seek out discarded Baedeker travel guides, reflecting his reliance on resourcefulness and hidden opportunities. He locates a Paris edition featuring a detailed map of the relevant arrondissement and artifact, both practical and emblematic of possible escape or new beginnings. This act is laced with covert intent, as the Count secures the necessary tools for mapping out a potential future for Sophia beyond the limitations imposed by their circumstances. Meanwhile, the barbershop episode, with the note delivered and the barber sent away, permits the Count to conduct a clandestine search of Yaroslav's celebrated glass cabinet. Hidden behind relics of a bygone era, he unearths a small black bottle nostalgically dubbed the Fountain of Youth, signaling a longing for restoration and the preservation of old rituals. He also deftly appropriates a spare razor, both items becoming instruments in his ongoing, secret preparations. Back in his quarters, the Count blends nostalgia with careful planning. He conceals the bottle, studies the Paris Baedeker, extracts its map with the precision of Boris's razor, and plots a careful route through the city. He then retrieves his father's annotated Montaigne's essays, a repository of familial wisdom and personal heritage, and begins carefully excising sections from the volume. This sacrificial act underscores the magnitude of his intent, preparing a safe means of communication, code, or concealment should the need arise in Sophia's journey. Underlaying all these actions is the marked shift in the Count's philosophy. The looming event compresses time and infuses each moment with new meaning. The chapter is suffused with a quiet tension. The Count transforms from a model of measured leisure to a man galvanized by love and responsibility, acutely aware of both the weight and scarcity of time. Each small, habitual gesture now forms part of an intricate web of care and foresight, as fatherly devotion collides with the realities of an uncertain world. Through these preparations steeped in affection, tradition, ingenuity, and a dash of subterfuge, the Count endeavors to secure Sophia's safety and future, making each remaining tick of the clock count in the silent agony and hope of impending separation. In the fading light of an early May evening, the Count carefully observes the routines of an Italian couple staying at the Metropol. Their habits are predictable. Every evening, at nearly the same time, they collect their cultural itinerary from Vasily at the concierge desk this time, tickets for Boris Godunov, and a supper reservation, then leave their room keys with Arkady and step into the Moscow night. This ritual provides the Count with a vital window for a covert errand. As soon as the couple departs, the Count, ever methodical and precise, retrieves a key from his vest Nina's, a relic of another era, and quietly slips into room 428. He wastes no time on nostalgia for the suite's bygone decor. Instead, his purpose is practical and urgent. He selects from the closets the type of clothing necessary for his preparations: a pair of tan trousers from the male side, a white Oxford from the bureau, all slipped into a concealed pillowcase. Each item he takes contributes to a carefully orchestrated plan, delicately balanced upon the daily rhythms of an unsuspecting world. The task nearly complete, the Count is reminded of the vital need for subtlety when he is forced by Oleg's approaching room service cart to duck into the belfry. His maneuvers within the labyrinthine Metropol are a testament to years of adaptive restriction and finely owned vigilance under surveillance. Later that night in the Shalyapin bar, the Count reviews his intricate checklist. Razor-sharp focus swings from the more tangible artifacts: a stash of centuries-old Catherine's coins, a Baedeker travel guide, clandestinely acquired clothing, a heavy-duty needle and thread supplied by Marina, to the more nebulous but essential concerns, especially the issue of sending a critical notice to Paris. The impossibility of direct communication in a world of censorship and constant observation looms over him, but necessity breeds improvisation, and the Count recognizes he may have to advance the plot without it. Eschewing his usual discipline against late-night drinking in favor of social courtesy, the Count allows Audrius to refill his glass, finding himself among a group of Americans at the bar. Their laughter centers on Webster, a gregarious, hapless American salesman. Webster's attempts to sell vending machines in the Soviet capital have become the subject of local myth. His fortunes reversed from abject failure to universally welcomed guest, not because of the machines, but through a clever subterfuge. He distributes American cigarettes and chocolates, buying his way into meetings but never securing any sales. The Count, observing Webster, is struck by a resemblance between him and his old friend Richard. Both possess a spirit of openness, humor, and guileless ambition. An idea germinates. When, later, he intercepts Webster in the American's room, the Count orchestrates an encounter layered with subterfuge and mutual understanding. Presenting himself simply as the waiter, the Count leverages the veil of his apparent insignificance. The two men engage in a wary, understated negotiation. The Count's intent is clear: he needs a confidential letter delivered to a trusted contact in Paris. Under cover of night, whiskey is shared as a seal to their agreement. The camaraderie of after-midnight confidences links them to a lineage of cinematic, men of intent figures, les Gogarts as protagonists, for whom such hours draw forth honesty and risk. Buoyed by the success of this exchange, the Count secures trinkets: an American cigarette pack for Anna, a chocolate bar for Sophia token items, smuggled with as much care as diplomatic secrets. The sense of camaraderie and relief is palpable as he moves down the hushed corridor, self-identifying in jest with literary detectives and shadowy waiters who traverse quiet hallways while others sleep, finding brotherhood in solitude and shared secrets. Yet a final errand remains: the unfinished business with the newsboy's cap. Recognizing that the Italian couple's return from their opera and late supper is at least half an hour away, the Count re-enters their suite. His efficiency is momentarily sidetracked when he discovers a bundle of Russian nesting dolls, their familiarity hiding, perhaps, an extra layer of intrigue or utility. This is precisely the sort of object that could conceal valuables meant for clandestine transfer. But as he examines the dolls, the sound of a key in the lock signals the couple's unexpected, early return. In a moment blending farce, suspense, and discomfort, the Count wedges himself into the closet, enduring physical cramp and anxiety while the couple goes about their bedtime routine. Every sound drawers opening, bed sheets rustling, hushed endearments highlights the intimacy from which he is now perilously concealed. Tension peaks when, in the darkness, a disturbance prompts the couple to awake to his presence. Linguistic confusion, frantic exclamations in Italian, a mad scramble these follow in comic, yet dangerous, sequence. The Count, no longer able to remain hidden, fumbles an apology, creates a commotion, and makes his escape from the suite, leaving behind the lingering shock of discovery. Throughout these events, the Count's deft maneuvering embodies his lifelong balance between discretion and resolve. Every item acquired or smuggled, every risk calculated, each alliance formed, all bear the weight of his greater mission. Beneath the veneer of comic misadventure, urgency persists. Each moment in the hotel's quiet corridors is freighted with the tension between the need for secrecy and the hope for freedom, for himself, and, above all, for Sophia. The chapter unfolds with an intimate scene in Anna Urbanova's suite, as Sophia reveals the gown Marina has crafted for her first Parisian concert. The atmosphere is charged with ceremony, reflecting the importance of this rite of passage. Sophia, no longer a mere companion in need of protection, emerges as a poised young woman, drawing admiration from Anna and Marina, and speechless pride from the Count. Marina's craftsmanship is on full display. The gown's deep blue hue and elegantly open back mark a bold modern statement that unsettles the Count, drawing out his protective paternal instincts. While Anna and Marina celebrate the stylishness and artistry of the dress, the Count's discomfort centers on its revealing design, which he suspects to be Anna's doing, prompting a brief and humorous squabble. Marina, however, owns her work with fierce pride, rebuking the Count for his conservatism and insisting on Sophia's readiness for the world stage. The episode highlights the generational and cultural shifts at play within the walls of the Metropol. Sophia's opinions in the matter receive full respect. She adores the dress, delighting Marina, and, ultimately, leading to a consensus when Anna adds a finishing touch, a choker with a sapphire pendant that both complements the dress and affirms Sophia's transition to adulthood. The Count, though teased for his old-world sensibilities, with Anna making light of his supposed witness to the comet of 1812, wrestles with the bittersweet reality of change. The girl he nurtured has blossomed into a self-assured young woman, both beautiful and independent. After the fitting, Anna and the Count share a quiet moment as they walk the hotel corridor. Their dynamic is marked by playful banter about his protectiveness and the boundaries of decorum, illustrating both Anna's understanding and the Count's internal struggle as a father reluctant to relinquish control while knowing he must. The conversation is light-hearted but underscored by genuine emotion, epitomizing the Count's ongoing negotiation between tradition and the inevitable progress of those he loves. The Count then slips away for the Boyarsky restaurant's daily managerial meeting, a routine now colored by the presence of the bishop, the bureaucratic new hotel manager. The meeting takes place in the bishop's office, rather than Chef Emil's more relaxed kitchen. The shift in venue, reinforced by the discomfort of dainty chairs, better suited for Louis XIV's handmaiden, symbolizes the growing institutional rigidity encroaching upon the hotel and its once intimate staff culture. During the meeting, Emile presents his menu, which is scrutinized and edited with bureaucratic fastidiousness by the bishop. The business proceeds with Andrei presenting the seating book, especially important for the upcoming combined dinner of the Presidium and Council of Ministers. This impending event is central in the Count's secret plans. Yet, as the bishop asserts control by reassigning supervisory duties, the Count is jolted by the possibility of losing his long-prepared opportunity. The dinner, a rare convergence of power within the hotel, is the linchpin for his orchestration and the timeline for Sophia's imminent departure. After the meeting, the Count discreetly seeks a private word with Andrei, indicating the mounting urgency and the intricate cooperation among the close-knit hotel staff, who help one another navigate both personal milestones and the omnipresent demands of the state. The chapter deftly intertwines private celebration, paternal anxieties, and the ever-tightening constraints of the Soviet order, using the hotel's rituals and relationships as microcosms for wider societal transformation. Through gestures of care, contest, and resolve, the characters negotiate the shifting boundaries of identity, loyalty, and adulthood under the gaze of an evolving regime. Count Alexander Rostov, dressed impeccably in his white boyarsky jacket, prepares to preside over a significant dinner for the Presidium and Council of Ministers in Hotel Metropol Suite 417 in June 1954. Just days earlier, he had been removed from the duty, but circumstances change unexpectedly when the beloved matador, Andrei Duras, arrives at a Boyarsky staff meeting with troubling news. A worsening tremor in his hand indicates the onset of palsy, rendering him unable to perform his customary role. His ailment is received with deep sympathy and shock by Chef Emil Zhukovsky, who regards it as a cruel stroke of fate, the type of affliction that cruelly undermines a person's most treasured skill, much like Beethoven's deafness or Monet's blindness. The bishop, the hotel manager, appears more inconvenienced than empathetic, while Duras assures everyone, especially the party liaison Comrade Prop, that headwaiter Rostov will assume oversight of the state dinner. Comrade Prop, despite his lack of awareness about Rostov's status as a former person under house arrest, recognizes him only as an impeccable headwaiter. Having experienced Rostov's mastery firsthand, Prop is visibly relieved, knowing that any shortcoming in the evening's event would directly reflect on him. Reviewing the evening's elaborate details with Rostov, the timing, table layout, menu of traditional Russian dishes, and the ceremonial snuffing of candles, Prop also divulges the guest list, filled with political luminaries. Rostov, who has discreetly observed and served these men in more private moments over the years, understands the inner workings and rivalries among them. His wit is evident when he notes the absence of a seating arrangement, implying that such a detail is unnecessary. The inherent pecking order among the party elite guarantees that everyone will gravitate to their rightful place without formal instruction. The scenario amuses Rostov. The lack of a seating chart is a subtle social experiment, evocative of philosophical debates. He imagines Thomas Hobbes predicting chaos as powerful men scramble for the symbolic head of the table, John Locke envisioning a rational allotment of seats through fair play, and Rousseau fantasizing a utopian, egalitarian feast. But reality, Rostov knows, is different. The Communist Party, with all its rhetoric about equality, is in fact the most rigidly stratified hierarchy. When the doors open at precisely 9, each of the 46 guests, through only the subtlest maneuvers, claim their seats in accordance with their true standing. As expected, the chief positions go to Bulganin, Khrushchev, Malenkov, Mikoyan, Molotov, and Voroshilov, with Khrushchev nonchalantly waiting until the others have settled before taking his seat beside Malenkov, thus reaffirming his position without overt assertion. The dinner proceeds with much patriotic spirit, hearty eating, frequent toasts, and lively side conversations. Rostov acts as the ideal headwaiter, attentive to every detail, his accomplished discretion allowing him to overhear strategic asides and offhand remarks without betraying any sign of having listened. Through this capability, he mirrors the legendary competence of servants like Grand Duke Demidov's butler, Kemp, who anticipated needs and discerned intricate social cues without instruction. Throughout the dinner, each figure's personality emerges. Malenkov's measured toasting contrasted against Khrushchev's enthusiasm and preference for vodka, while Rostov notes with interest that Khrushchev remains seated the entire night, rising only at the meal's conclusion to deliver an important announcement. Khrushchev's speech, laced with historical reference and humor, recalls an earlier moment when the Metropol played host to pivotal political events, such as the sequestering of the Constitutional Drafting Committee in 1918. Amidst the festive atmosphere, Khrushchev invites everyone to the windows. There, Minister Malyshev stands ready with his own revelation. Moscow's new power plant in Obninsk, a centerpiece of Soviet technological progress, has become operational ahead of schedule. The timing is perfectly orchestrated. The announcement is paired with a live demonstration, as the city's lights successively go out in a domino effect across neighborhoods, culminating in the iconic blackout of the Kremlin and the Metropol itself. For a brief, tense spell, Moscow is plunged into darkness. Radios die, clocks stop, televisions flicker out, and a symphony of confusion echoes throughout the metropolis. At the height of anticipation, the power returns. The city re-illuminates in a wave, culminating in the triumphant applause of the assembled ministers as the chandeliers once more blaze overhead, symbolizing the dawn of nuclear energy. The blackout, while significant theater for the political elite, causes minor chaos for the rest of Moscow. Children cry, startled parents stumble, drinks are spilled, and even the typist charged with recording hotel staff gossip fumbles and produces garbled, possibly encoded notes. Yet ordinary life, with its attendant mishaps and resilience, resumes quickly in every corner of the hotel. Trays are dropped, customers are pinched in the Shaliapin, an American trapped in an elevator offers chocolate, and the manager fumes alone in his office, promising an investigation. Meanwhile, artistry perseveres amid the disruption. At the Maly Theatre, Anna Urbanova, donning a grey wig as Chekhov's Arkadina, seamlessly adapts to the blackout by sliding into character, her cast responding with improvisations true to their roles, an embodiment of the seasoned performer confronting and incorporating the unexpected. All the while, in the familiar candlelit dining room of the Boyarsky, service continues smoothly, embodying the adaptive, unflappable spirit that defines both Rostov and the enduring Metropol. In this episode, the interplay of political ceremony, social hierarchy, human adaptability, and the ongoing evolution of Russian society is on full display. The grandeur and backstage logistics of a state dinner become a microcosm for the larger themes of power, continuity, adaptation, and the subtle forces that govern human interactions within systems of both constraint and pageantry. On the eve of Sophia's departure, the Count meticulously prepares for every aspect of her journey. With Sophia's empty suitcase and knapsack beside them, he reviews the assorted items he has collected, ensuring every detail of her escape has been considered. Sophia, sensing the gravity of the situation, questions her father about the delayed revelations. She is distressed and objects to the plan, but ultimately, her trust in the Count supersedes her resistance. Their conversation becomes a thoughtful negotiation between generations, weighing hopes, fears, and responsibilities. The Count, with paternal resolve, guides Sophia through each step, impressing upon her the importance of the plan and relying on her courage, which has been evident since their first meeting. An unexpected complication arises when Sophia rushes in with news that the venue for her concert has changed, momentarily throwing their plan into disarray. Under pressure, the memory returns. Salplel is the new location. The Count recognizes the name and is reassured by his familiarity with the venue, allowing them to recalibrate without panic. The practical aspects of their preparations even extend to the smallest detail. The Count amends their escape route on a Paris map to reflect the change. In a gesture enveloped in ritual and nostalgia, the Count recreates a celebratory setting in their secret study, echoing a tradition from Sophia's childhood. The study is transformed with candles, fine linen, flowers, and silverware. Sophia's delight is evident as she recognizes the familiar hospitality. A last dinner before she sets out into the world. The Count insists on serving okroshka, a beloved Russian soup, to anchor her with the taste and warmth of home before her journey. Sophia, teasingly, pledges to remember the meal should she ever feel homesick. The dinner reveals touches of mirth and camaraderie. Andrei, the ever-attentive maître d', arrives with flair and humour, first feigning a bureaucratic farce with signature forms, then unveiling Emil's specialty, goose à la Sophia, a dish introduced with a tale of comical preparation. The light-heartedness pervades as Andrei serves the meal and pours the fine wine. During the meal, the Count shares amusing stories drawn from the hotel's living history, an episode involving misplaced dignity on the fourth floor and the antics of Anna Urbanova. These tales, rich in humour and mishap, solidify a family mythology, transforming the anxiety of farewell into a night filled with laughter. Conspicuously, the Count has withheld heavy-hearted advice and farewells for this last meal. He had already offered measured counsel the previous evening. First, the imperative to master circumstances rather than be mastered by them. Second, to emulate Montaigne's wisdom by maintaining constant cheerfulness. The Count does not shy from expressing sorrow at their imminent separation, but also emphasizes the joy he feels at Sophia's prospects. He consciously chooses to ensure Sophia carries with her not memories of tearful warnings, but those of familial warmth and reassurance. His understanding of memory's peculiarities, how homesickness summons recollections of shared laughter more than solemn guidance guides his restraint. After dinner, the Count attempts a final gesture, offering Sophia a photograph of himself. This small token, bearing an image with flamboyant moustaches, is both moving and comic, generating fresh laughter and deepening their bond. Sophia's playful ribbing about his appearance prompts the Count to recount the story of how one of his moustaches was unceremoniously clipped, an incident that unexpectedly led to his friendship, and eventually love, with Sophia's mother. The anecdote connects past to present and reveals the quiet, unforeseen pivots on which life turns. Their conversation turns, finally, to reflection. Sophia, demonstrating newfound maturity, asks her father if he ever regrets returning to Russia after the revolution. The Count, recognizing the adult nature of the question, answers with candor. He expresses his belief in the mysterious necessity of certain people being present at critical moments. For him, the fateful meeting with Sophia's mother in the Metropol lobby was life's true calling, outweighing any regrets or grander ambitions. The evening evolves into a playful exchange of famous threesomes, moving from sacred and mythological trinities to practical ones, such as forks, spoons, and knives, and culminating in a heartfelt reference to Andrei, Emil, and Alexander, the surrogate family Sophia is leaving behind. The hotel staff gathers to bid Sophia farewell, offering encouragement and affection. Marina, the trusted companion, facilitates Sophia's departure, as the Count and his daughter share a final, private embrace. With dignity, Sophia steps into the future and out of the Metropol, leaving the Count to wrestle with the quiet emptiness of an empty nest. Alone in his room, the Count conducts small rituals. Letters written, a glass of brandy, preparation for sleep. Under the echo of absence, these actions suggest both sorrow and the enduring comfort of memory and routine. Two old friends, Count Alexander Rostov and Osip Glebnikov, unexpectedly reconnect after several years of drifting apart. Their friendship, once marked by regular intellectual exchanges, had naturally faded into sporadic encounters, a pattern familiar to many with the passing of time. When Osip comes to the Boyarsky, the hotel restaurant, on official business, he approaches the Count and they agree, somewhat impulsively, to revive their tradition with a film night rather than just express good intentions. Their camaraderie surfaces in the gentle banter over film selection. The Count insists on Casablanca, much to Osip's initial reluctance, but they seal the arrangement with a compromise: if one chooses the film, the other chooses the food. During the screening in a private hotel space, Osip becomes increasingly absorbed in the film's drama, action, and intrigue, quickly dropping his pretense of indifference. As the scenes unfold, he mirrors the movie's characters with spirited, almost childlike enthusiasm, saluting when an officer does, and making gestures of winning and losing as the plot demands. His engagement amuses the Count, who notes the transformation of his friend from skeptical guest to ardent viewer. As the story transitions to one of Casablanca's emotional moments, the Count's attention begins to wander. The on-screen depiction of a character, recalling Paris, prompts his thoughts to drift toward his daughter, Sophia, who is soon to travel to Paris herself. Unlike the film protagonist's memories, the Count's reverie is composed of imaginings, scenes of Sophia's arrival at Gare du Nord, her interaction with fellow musicians, and the pervasive supervision by Soviet chaperones and officials. These musings reveal his deep concern and longing for his daughter's upcoming journey, amplifying his paternal anxiety and affection under the shadow of political scrutiny. Bringing his focus back to the present as the film returns from a Parisian flashback to the tense happenings in Casablanca, the Count resumes observing Osip's rapt immersion. Near the film's conclusion, a subtle symbolic gesture, a character discarding and kicking a bottle, elicits a mirrored spontaneous reaction from Osip, highlighting his complete emotional involvement. The episode captures a moment of genuine friendship and shared enjoyment, but also subtly underscores the contrasts between their personal freedoms, the looming presence of politics, and the bittersweet nature of memory and imagination under constraints. The sequence gently illustrates how a temporary escape through film can revive old bonds and offer fleeting relief from the burdens of reality, while also conjuring the persistent worries and hopes carried by those living under constant watch. The sequence of events presented captures a pivotal and suspenseful night in the life of Count Alexander Rostov within the Metropol, demonstrating both his commitment to his makeshift family and his willingness to risk everything to protect Sofia, all against a tightening net of surveillance and bureaucracy under Soviet rule. The chapter begins in the Boyarsky restaurant, where Count Alexander Rostov, now employed as head waiter, greets a recently arrived Finnish couple. Responding with fluency and courtesy, the Count navigates the couple's desire for a quick meal after travel from Helsinki. The seemingly innocuous interaction is a cover for the Count's urgent clandestine purpose: to obtain a Scandinavian passport, a crucial tool in a complex escape plan. The need for a document from a foreign guest had been clear for some time, but the shifting departure dates of the hotel's guests had left the Count with little time. His tension is palpable. Each recently departed Scandinavian had represented a missed opportunity, and the fortuitous arrival of the Finns at the 11th hour is both a relief and a final shot at his objective. After ensuring the Finns are settled and expedited through their meal, the Count waits until the Boyarsky closes. Under cover of night, he slips off his shoes, cognizant of the risk of being heard, and, using Nina's purloined key, stealthily enters the Finns' suite. His approach to the sleeping couple is marked by a blend of composure and careful self-reflection. He notes that their age means they are likely to be in deep sleep, not distracted by romance or troubled by the restlessness of advanced age. This calculation highlights the careful, almost philosophical way the Count considers even everyday risks, invoking mythological imagery, Venus casting a mist over Aeneas to describe his desire for invisibility. Within a few minutes, the Count locates and takes the gentleman's passport and ample cash from the bureau, narrowly avoiding discovery. However, his plan is nearly unraveled when he finds his shoes have been removed, likely taken for shining by the night staff. Despite this setback, the Count is optimistic that the shoes would be returned as a misplaced item, consoles himself with small comforts, and proceeds to his quarters. Upon returning, he is shocked to find the bishop, the officious and resentful hotel manager, seated in his room at the Grand Duke's desk. The bishop, embodying the suffocating and prying bureaucracy of the post-revolutionary state, is in possession of not only the Count's letters but, more alarmingly, the Baedeker map with the marked Parisian route, the blueprint for Sophia's intended escape. The bishop's actions betray a quiet malevolence. His search is not only about catching the Count in a transgression, but also reveals a personal vendetta stemming from years of perceived slights and a burning need to assert control over an aristocrat who has, by virtue, wit, and sheer dignity, always confounded him. For a moment, the Count is seized by dread and anger, recognizing that his carelessness may jeopardize 6 months of intricate planning, and more gravely, endanger Sophia. Yet his paralysis gives way to resolve. Retracing the bishop's steps down the stairwell, after calculating the opportunities for interception, the Count leverages his knowledge of the hotel's architecture, experience in subterfuge, and possession of Nina's master key. He accesses the manager's executive office ahead of the bishop, retrieves 2 loaded pistols from a secret compartment, and calmly situates himself behind the manager's desk to await the bishop's arrival. The ensuing confrontation highlights a psychological and ideological duel as much as a physical standoff. The bishop, while startled by the Count's unpredictable aggression, attempts to reassert authority through bureaucratic procedure, but is quickly disarmed as the Count fires a shot at the portrait of Stalin, a calculated act of blasphemy against the prevailing Soviet mythos, which leaves the bishop shaken. It is a moment laden with symbolism. The act of shooting Stalin's image registers as a direct and private repudiation of the regime's omnipresent surveillance and cult of personality, even as it also serves the practical purpose of cowing the bishop. Control established, the Count compels the bishop to surrender his watch, an ironic reversal, as the Count, who for years has made a philosophical point of ignoring the relentless march of time, is now meticulously counting minutes. He forces the bishop to wait in silence, filling the interval with Mozart, while the bishop, unable to maintain his previous veneer, succumbs to anxiety and a sneering, defensive condemnation of the Count's Platz accused of entitlement and vanity. The Count, bemused and detached, mentally catalogues the bishop's accusations, reflecting on their irrelevance to a man whose life has been defined by survival under constraint and the suppression of self. With time to spare, the Count leverages the bishop's vulnerability and forces him to reveal the key to his private filing cabinets. These are found to be stuffed with records not only on hotel guests, but also on staff testaments to their human frailties, ready to be used as leverage or evidence against them if needed by the authorities. The files expose the bishop's practice of bureaucratic control via surveillance and documentation of peccadillos, a microcosm of the Soviet state's own instruments of power. The Count's reaction is complex. He is simultaneously disturbed by the existence of the files and satisfied to see that his own file is the thickest a testament to his resistance, or perhaps the persistence of his character in a setting determined to reduce individuality. In a reversal of traditional roles, the bishop, now cowed, is forced to gather the files and accompany the Count deep into the bowels of the hotel. The journey to the basement, away from the public and scrutinizing gaze of the state, is laden with symbolic import. Here, in the shadowy infrastructure of the Metropol, the Count conducts a purge of sorts, ordering the bishop to burn the files in the furnace. Each dossier consigned to the flames erases a potential accusation, a bit of institutional memory employed for control, and affirms the Count's desire to shield his compatriots from future purges. After destroying the files, the Count obtains the Baedeker for Finland and leads the bishop deeper into the labyrinthine storage areas. The bishop, now physically and psychically depleted, is then locked within a remote, disused room 1 set aside for ceremonial pomp, itself a testament to hollow Soviet rituals. The Count's final admonition explaining that the bishop will be discovered only during an upcoming ballroom banquet resembles a poetic justice, and his remark that bishop and pomp will get along famously underscores a dry, vindicating humor. The drama of the night ends as the Count, his mission accomplished, but not without personal cost and stress, returns through the silent, empty hotel. The brief episode with the one-eyed cat, a long-standing symbol within the Metropol and for the Count himself, serves as a quiet, almost mythic absolution. Just as Admiral Nelson had continued attack while technically blind, the Count's own trespass is witnessed and tacitly forgiven by a creature emblematic of both fate and survival. Throughout, this episode weaves together acts of criminal daring, battles of will, and the navigation of institutional threats, all within the confined but vivid microcosm of the hotel. The Count's actions, though outwardly law-breaking, are rooted in his unyielding devotion to those he loves, his wily intelligence, and his refusal to let the oppressive machinery of the state personified by the bishop destroy the last islands of dignity, privacy, and agency that he and his fellow former persons retain. The culmination of the night's events represents not only a reclaiming of private honor, but also a literal and metaphorical burning of the records upon which bureaucratic regimes depend, allowing for a brief and precarious window in which dreams of escape and protection might be realized. The chapter, rendered in this balance between suspense and reflection, practical ingenuity and moral reckoning, encapsulates central themes. Resistance through civilized cunning, the lasting importance of found family and loyalty, and the subtle assertion of dignity against a backdrop of repression. The concluding vision of the Count, walking away in stocking feet, a gentleman reduced yet unconquered, cements this as a critical turning point in his long struggle within the walls of the Metropol. The day opens for Count Alexander Ilyich Rostov, as any other at the Hotel Metropol, meticulously marked by rituals that provide the scaffolding for a life circumscribed by house arrest. Despite a late night, he rises promptly, engages in a brief exercise routine, and breakfasts on a modest but carefully selected meal. These small acts of order echo his overarching philosophy of resilience and dignity, adhering to normalcy, even when events press toward the extraordinary. His interactions with the hotel staff, Vasily at the front desk, Marina in the stitching room, and Audrius at the Shalyapin bar, are conducted with the understated warmth and understated humor that have endeared him to those within the Metropol's walls. Yet, the Count is fully aware that this day carries the gravity of departure, a quiet but seismic shift from his long-held existence within 100 square feet. Late in the evening, after a dinner at the Boyarsky, a posh ritual underlined by a sense of finality, he excuses himself with practiced ease and borrows the raincoat and fedora of an American journalist, evoking a cloak and dagger motif. Returning to his attic room, the Count retrieves a well-used rucksack, first carried during his perilous trek from Paris to Idaho decades earlier. The selection of what to pack is careful and emblematic. 3 changes of clothing, a toothbrush, toothpaste, the beloved novel Anna Karenina, Mishka's literary project, and a bottle of Chateauneuf du Pape slated for a dearly remembered anniversary. Possessions are sparse but steeped in personal meaning, artifacts of a life both grand and contained. Before leaving, the Count pays homage to a portrait of his sister Helena. This simple gesture, tipping his hat before extinguishing the light, encapsulates years of farewells. Once to ancestral estates, then to luxurious suites, and now to the smallest of personal domains. The reflection underscores how within those narrow confines, epochs have unfolded worlds lost and gained, reinforcing the recurrent theme that one's interior life can contain multitudes, even in captivity. Meanwhile, across the continent, Sophia Rostov is at the threshold of her own transformation. Having just concluded her performance at the prestigious Salle Pleyel in Paris, she's greeted by acclaim from cultural dignitaries and a director's embrace, a moment of public triumph that sets the stage for private metamorphosis. Offstage, reality swiftly intrudes. Slipping away, Sophia heads to a musician's bathroom, where she strips off the evidence of her identity. Marina's carefully stitched blue dress and Anna's gifted necklace. She dons a borrowed Oxford shirt and slacks, then, using an egret-shaped pair of scissors, a cherished family heirloom, painstakingly transforms her tresses. The symbolic act of cutting and dyeing her hair to erase her signature white streak is arduous, bringing tears and frustration, yet ultimately driven by resolve. Sophia eliminates every trace that might betray her as female, discarding beloved garments and shoes, ultimately carrying only the necklace as a secret keepsake. Sophia's exit is synchronized to the orchestra's schedule. She times her escape as the third movement approaches its end, threading her way behind the stage and slipping barefoot into the Parisian night. Her route seems simple, a zigzag mapped by her father on a snippet from a Baedeker guidebook, but carries psychological weight. Passing landmarks like the Arc de Triomphe and the glowing Louvre, Sophia is momentarily arrested by the grandeur and freedom they represent. Against her father's pragmatic calculations, she risks precious minutes, spellbound by sights that crystallize the enormity of her newfound liberty. It is at this point that recollections of her father's parting wisdom clarify. Amid the unpredictability of life, there are rare moments when the labyrinth of past choices and ordeals align, affording the exquisite lucidity of stepping fully and confidently into one's destiny. Sophia's journey leads her to the American embassy, where Richard Vanderweil, her father's trusted friend, prepares for a mundane evening. The knock at his door precipitates mild confusion. A young man seeking asylum turns out to be Sophia in disguise, barefoot and vulnerable, yet elated to find a safe harbor. The scene is suffused with understated affection and humor, as Richard and his wife envelop her with welcome and practical concern. As formalities are dispensed with, the careful unfolding of the escape's clandestine details begins. In Richard's study, Sophia exchanges packages in accordance with her father's plan. She accepts from Richard a heavy, brown-wrapped parcel seemingly a volume of Montaigne's essays, which when opened reveals secreted gold coins. Sophia, in turn, empties her rucksack and provides Richard with a final token: instructions to cut open the shoulder straps, revealing a meticulously hidden sheet. This paper details the seating arrangements and nuanced observations from a crucial council of ministers and presidium dinner at the Metropol. The report is not merely a catalogue of political maneuverings such as Khrushchev's calculated display, aligning himself with Malyshev and outmaneuvering the more progressive Malenkov, but is also a testament to the Count's acute powers of social and political observation. He understands what is left unspoken: how the choreography of seating and toasts signals shifts in power, how political theatre supplants the threat of nuclear armament with the brighter narrative of technological progress. The exchange between Sophia and Richard is not simply about valuables or intelligence. It is an emblem of trust, collaboration, and the interweaving of personal and historic destinies. The code for Sophia's safe arrival is recorded alongside a series of numbers. Richard immediately enlists embassy staff to confirm her safety to Moscow, a feat requiring a chorus of telephone operators acting in concert in the otherwise quiet embassy at midnight. As this transpires in Paris, the Count remains in the Metropol lobby, serene amid anticipated uncertainty. The narrative lingers upon his quiet contemplation. Rather than anxiety at the threshold of exile, he finds profound peace. Observing the familiar passage of guests and the orchestra of the hotel's nightly rituals, he senses order within chaos, an acceptance that perhaps every moment, every action, is part of a larger symphony composed beyond his understanding. At the appointed hour, the link between Moscow and Paris is established through an ingenious signal. Every phone on the Metropol's first floor begins ringing in unison. The combined clamour is so alien, so wholly out of step with the hotel's customary order, that it stuns guests and staff alike into a state of incongruous awe and confusion. While some instinctively seek to answer and others freeze in disbelief, the effect is to orchestrate a perfect distraction. In that brief interval of controlled pandemonium, Count Rostov, clad in borrowed attire and carrying little more than memory and hope, slips unobserved from his long-standing confinement. The synchrony of the Count's escape and Sophia's arrival at the sanctuary of the embassy is rendered with delicacy and tension, illuminating themes that run through the narrative. The endurance of personal dignity against historical tumult, the intricate choreography of resistance, and the quiet heroism that persists even in captivity. The culmination of years of preparation, trust, and ingenuity results not in spectacle, but in acts of grace: a daughter's vulnerable step into freedom, a father's patient, quietly orchestrated disappearance into the night. Both journeys, though divergent in geography, are united in their pursuit of future possibility and the reclamation of agency, symbolizing the perpetual resilience of human spirit amidst the constraints of history. On a summer night in 1954, Viktor Stepanovich Skadovsky prepares himself for an unusual, secretive meeting, navigating Moscow's streets with circumspection, despite his insistence to his anxious wife that nothing is amiss. As he journeys through the city, Victor reflects on the odd combination of motives that have led him to this moment. His connection to Sophia, his admiration for her prodigious gift at the piano, and the rejuvenation he himself has found through teaching her, do not fully explain his willingness to embark on such a risky errand. Rather, at the heart of his actions is a deep sense of loyalty to Count Alexander Rostov, a feeling founded on respect and a conviction that, in Victor's estimation, comes to feel increasingly precious amid the circumscribed freedoms and quiet concessions of Soviet life. Stepping into the bustling late-night cafe at St. Petersburg Station, Victor finds the Count already waiting. The Count's attire, a trench coat and fedora, borrowed from foreign guests at the hotel, signal both a wish for anonymity and an underlying sense of purpose. Their brief exchange is warm yet understated. The Count thanks Victor for his help and asks to be called by his first name, suggesting an intimacy and equality founded in shared trials and mutual esteem. During their conversation, a minor commotion unfolds at a nearby table. Two fruit sellers, exhausted and desperate at the end of another profitless day, quarrel over the little that remains of their livelihoods. Their scuffle, marked by petty violence and public weariness, resonates with the silent witnesses in the cafe. The room's atmosphere, tense but fleeting, is gently repaired by the strains of an old accordion, as the musician resumes his performance in an attempt to return the establishment to some semblance of order and normalcy. The Count, observing the scene, asks Victor if he knows the film Casablanca, and although Victor does not, the Count recounts a memorable scene for him. An act of apparent indifference from the American saloon keeper, contrasted with a subtle, almost invisible gesture of order and compassion. With his task complete, Victor later departs the city, setting in motion a carefully orchestrated deception meant to facilitate the Count's escape. He boards the Helsinki-bound train disguised in the stolen attire, leaves evidence behind in Viborg as a false trail, and returns quietly to Moscow, complicit in helping the Count disappear beyond the reach of Soviet authority. Back at the Hotel Metropol, a sense of unease spreads as the KGB arrive to question the head waiter, Alexander Rostov. Their search is methodical but fruitless. The Count is nowhere to be found, nor has anyone among the staff seen him since the night before. The officers interrogate those closest to him, such as Chef Emil Zhukovsky and Maitre d'André Duras, but these loyal friends claim ignorance, their answers shifting between the literal and the evasive. Rumors begin to percolate among the staff, especially with the news that Sophia, the Count's daughter, has gone missing in Paris during a goodwill tour with the Moscow Conservatory. The underlying implication, whispered between Emil and Andrei, is that the Count has somehow orchestrated her escape, and perhaps his own, slipping away into the night just beyond the reach of authority. The two men debate the line between the probable and the merely possible, their wariness tinged with hope. The arrival of a mail clerk bearing heavy, well-crafted envelopes interrupts their speculation. Each envelope contains a heartfelt letter from the Count, his writing dignified yet affectionate, thanking them for their many years of camaraderie and infusing an ordinary farewell with tokens of gold as a sign of enduring friendship. In reading these letters, Emil and Andrei are left to contemplate both the loss of their friend and the affirmation of loyalty that his careful preparations reflect. Amid the turmoil at the hotel, the narrative shifts to the Kremlin, where a high-ranking administrator reviews the case. The administrator, marked by a scar that hints at a violent past, is briefed on Sophia's disappearance and the connections leading back to the Count. The staff's clever subterfuge becomes clear. Dueling pistols used to threaten the manager Leplevsky, the theft of foreign identification, and a deliberate false trail laid for authorities. The Count's ability to evade capture is attributed to both cunning and the complicity of allies, his fate now tantalizingly uncertain. The reporting officer queries the administrator on the Count's decision not to shoot Leplevsky when given the chance, to which the reply is a wry, philosophically aristocratic retort. The administrator, displaying his own brand of bureaucratic theatre, orders his subordinates to round up the usual suspects, echoing the very Casablanca reference shared earlier between Victor and the Count. Nearly a year later, Victor finally views Casablanca for himself and is struck, not by the grand gestures, but by the subtle moment when Rick, amid chaos and crisis, quietly rights a toppled glass. This small yet significant gesture, Victor realizes, epitomizes the Count's own philosophy, that dignity and hope can be preserved through the smallest acts of restoration, even as the world around seems poised for darkness. Thus, the events unfold in the wake of the Count's carefully planned escape, leaving behind ripples among friends, adversaries, and bystanders alike. The Grand Metropol, like Russia itself, endures absences and uncertainties, its inhabitants sustaining themselves through coded gestures of loyalty, resilience, and the unspoken faith that even in confinement or the timeless hour past midnight one's actions can restore a measure of order and meaning. In the early days of summer in 1954, a man in his 60s journeys through the countryside of Nizhny Novgorod province. Time and travel have left their gentle marks on him, a sprinkling of stubble, worn boots, and a traveller's pack, but not weariness. As he navigates the wild grass and relic apple trees, his movements betray both familiarity with rural landscapes and a purposeful curiosity. When he encounters an old, obscured road, the moment is punctuated by the sudden appearance of a young boy, followed by his sister, descending nimbly from the branches above. Their conversation is light and tinged with youthful bravado, the children declaring themselves pirates and offering to lead the stranger to a long-abandoned mansion. As the trio follows the winding, overgrown path, the true state of the mansion is revealed mere ruins marked by 2 chimneys amidst remnants of ash. The narrative reflects, through the eyes of the traveller, on the human impulse to revisit cherished places from the past, juxtaposed against the wisdom of caution. The text draws on examples from myth and literature, such as Odysseus and Robinson Crusoe, noting the frequent disappointment that accompanies these returns. Landscapes are altered, traditions have faded, and the returnee is often no longer at the heart of the community they once knew. Yet the traveller responds not with sorrow but with a quiet acceptance, demonstrating that nostalgia can coexist with change if one relinquishes expectations of constancy. After bidding farewell to the children, he proceeds to the nearby village, undeterred by the disappearance of familiar landmarks. There, comfort is found in the continued existence of a long-standing inn. The warmth and continuity of ordinary rituals, requesting a room, seeking a meal, underscore how solace can arise from simple, abiding presences. In a modest tavern, among humble fare and regular villagers, the traveller is drawn to a woman waiting in the corner, suggesting the renewal of meaningful human connection even as eras fade and places transform. Throughout, the passage gently explores themes of memory, loss, adaptation, and the capacity for enduring grace. The traveller's acceptance of change, rather than resistance, emerges as a quiet triumph, allowing the past to be revisited without being mourned. The story closes on a note both understated and hopeful. The journey's rewards are not tied to the restoration of what was lost, but to the embrace of what remains and what new encounters may yet come. The narrative recounts how, decades prior, the suite beneath the Counts had briefly housed the Constitutional Drafting Committee under severe pressure from Yakov Sverdlov to produce fundamental guarantees for freedoms such as conscience, expression, and assembly. Yet, these same rights were ultimately curtailed by a clause allowing their suspension if deemed counter to the socialist revolution, highlighting the precarious and conditional nature of such freedoms under early Soviet authority. The episode emphasizes irony and the oppressive context that would define the Count's own future confinement. The passage focuses on the humble street sweepers who begin their work before daybreak, methodically clearing not only the physical litter of everyday life, but also the discarded documents and artifacts that represent the broader sweep of history, newspapers, official treaties, even sacred texts. Their labor is portrayed as noble and all-encompassing, quietly shaping the city's face and symbolically tidying away the remnants of entire eras. This tribute elevates their work, suggesting that through their persistent, unseen efforts, the streets and by extension, the memory and conscience of the nation might attain a sense of clarity and renewal. In the early Soviet era, The regime reconciled its revolutionary ideals with the presence of bourgeois luxuries such as gilded chairs and ornate furniture by affixing copper plates with inventory numbers to each item, marking them as property of the people rather than personal assets. This allowed party members and favored individuals to enjoy opulent surroundings while maintaining the philosophical pretense of collective ownership, permitting use without conferring true possession or violating socialist principles. Even as they occupied lavishly furnished homes, these individuals could justify their comfort by the knowledge that officially they owned nothing, and that their apparent wealth symbolized the state's, not their own. The passage delves into the role of a minor official responsible for gathering and processing information from waitresses, emphasizing his function as both a collector and an enforcer through subtle, sometimes threatening reminders of national duty and job security. However, this official is portrayed as fundamentally disconnected from the vibrancy and intimacy of hotel life, never partaking in its pleasures or experiences, always observing from a distance. He is recognized within his department for his remarkable ability to distill reports into dry, unembellished summaries, possessing a disciplined adherence to objectivity and restraint. His skill lies in systematically suppressing personal insight or literary flourish, making him a model bureaucrat whose work would be admired, if seen, for its pure detachment and precise execution. The narrative illustrates the extent of Soviet efforts to suppress news of widespread famine and suffering in the countryside. Access is tightly controlled, peasants are barred from cities, journalists kept from rural areas, mail is halted, and passenger train windows are painted black to conceal the devastation. The outside world remains largely ignorant due to this orchestrated secrecy. International observers, such as Walter Duranty of the New York Times, echo Soviet propaganda by downplaying the crisis, dismissing reports of starvation as exaggerated and politically motivated. This misinformation not only quenches international concern, but is ironically rewarded, exemplified by Duranty's receipt of the Pulitzer Prize, despite his role in obscuring the truth. The narrative describes an impending purge targeting high-ranking party officials and secret police, with Genrikh Yagoda, head of the NKVD, about to be publicly tried and executed nearby. His swift condemnation and execution are portrayed as a significant event, interpreted by many as a hopeful signal of imminent positive change within the country. Within the labor camps, prisoners are systematically deprived of individuality, name, background, and personal history, deliberately rendered faceless among the multitudes as punishment for perceived disloyalty. Yet, this erasure unintentionally forges a distinct solidarity among the inmates. Sharing deprivation and hardship, they form a close-knit community, recognizing each other as kin in suffering. Their relationships, grounded in mutual endurance and quiet resistance, are marked by a refusal to use the party's language of comrade, adopting instead the genuine bonds of brotherhood and friendship that transcend official definitions and underscore an enduring will to persist despite the authorities' efforts to break their spirits. This passage recounts how, in response to Moscow's population growth, city leadership convened an architectural convention to explore modern housing solutions. While architects enthusiastically envisioned ambitious towers with advanced amenities like tall elevators, customizable layouts, and bright, modern kitchens, the mayor redirected their fervor toward efficiency over artistry. He advocated for standardized, functional designs that could house citizens quickly and economically, discouraging aesthetic flourishes as unnecessary. As a result, the city embraced the era of prefabricated 5-story apartment blocks, each providing small, near-identical living spaces and communal bathrooms. These new buildings proliferated rapidly on Moscow's outskirts, with their standardized blueprints so simple that reading the plans upside down made no difference. The uniformity of these homes was such that any resident could step into a neighbor's flat and experience an almost indistinguishable familiarity, emphasizing the triumph of practicality and collectivist values over individual expression or architectural innovation. Following Stalin's death, Power among the party's elite was divided, but not all survived the ensuing reshuffling. While Lazar Kaganovich, a staunch Stalinist, was reassigned to administrative work in Ukraine and later relegated to managing a distant factory, Lavrenti Beria, once considered a potential successor, was abruptly executed by his own peers. These events underscore the precarious nature of Soviet political life, where yesterday's powerful men could swiftly fall from grace or face death as the regime consolidated its hold under new leadership.